In this full tutorial, you will learn how to make a cool 2D game in Unity game engine with C# programming for beginners to intermediate people. Source code of this game and the game build will be available in the description, and assets of this game and some videos link will be available in the description box. I will not cover all of the things in this tutorial, but don't leave this tutorial right now. At least watch for few hours so it can help you, or you can watch the full tutorial. But I have a Udemy course of this game that how to make it completely. Then make sure you check that out, because there I have covered all of the things into lectures and organize it for beginners and intermediate people, and it's amazing. Source code and the game build will be free there. I will have it in the description box, basically the link of the course of my Udemy, and also I will have the videos on which I will not cover in this full tutorial. So make sure you check out those in the description, and the videos and those videos. In this full tutorial, you will learn how to make player jump, attack, run, how to work with UI in Unity Game Engine, how to make animation, how to make animation transition in Unity Game Engine, what is game object, components, and much more in Unity Game Engine from basics to advanced. You will also learn about C# programming language from advanced to basics to advanced. Example for classes, variables, functions, for loops, a start and update function, and so many things in C# coding language. Before I jump into this tutorial, I want to say thanks Sanes Ketmin, Seljets, Sergio Taju, Nenden Nourani, and Joel Plaxon for taking membership on my Patreon page. And a special thanks to Himakshi Pandey for purchasing source code on my Patreon page. And if you guys want to support me, then take membership on my Patreon page or buy something more from my Patreon shop, a game source code or anything like that. But I highly recommend take the membership, which is the enthusiast, and the you can say, I guess, with $5. So you can check that out. I will have it in the description. So without furthering delay, now let's dive into this full tutorial. As you can see, I have opened up my Unity Hub. So I have opened up my Unity Hub. Let's click on this new project in the top right. As you can see, let's click on that. And I'm using, in the top you can see new project and the editor version. So I'm using this 6000.0.58f1. You can choose any version you like. Choose the latest one if you have, so choose that. And after doing that, I'm gonna select this 2D built-in renderer pipeline. Select this one, or you can just go ahead with this universal 2D as well. It's basically after you. You can just go ahead this one as well. It's basically fine to choose any of them. I'm gonna choose this 2D built-in renderer pipeline, so let's select that. And in the right section in the bottom, we can notice we need to name the project, what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it Udemy. I'm gonna call this one Udemy course, Udemy Unity 6, Unity 6, and C sharp. And in brackets, I'm gonna put something like 1, something, since this one is the first one, so that's why. And you can choose a location where you want to save your project. So click on this folder icon, or just click on this location, and you can choose the location where you want to save your project. So I'm gonna do it inside my local you can simply say local disk F, and I'm gonna open up Unity games. In this folder I just want to save my project, so I'm gonna select that. Let's click on this select folder in the bottom right. And once you've done all of the steps, then you can just go ahead and then click on this create project in the bottom right. And as soon as you're gonna create project, you're gonna click on that create project. It is basically just gonna create our project, and it's gonna load up all of the necessary things that we need in order to make our game in Unity game engine. So once our game or Unity editor just loads up, I'm gonna see you right there. So let's give it a moment to create our project, and once we are done, we can just go over to our Unity editor. So I hope you get the idea that how you can just do this. Now we're gonna make our player. So before I do that, I'm gonna change the background color. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my hierarchy. Let's select the main camera. Let's go over to inspector. Then this camera component and this background. I'm gonna choose a dark gray, something like that, as you can see. And now this seems pretty much cool. Let's create our player game object. Firstly, I'm gonna create a square for now, and later on we're gonna replace that with our player sprite. So let's move over to hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D objects, sprites, and we're gonna choose a square, and let's call this a square for now, something like player. And let's go over to inspector transform. Let's right click on it and then reset. So it's gonna reset the position in the x and y and in the z axis to 0 0 0. And now what we're gonna do now, we're gonna add a collider 2D, but before we do, let's add some components to this player game object. First thing, we're gonna add a rigid body 2D for gravity. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a rigid body 2D by typing, and as soon as we type, it just pop up. So let's click on it or hit enter in order to attach that. And gravity scale, we're gonna make it something around 3, and collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, so it will detect any collision continuously and interpolate for making a little bit smooth. And we're gonna move over to these constraints, and we're gonna freeze the rotation about z axis. If we don't do that, then move over to inspector transform rotation and play around with the z axis. As you can see, as soon as we playing around with it, our square or player just rotating in the z axis. So to stop that, we're gonna set back to 0. To stop that, we need to freeze the rotation about z axis. So let's click on this freeze rotation about z axis, and we're gonna add a collider 2D to this player game object, and we also gonna create a ground. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a box collider 2D by typing, and as soon as it's pop up, just click on it in order to attach that. And now if we take a closer look by scrolling our mouse to zoom in, we can notice the green outline as soon as we just added the box collider 2D. And now let's create our ground. To do that, we're gonna move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon. Let's go to 2D objects, sprites, and then square, and we're gonna call this one ground. So let's call this one ground, and we're gonna move over to so I'm gonna bring down a little bit. So let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit down, and we need to stretch in the z axis. But before I do, I'm gonna move over to my transform. Let's right click and then reset, and one more time I'm gonna move it a little bit down, and we need to stretch in the x axis. To do so, let's select our ground, then go over to inspector, and we can play around with the basically transform, then scale in the x. We can play around with that number. Or what else we can do, we can simply select our rect tool in the scene view, and then in the hierarchy we can select our ground, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard in order to basically stretch from center, as you can notice. And we also need to attach a component to this ground game object as well, which is a collider 2D, so it's gonna detect the collision. So let's select our ground by now. Let's go over to inspector, click on add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D as well to this ground. And now I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look. So as soon as our game just gonna start, this player will fall down due to gravity. Why? Because we added a rigid body 2D to our player game object, so that's why. So as you can notice, as soon as our game started, our player game object falls down due to gravity because we added rigid body 2D to our player game object. And now what we need to do, we basically need to create a script in order to move this player left and right. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. For that, we're gonna create our script. So let's do that. For it, I'm gonna move over to my project app. So let's move over to our project app assets, and let's create a folder for our scripts to keep all of the things in organized way, or to keep our project clean. So let's create folder first. So I'm gonna move over to my asset. Let's right click there, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like script. So sorry, I'm gonna call this folder to, let's right click on it and then rename, and let's call this folder to something like scripts. And inside this script, we're gonna create a script for our player game object. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and we're gonna create another subfolder for our player script, because we're gonna have multiple script. We will have enemy script, we will have player script, and we will have traps script, basically multiple script. So to keep our project in organized way, we also gonna create subfolder. So let's select this script folder, let's right click on it, then create folder in the top, and let's call this folder to something like player underscore script, or let's simply call it player script. Let's call it player underscore script, something like that. And now we're gonna create our player script inside this player underscore script. So let's double click on it, let's right click on it. So basically move over to your player underscore script, then right click on it, then create in the top, and we're gonna click on this mono behavior script, or you can just simply scroll a little bit down scripting and then click on this mono behavior script. So let's click on this mono behavior script and name the script what you would like to name it. So I'm gonna call it player, since this is our player script, so that's why I'm gonna call this as script to player. And we can simply double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. As for it, I hope you bearing with me, so just wait a moment. And once it's complete, we can just go ahead and we can attach our script to our player game object in order to move our player. But before we move our player, we need to do the scripting thing, and also we need to attach our script. So make sure, and we also need to assign our player game object as a player tag and our ground as a ground tag, so player can know that this is our sorry. So I'm gonna move over to Unity editor. So let's move over to Unity editor, so player will know this is our ground and this is our player itself. So now we're gonna select our player game object, and let's select this player script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. Or what else you can do, you can simply select your player in the hierarchy, then click on this add component in the inspector, and you can find the script by typing name of the script which you recently created. So in my case, player, and we're gonna hit enter, or we can simply click on it in order to attach. Or what else you can do, you can simply select your script from that folder and then drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. It's gonna attach. So since I already attached, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna remove one of my script. So I'm gonna select the second one, let's right click on it, and let's click on this remove component. And as soon as we click, it's gone by now. And we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it. So it's gonna take, and also meanwhile that time we can just turn our player into a prefab. But before we do, let's do these things. So let's move over to player script. As you can notice, by default we have the start and update function, and we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna declare some variable. First thing, we need a speed, with how much speed we just want to move left and right. So let's make a serialized fill, or we can simply make this one public. I'm gonna explain serialized fill later, or you can just go and check that out. Basically I'm not gonna explain it too much, but we can just leave that, because since this course is for beginners, so we can just skip that part. Public, and that will be float, and we can call this one something like move speed, or let's simply call it speed. And by default we can set equal to some value. So I'm gonna set it to something like 7f or 7 unit, and let's close that up with semicolon. And also we're gonna create a parameter which will be movement, just gonna keep track of which direction we moving. So let's create a private, and it doesn't need to be public, and that will be float as well. And we can call this one to something like movement, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna move over to this start function, and in the start of the game I'm gonna set this movement equal to 0. Why? Because in the start of the game we're not gonna start moving to the left or right side until and unless we press down or hold down A and D key. So that's why. So movement I'm gonna set equal to 0f in the start of the game. And to move, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use transform dot position, basically a function for it. So we're gonna move over to our update function, and over here we're gonna set movement. But before we do, we're gonna use this input dot get access, sorry, get access, and then make this first bracket. So this input dot get access function, we do know that it's gonna take the access name in inside quotation. So since we want our player to move left and right, basically horizontally, so that's why inside this quotation we basically need to pass the you can simply say the access name. So in our case horizontal, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna take. So let's suppose if you press down D key or hold down D key, then this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna give us one value. And let's suppose if you hold down A key instead of D key, then it's gonna this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna give us -1. And if we just lift up both of our fingers from A and T key, then it's gonna be 0. So this movement, this input dot get access can just gonna depend upon which key we holding down, and it's gonna give the value according to which key we holding down. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result, basically whatever we getting, we're gonna store it inside this movement parameter. So let's set this, basically we're gonna store it inside this movement. So basically we need to set movement equal to this, or basically you can simply say we just taking the result and we storing into this movement container or this movement variable or parameter, you can simply say. So this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1, +1, or 0, depending upon what's which basically what this function give us. So let's suppose we hold down D key, then this input dot get access horizontal function, it's gonna give us 1. So this movement over here, it's gonna be 1. And let's suppose if we hold down A key, then this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna give -1. So this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1. And let's suppose input dot get access horizontal basically give us 0, means if we hold down, if you if we don't hold down A and D key, then it's gonna give us 0. So that's why this movement over here, it's gonna be 0. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can notice. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save our skip, and then we can just move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna start our game, and if we start holding down A and D key, you will able to notice that movement just gonna be 0, -1, or 1, depending upon which key we holding down. But the problem is that we made that field private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player's key, but we still want to see that. So how we can do that? In order to do it, we basically need to go over to more normal board. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, as you can see player skip, and underneath our player skip we can notice speed is 7, but we not able to notice our movement because that parameter is a private parameter. So even if you want to see that, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see 3 dots, so just click there and then click on this debug mode. and as soon as you're gonna click on that debug, underneath our player skip, by now we can notice in the bottom the parameter which is movement, and by default it's 0. And now if we click on this play button in the top in order to play our game and start holding down A and D key, you will able to notice this movement just gonna be 1, -1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So just wait a moment. And now if I start hold down D key, as you can see it's became 1, and if I just lift up my finger it's became 0. And now if I hold down A key instead of D key, we can notice it's became -1, and if I just lift on my finger it's became 0 once again. So basically this becomes -1, 1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. And we're gonna get out of play mode. So basically click on that play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and let's suppose you just want to go back in inspector mode or normal mode. So then go over to one more time in the top right, basically click on these three dots in the top right in our Unity editor, and then click on this normal, and you're gonna move over to inspector mode as you can notice. So now what we basically, why we created this movement parameter, basically we created this to just move our player left and right. So basically if we select our player, then go over to inspector, transform, then position in the x-axis. If we play around this, basically if I put -1, we can notice that this player game object just started moving to the left direction. And if we put a 1 in the x-axis, basically transform then position in the x-axis, if we put 1, we can notice that it's moving to the right direction. And if we just put 0, it's not moving, basically it's just getting back its original position, or you can simply say it's not moving at all. So what we basically want to do, we just want to replace this x-axis of this player position in the x-axis with our movement parameter. So if I move over to my script, and we do know that this movement can be -1, +1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. So this will be -1, +1 or 0. So now, so just wait a moment, it's lagging a little bit. I really apologize for it. So it's basically taking a compilation, and now it's done. So basically we just want to replace this x with our movement, which can be -1, +1 or 0. And we do know that as soon as we put -1, then this over here player just started moving to the left direction, and if we put 1, then this player just started moving to the right direction. And if we don't put any value, basically if the movement is 0, it's gonna be it's not gonna start moving. So to do that, let's go over to our inspector, and we're gonna use that for it fixed update instead of using this update function. And we do know this update function just gonna run in 1 second, 1 second 60 frame, but it's gonna depend, it's not gonna be a constant number. Let's suppose in the first second it's run 60 frame, so in the next second it can run after something like 62 frames, even 63 frames, or 55 frames or 50 frames. So the frame rate, it's not constant. So that's why we're not gonna use update function. Update function is good for taking inputs, but it's not physics accurate. So that's why for it we need to use a fixed update. So basically we need to use this fixed update function, and let's hit enter, and make sure you just type as I did over here, or you can simply remove this private in front of this void. It's basically up to you. It doesn't need to be. So make sure you just do that as I did over here, and you can just ignore this private over here. So this fixed update by now in 1 second, it's basically run same constant frame rates, basically say same frame rates. Let's suppose in the first frame rate it's run in 1 second, 60 frames, then in the next second it's still gonna run 60 frames. So that's why it's called fixed update, because the frame rate is totally fixed. So that's why it's called fixed update. So basically what we need to do now, we basically need to move over to this player game object transform component in the inspector. We can notice, and then we need to access the position, and in the axis we just want to replace with our movement, and when in the y and in the z axis we can just ignore that. So now let's move over to our scape, and for that we're gonna use this transform dot position, and top of that we're gonna add plus equal a new vector 3 which gonna have x axis comma y axis comma z axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So let me explain what we basically doing. We're just going over to transform dot position. Basically we're just going over to this player transform, and then accessing their position, and top of this position plus equal, as you can notice we just added a new vector 3. Why? Because this transform dot position, we can notice in the inspector it has x axis, y axis and the z axis. So that's why we just set equal to same variable type, which is a new vector 3 which also has x axis, y axis and the z axis. So in the x axis we just want to replace, but before we do, we don't want our player to move in the up direction once we start moving left and right. Basically we don't want our player to move in the y. So that's why in the y axis we're gonna put 0f, and we're gonna do the same thing in the z axis, which is the depth 1. And in the x, what we're gonna do now, we're gonna replace this x with our movement, and we do know that this movement can be -1, +1 or 0 depending upon which key we holding down. Means this player just gonna move in the x axis depending upon, or horizontally depending upon which key we holding down. And we also need to multiply this whole thing or this movement with time dot fixed delta time. Why? To make frame rate constant in every system. So I'm using a slow system or a slow laptop, you can simply say. So in my case the frame rate's gonna be something around 60 frame, but if you do have a first frame, so in your case it can run up to 120 frames. So you can simply say the frame rate it's not constant in every system. So to make it constant, we basically need to multiply with our time dot delta time, as we have done earlier. So since we using this fixed update, so for this we basically need to multiply with time dot fixed delta time. So we're going to multiply with time dot fixed delta time. And to make our player a little bit speed, basically the move speed, we're just gonna multiply with our speed parameter as we created earlier, as you can notice in the inspector underneath our player skip. So we will multiply this whole thing with our speed to just move a little bit faster, and we just made this speed public so we can adjust underneath our player skip. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna start as soon as we start holding down A and D key, you will able to notice this player just gonna move just gonna start moving to the left or right direction depending upon which key we holding down. So just wait a moment, and once it's done we can check that out. So now it's done, almost done, and let's click in this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment. So now if I hold down D key, as you can see it's started moving to the right direction. And if I hold down A key, sorry, if I hold down D key, it's started moving to the right direction. And if we hold down A key, then we can notice it's started moving to the left direction. And if I lift up my finger from both of those keys, we can notice this player just standing at one point. So I hope you get the idea that how you can move this player game object left and right in the game. And you can just speed up the value as well. Basically it's totally up to you. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and you can just play around with your speed. and you can call it a move speed instead of speed. It's basically after you want what you just want to call it. And we want to tag this player as a player tag. So to do that, make sure you select your player, then go over to inspector, add tag, and as you can notice it says untag. So let's click on it and let's assign with player. In the bottom we can notice now we assigned this player as a player tag, and also we want to assign this ground as a ground tag, so this player will know this is our ground. So we're gonna select our ground. Let's go over to inspector and then click on this untag, then click on this add tag in the bottom, and we gonna create a new tag for our ground. If you see this error, then you can simply press down Ctrl S on your keyboard. It's gonna be fine. And let's click on this plus icon in the inspector to create a new tag, and we have to name the tag which what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it ground as the game object name. And now I'm gonna select my ground one more time, go over to inspector, and we're gonna assign with the tag which we recently created. Now I assigned this ground as a ground tag, as you can notice in the inspector. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I want to make this player a prefab. So to make it prefab, we can simply select our player game object in the hierarchy and we can turn it into a prefab. But before we make it prefab, let's make a prefab folder to just keep our project clean. So let's move over to our project tab, assets. Let's right click on assets, then create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like prefabs. So let's call it prefabs, and we're gonna open this folder by double clicking on it, and we will create a subfolder for our player, basically characters. Why? Because we're gonna have multiple prefabs. We will have drops prefabs, we will have coin prefabs, and all of those. So that's why we're gonna create a subfolder to just keep our project clean, as we have done with this scripts folder. So let's right click on this prefabs folder, then create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like character underscore prefabs. So let's call it characters underscore the characters underscore prefabs, and now it's done. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our player game object in the hierarchy, and let's turn it into a prefab. Basically drag it inside that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into a prefab. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And we also need to drag some assets, basically player sprite, and we're gonna do it later. For now let's leave it, and we will press down Ctrl S on our keyboard to save our project. Or what else you can do, you can simply move over to top left file, then click on the save button in order to save your project. I'm gonna simply press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project, and now it's saved. So make sure you just save that all, and also you do the same thing in your player script once in your script once your coding is done. So simply press down Ctrl S to save, and then go over to Unity, and it's gonna do the thing. So I hope you get the idea that how you can move your player game object and how you can create it. Now let's make our jump. To make our jump, what we need, if we select our player in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector tab, we need a reference of this rigid body 2D component of this player game object, because this rigid body 2D is responsible for adding velocity, gravity, and all of those things, like adding forces in any direction. So we need a reference of this rigid body 2D, and after that we can just make the jump. So we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and this field doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. And we do know that if we make it private, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script. So we need to grab the reference in the start function. So we're gonna make a private, and the component we're looking for is the rigid body 2D. So we're gonna type rigid body 2D, and let's call RB, or short for rigid body 2D, you can simply say. And now we're gonna move over to this start function. Since we make it private, if we move over to Unity editor, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script, but we still need a reference of this rigid body 2D, then we can make our player jump. So how we can grab the reference? For that we're gonna move over to our start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game we just want to grab the reference. So for that we're gonna use this dot game object, and this dot game object over here basically referencing itself and the component we're looking for. So we're going to type this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we basically need to pass the component name which we are looking for. So we're looking for our rigid body 2D, so we're going to type that and then make this first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. So this dot game object over here basically this player game object referencing itself, and we're using this dot get component in order to get the component, and the component we're looking for is a rigid body 2D. Basically we're just taking this rigid body 2D, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this rigid body 2D component into this RB as we created up over here, as you can see. So now we have the we just grab it our rigid body, and now let's store it into this RB. So we're gonna set our RB equal to this. Basically it's basically means that we just taking this rigid body 2D component and we storing inside this RB as we created over here, as you can notice. So now we have the reference by now, and we are ready to make our jump. To do that we're gonna move over to bottom of our script. You can do it anywhere, it doesn't need to be public. For function we're gonna make a void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it jump. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this function what we're gonna do, we just gonna make our player jump in the y. So if we move over to Unity editor, then select this player in the hierarchy, then select this move tool in the scene view. So we want to jump this player game object in the y axis like this. We don't our player to jump in the x axis, we only want to in the y axis. So that's why we're gonna access the linear velocity in the y axis, and we can set equal to some numbers. So now what we will do, we will go to rigid body 2D, basically RB dot linear velocity in the y. So we need to set, and we can set this equal to some number. So let's set a 7f, or we can just create a variable for that. But before we do, let me explain. So what we're doing, we basically going over to RB means rigid body 2D, and accessing the linear velocity in the y axis, and we setting equal to 7a. So basically we just going over to this rigid body 2D linear velocity in the y, and we setting equal to 7f, as you can see. So let's make a variable for this, so we can adjust underneath our player script, and we don't need to come to this script and change this value over again and again. So let's make a variable for it. So we will go to top of our class, and let's make a public that will be float, and we have to name the variable what we want to name it. So let's call it something like jump height, and by default I'm gonna set something around 8f or 8 unit, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now RB dot linear velocity in the y, we're gonna set equal to our jump height, and by default I have set a 8f. Basically means that we will jump this player in the y axis. Basically means this player game object just gonna jump in the y axis with our jump height parameter, which is 8, means in the y it will jump 8 unit. So we also need to call this jump function in order to make the jump. So basically it will go over to rigid body 2D, and then it's gonna access the linear velocity in the y, and it will set equal to our jump height, and we're gonna call it inside our update function. Basically I want to call it whenever I press down space key. So whenever I press down space key on my keyboard, I want this player game object to jump in the y axis. So that's why we're gonna move over to update function, and over here we're gonna check. So we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check. So we're gonna use this input dot get key function, get key down function we can use, and then make this first bracket, and inside this bracket we have to pass the key code, basically which key we're looking for. Since I want to check with space key, basically means whenever I press down space key I want to jump. So as a get key down key code, so we need to type this key code, then type dot, and you can just check with the key that you just want to that you would like to go with. Since I want to check with space key, so I'm gonna pass space. So if input dot get key down key code dot space, if input dot get key down key code dot space, basically means that if we press down space key on our keyboard, then what I want to do, I'm gonna call this jump function. And what jump function just gonna do, it's gonna add a linear velocity in the y and with our jump height, which is 8, means we will jump in the y axis with 8 unit, or that jump height parameter unit. So let's call it over here, which is jump, and let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon in order to call the function. So we need to type the function name and then close that up with semicolon. And if we press down Ctrl S to save our skip and then move over to Unity, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna press down on our keyboard space key, we will able to jump in the y axis with our jump height parameter, and by default we set equal to 8 as you seen. So we will jump in the y axis with 8 unit, but we just made that jump height parameter public, so we can adjust underneath our player skip, and we don't need to go over to that line of code and change that number over again and again to match up a correct jump height. So basically that is the thing. So that's why variables is lot more useful. So as you can see, whenever our player skip gets compiled, this jump height parameter just pop up underneath our player skip in the inspector. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and if we press down space key on our keyboard, then our player will jump in the y axis with 8 unit, or that jump height parameter as we said, and we can adjust underneath our player skip. So that's why we just made it public. So now if I press down space key, as you can see, as soon as we press down space key, we are able to notice that our player is jumping in the y axis. Basically means basically this is too much cool. And we're gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button in the top. So we only want to jump one time or double jump. So if I just, so I'm gonna get out of play mode. Let me show you. So if I move over to my Unity editor and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice even we are in the air, we are able to jump. So we need to stop doing that. For it, we're gonna create a bool parameter, but before we do, let me show you. So if I press down space key, as you can notice, even if we are not in the ground, top of our ground, we still able to jump, which we really don't want. So let's get out of play mode, and for that we're gonna create a bool parameter to just keep track of if this player standing on this ground or not. So let's open up our player skip by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and that will be bool, which can be true or false. And this parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. So we're gonna make private bool, and we can call this one something like is ground, and close that up with semicolon. And as in the start of the game, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna set is ground to true, is ground equal to true. Why I just said is ground equal to true? Because as soon as we're gonna start our game, this player just gonna be top of our ground. So that's why in the start of the game I just said is ground to true, as you can see. And before we making our player jump, as you can see, we just adding a velocity in the y axis, means we just making our player jump. So before we making our player jump, I just want to check if this player is on ground or not. So that's why we created this is ground parameter, to just keep track of if we are top of our ground or not. So before we jump, I just want to check. So we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So before we jump, we just want to check if is equals to true. Basically means that we standing standing top of this ground. then what we want to do, then we want to jump. So that's why I'm gonna put this line of code, which is rb dot linear velocity in the y equal to jump height. I'm gonna put this line of code over here by control V. So you can press down control X for cut and control V for paste. So before we jump, what we doing, firstly we checking if is ground is equals to true. Basically means this player top of this ground, then what we doing, we just making our player jump, and after jumping we just gonna be in the air. So what we need to do now, we need to set this is ground parameter to false. This over here we just gonna set it to false. Why? Because if we make our player jump, so we will no longer available to stand on this top of this ground, so we're gonna be in the air. So that's why after jumping we're gonna set our is ground to false. So after jumping we're gonna set is ground equal to, sorry, we're gonna set is ground equal to false. False, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down control S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity. So we only able to jump in the start of the game, and after jumping we just setting is ground to false, because we will no longer able will to top of our ground. So that's by standing on our ground. And I'm gonna move this player over here right now in the start of the game. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So we only able to jump for the first time, but we're not gonna able to jump next time. So if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see, as soon as I press down a space key it just jump. But the problem is that after that, if we press down multiple times a space key on our keyboard, we're not able to jump anymore. So we also need to jump, but when we need to jump, once our player game object collide with this ground. So what we basically want to do, we just want to create a little circle of this player game object, bottom of this player game object somewhere around here. And if that circle collide with this ground, then we're gonna set is ground parameter to true. And if we set it to true, so this condition over here it's gonna be true, then what it will do, we will able to jump, and after jumping we again setting is ground to false as soon as we're gonna leave our ground. So as soon as we just leaving our ground, then what we doing, we just setting is ground to false, as you can see. And we're not able to jump next time because this ground parameter is false, it's not equal to true. So this condition over here is totally false. So that's why we are not able to jump for the next time. So for that we're gonna get out of play mode, and we're just gonna create a little circle bottom of this player game object or feet of this player game object. To create that, we need to use a function. So open up our player skip by double clicking on it, and let's go over to update function. And over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this physics2d dot overlap circle function. And this function over here, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where you want to create the circle. So we're gonna create the circle bottom of this player game object or feet of this player game object. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we also need to specify the radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take basically it's gonna take the layer mask, means which game object we want to target. So we're gonna target this ground game object. We just want to check with this ground, so that's why as a layer mask we're gonna pass our ground. So let's move over to our script and let's make this one comment by double forward slash, and we do know that comment don't interrupt our code. So we will go to top of our class and we need to grab those reference. So the first thing, we need a point from where we want to create the circle. So we will make a public, and for a point or position we need to type this transform, which is responsible for position, scale and rotation. And we can call this one ground check point, something like that. So let's call it ground check point, and let's close that up with semicolon. And the second thing, we need to specify the radius. So let's make a public float, and we can call this one ground check radius. So let's call it ground check radius, and by default I'm gonna set equal to a smaller number, something like 0.2f. I just want to create a small circle, so that's why. So 0.2f, and close that up with semicolon. and the third argument it's gonna take the layer mask. So we will make public layer mask, and we can call this layer mask to something like target layer or check layer, but I'm gonna call it something like what is ground. You can name it whatever you want, it's basically up to you. And let's close that off with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity, and we need to assign those variable one by one as soon as our player script gets compiled. So firstly, we're gonna create an empty child game object inside this player game object, and we're gonna move that game object bottom of this player game object or feet of this player. So to do that, we're gonna select our player, and we can notice as soon as our player script gets compiled, we can notice we have the ground checkpoint and it says none transform, basically means empty. And the second thing is radius, and the third argument is what is ground. So now we're gonna select our player. Let's right click on it in the hierarchy, then create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like ground checkpoint. So let's call it ground checkpoint as the name of the variable. You can call it whatever you want. And we're gonna select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it bottom of this player game object or feet of this player game object. And if you want to choose an gizmos in order to make noticeable, then go over to inspector, click here, and we're gonna choose this yellow gizmo, something like that. So from this point I just want to create the circle. So we will select our player scape, and let's select this ground checkpoint, and let's drag it over to this ground checkpoint field. Now we have the ground check point from where we want to create the circle. And the second thing, we have the radius, and the third argument we can notice what is ground, and it says nothing. So we need to click there, and we need to choose our ground, but we cannot able to see our ground right over here. To see the ground, or basically we just want to target our ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground layer. So how we can do that? We basically need to select our ground game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default. So just click there, and then click on this add layer, and create a new layer for our ground. So you can just name the layer what you want. So I'm gonna call it something like ground, and let's hit enter. And make sure you select your ground one more time in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector and assign the layer which says default. So let's click there, and I'm gonna assign with a ground as we recently created. Now I assigned this ground as a ground layer, as you can notice in the inspector. Now we will select our player scape, and what is ground, I'm gonna choose ground in the bottom, we can notice by now. So the circle just gonna only check for this ground game object. And to create the circle, let's open up our player script one more time by double clicking, and let's move over to our update function, and let's remove these two forward slashes. Now we have those variables, so that's why. So this overlap circle, as you can notice, as a first argument it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we will pass our ground check point, and we need to access the position. So we're gonna type this dot position, and the second thing, comma, we need to pass our ground check radius or the radius. So I'm gonna pass my ground check radius, and the third argument it's gonna take the layer mask. So I'm gonna pass what is ground, and let's close that up with semicolon. And what is ground, I have chosen this ground layer, as we can notice underneath our player scape in the inspector. So now the circle just gonna create from this ground checkpoint with this bunch of radius, and it's only gonna target our ground. So the circle just gonna create from this ground check point with our ground check radius, and it's gonna check with this ground. And let's suppose the circle collide with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value. And if the circle don't collide with this ground, let's suppose the player game object is somewhere around here, so basically means this circle not gonna collide with this ground, then this function over here it's gonna give us a false value. So what we will do, we're gonna store the result, basically whatever it return us, we're gonna store it into a container, and the container should be type, or the parameter should be type of collider 2D. Why? Because this physics 2D dot overlap circle just work like as a collision, so that's why we need to put it a similar container or a similar variable, which will be a collider 2D type container. or parameter, and we can call this one call info or collision info, collision information, and let's set equal to this. So if the circle collide with this ground, then it's gonna this function over here, it's gonna give us true value. So this call info right over here, it's gonna be true. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can notice. So this call info just gonna be true or false depending upon if the circle is colliding with this ground or not. If it's not, then this function over here, it's gonna be false. So that's why this call info, it will be false. So now next time what we're gonna do, now we're gonna check. So let's make first bracket if condition, and then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if call info is equals to true. Basically means that the circle that we created from our ground checkpoint, it's just colliding with this ground. So we checking over here, and if ground is equals to true, basically means the circle just colliding with this ground. So now what we need to do, we need to set back that is ground parameter to true. As you can see right over here inside our jump function, we just setting is ground parameter to false. So we again need to set back to true, so we will able to jump for the next time. For now, I'm just gonna print out a message if we just land if we standing or colliding with that ground or not. So for printing out basically the message basically means the circle is colliding with that ground or not. So for that, I'm gonna print out a message. So I'm gonna type debug.log, and I'm gonna say something like inside quotation player or circle, let's call it circle, circle collided with, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom mask, add a the name of the game object. So we can simply use this plus icon, and you can just put whatever you want to just do that. So I just want to access the name of the game object that we collided with, basically that circle collided with. So we're gonna use this call info, basically this we using this call info to just extract information what the circle collided with. So we're gonna use that parameter. So now we're gonna use this call info, and over here we're gonna type dot game object dot name, and let's close that up with semicolon. So let me explain one more time. So if the circle collided with that ground, as you can see, we checking if call info is equals to true. Then what we doing basically means the circle just colliding with this ground. Then we just printing out a message circle collided with and the name of the game object. So call info dot game object over here basically means the game object the circle collided with. So if the circle collide with this ground, so call info dot game object basically means this ground game object. And then what we doing, we just accessing the name, and we can notice the name of this game object is ground. So the message should be pop up circle collided with and the name of the game object, which is ground. So circle collided with ground message should be pop up inside our console tab. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor in order to check that out. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can just go ahead and check that out. So if the circle just collide with this ground, then it's gonna give us a true value. But the problem is that we're not able to notice our circle. So we want to draw the circle, or we just want to see the circle. For that we need to use a function called onDrawGizmoSelected. So basically we need to open up our script, and we're gonna do it in the bottom. You can do it anywhere you like, it doesn't need to be in order. And the function is onDrawGizmoSelected function, and make sure you just type as I have done it over here. And you can just remove this private if it's up to you, or you can just leave like that. So this function over here on draw gizmo selected, it's gonna draw what we want to draw. So we want to draw a circle around this ground checkpoint with our ground check radius as we specified inside our player script, as you can see in the inspector underneath our player script, which is ground check radius. So this so to draw that we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. So we need to use this gizmo's draw where sphere function, and this function over here, it's as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw the circle, or want to see the sorry, want to create the circle, basically to draw the circle. So we're gonna draw from our ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our ground check radius, and let's close that up with semicolon. But this function just gonna give us an error value if we have done any mistake. So basically means that if we move over to our Unity editor, and let's suppose you just didn't drag it this ground checkpoint to ground checkpoint field underneath your player scape, so this gonna be empty. But over here, as you can see, we still trying to finding that ground check position, and we drawing with our ground check radius. And let's suppose if we didn't assign, then this function over here, it's gonna fail to get that point, so that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the circle, we basically need to check if we assign it our ground checkpoint or not. Basically means if we drag it our ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field or not. So what we're gonna do now, we just want to check if, so we will use this if. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets to check. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we assign it our ground checkpoint or not. So we're gonna set if ground checkpoint, if it's not equal to null, if it's not equal to null, sorry, if it's not equal to null, means that means that this ground checkpoint is not empty, means we just selected our ground checkpoint and we just drag it over to this ground checkpoint field. Basically this is not equal to null or empty. So in that moment we want to draw, so that's why we're gonna put this line of code inside these curly brackets. So let's press down Ctrl X for cut, and we're gonna paste inside these curly brackets by Ctrl V for paste. So what we're doing, firstly let me explain, sorry, let me explain over here. I want like this way, so that's why. So before we drawing the circle, what we doing, we checking if ground checkpoint is not equal to null. Basically means we just drag it this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint underneath our player scape in the inspector. So if it's not equal to null, basically it's not empty, then we drawing our circle. And you can choose the color if you just want to draw with a color that you would like to just go with, then you can specify the color as well. To choose the color, we need to use this gizmos dot color, sorry, gizmos dot color, and we can set the color that we would like to go with or we would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with yellow color, so I'm gonna set equal to color dot yellow, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and we're gonna move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our player scape will compile, you will able to notice the circle will be drawn from that ground checkpoint with our ground check radius, because we just use that function. So now we can notice the circle just drawn from this ground checkpoint, and we can play around with this ground check radius inside our player script. We can set it to 0.1 to make it smaller, we can set it to 0.5 to make it bigger. So I want to just go ahead with 0.2, and that's fine. And now if the circle just collide with this ground, then message should be pop up says player collide with player collided over here. As you can notice, it's circle collided with and the name of the game object, which is ground. So the message should be pop up circle collided with ground. So now let's move over to our Unity editor, and let's click on this play button in order to play our game. And as soon as this circle just gonna collide with our ground, you will able to notice the message in our console tab just gonna pop up says circle collided with ground. So as you can notice, indeed, as soon as our circle just collided with this ground, if we move over to our console tab, we can notice that the message just getting pop up circle collided with ground just getting every single frame. just getting pop up. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So instead of printing out message, what we want to do, we just want to set back is ground to true once again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, because if the circle collided with this ground, basically means this player is on top of this ground. Only that moment we want to jump. So that's why when the circle collided with this ground, then we're gonna set its ground parameter to true. So let's go over to our function. So instead of printing out message, so let's remove that. We're gonna set is ground equal to true. Why we setting is ground equal to true? Because the circle just gonna collide with this ground, and if it's collide with this ground, basically means the player is top of this ground. So that's why is ground I just set it to true. Basically means we gonna able to jump because we standing top of this ground. So that's why. So we just set it to true. So if we move over to our jump function, as you can see, before we jumping, we just checking if is ground is equals to true. Basically means that we are top of this ground. Then what we doing, we just making our player jump in the y-axis, and after that we just setting is ground to false. Means after jumping, we do know that the circle just gonna leave this ground. So that's why we just set is ground to false. But as soon as our circle just gonna collide, this circle just gonna collide with this ground, then again we just setting this is ground parameter to true. And if it's true, as you can see over here, we checking is ground, once again it's become true. Basically the condition over here is true. So that's why we will able to jump for the next time as well. And after jumping, once again we setting is ground to false, as you can see. So means that as soon as this player just gonna be top of this ground, or the circle collide with this ground, only that amount, only that time we will able to jump. So I hope you get the idea. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as the circle just gonna collide with our ground, then we will able to jump. And when it's just gonna leave our ground, then we're not gonna able to jump, because we just doing that thing. Basically as soon as we're leaving this ground, then we're setting is ground to false. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and you will able to notice that. So now if I press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see jumping, but when we are in the air, we're not able to jump or jump at all. So I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom in or zoom out, and if I press down space key on my keyboard, you will able to see we just making jump only. We only making jump when this player game object or the circle colliding with this ground, as you can see. And we're not able to jump in the air at all. But somehow we are able to make a double jump, as you can notice. So basically what we need to do, we can get out of play mode, and we can move over to our script. And over here, if the is call info is equals to false, so else we're gonna check. So let's else and make this curly brackets. Else if the call info is false, basically means that this circle is not colliding with this ground. So at that moment what we need to do, we need to set this is ground parameter to false, because the circle, if we are over here, the circle not gonna be collided with this ground. So that's why else if the circle is not colliding with that ground, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set is ground equal to false, because we're not gonna able to collide with that ground. So that's why else if our circle is not colliding with this ground, then we're setting is ground to false, as you can see. And we can press down Ctrl S one more time to just save our script, and we can just move over to Unity editor in order to check that out. And let's take a look on this. So now it's gonna be fine. So when we are just gonna be in the air, we're not gonna able to jump at all. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. And now if we make our first jump, we can see we only able to jump one more time by now. And when we are able to do it once our this circle colliding with this ground, and we only able to jump as you can notice in this game view, as well as in the scene view, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do that, and you can only make one jump. And we also need to make the double jump. We're gonna take a look on that later. So we can just go ahead with a single jump as well, and basically it's up to you what you want to do that. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure if you turn it your player into prefab, and we can notice a plus icon inside our player, underneath our player game object, with this ground checkpoint. Basically means that if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, then character prefabs, and double click on this player in order to open that up in prefab mode, we're not able to notice our ground checkpoint underneath our player game object in the hierarchy, as well as in the scene view, prefab mode view, as well as you can notice we're not able to see our ground checkpoint underneath our player game object in our hierarchy tab. To see that, or to just save it inside our player prefab as well, we need to make the overrides. So to just go back in hierarchy, we can see the back arrow, so we can click on it in order to go back. And basically we need to select our player, then go over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on this apply all. So the changes over here you've made, it's now gonna save into our player prefab as well. So if I move over to my character prefabs folder, and then double click on this player game object, by now we can notice underneath our player game object in the hierarchy, we can see our ground checkpoint. So basically the changes, if you want to save it inside a prefab as well, then make sure you just select your game object, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. Basically this white square with our player sprite. To do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, and I'm gonna head over to my player underscore sprites folder, as I created over here, as you can notice. So I'm gonna open up the color one, or I'm gonna go with outlined, then this folder. Basically I'm just moving over to this player underscore sprites folder, then outline folder, and I'm gonna select this one, or you can just do this one. So this is gift one, so we need to select the png, which is 120 into 80 underscore png. So we need to select the png, and after doing that, let's find our ideal sprite. So we have it ideal sprite over here, so we're gonna select that, then go over to inspector, click on this open sprite editor. So as soon as we clicked on it, we get a sprite editor tab. As you can notice, we have the player sprite, and we are ready to slice them individually. Before you slice, make sure you go over to inspector and sprite mode to choose multiple. Why? Because we can notice we have more than one sprite, so that's why. And filter mode, we're gonna choose point no filter, because if we take a closer look, we can see it seems blurry, and to get rid of that, we need to choose this filter mode to point of filter in the inspector. And after doing all of these things, then click on this apply button in the bottom right, and as soon as we clicked on it, we can see by now this seems fine. And to make our sprite a little bit bigger, so we need to choose this pixel per unit, a smaller number in the inspector. So we're gonna make it something around 16, and let's click on this apply button one more time in the bottom right. And to slice, we're not gonna slice automatically, instead we just gonna slice individually, grid by cell count. In order to do that, in sprite editor tab, in the top left side we can see slice, so let's click there, and let's select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can notice 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 columns. So we will put 10 columns and one row. And after doing that, let's click on this slice, and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. And let's suppose you just want to make the pivot point or the center point over here, something like chest of this player game object. You can do that as well, and we can say, I guess, 0.45 in the x-axis would be fine. So we're gonna put 0.45 in the x, and I guess we need to move it a little bit over here, so it's gonna be in center. So in the x we can put 0.47 0.47, and in the y we can put, I guess, 0.25 since pretty much great number, so we can put 0.25 or 0.25. And if you just go ahead and then apply, it's gonna do this sprite only, and we don't want that. Instead we want with all of these sprites. So that's why we're gonna click on this slice button in the top left side in our sprite editor tab, and over there we can see pivot and it says center. So just click there and select this custom in the bottom, and you need to pass the value. So we have seen in the x, if we put 0.47, it's gonna be center, as well as in the y we're gonna put 25 as we seen. So we're gonna put 0.25 in the y and 0.47 in the x. And after doing that, let's click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in your sprite editor tab. And now if we select any of these sprites, so let's suppose this one, we can see the pivot point now changes in the x, which is 0.47, and in the y we can notice it's 0.25. so this seems pretty much cool, and you can do with all of those sprites. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select all of these sprite by holding down shift or holding down control, then go over to inspector, sprite mode to choose multiple, and pixel per unit choose something around 16, and filter mode to point a filter to get rid of blurry. And after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom right. We can notice as soon as we clicked on it, it's gonna be fine. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select the ideal sprite. Let's select that and then click on this arrow to see the individual. So I'm going to select my game view over here once again in the top left, and I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy. And if we move over to inspector sprite renderer component, we can see sprite slot and it says square. So we're going to replace with our player sprite. To do that, we're going to select the first sprite or any of them, basically the ideal. So I'm going to select the first one. Let's drag it over to this field in our inspector, and as soon as we drag it, we can see or we can notice our player sprite by now. And we need to adjust the collider 2D, basically the box collider 2D of this player game object, as well as well as the feet of this player game object as well. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and then go over to box collider 2D component, and then click on this edit collider, and let's edit the collider as the size of our player sprite, something like this much. And this seems pretty much great. And also we need to drag our ground checkpoint fit of this player game object. So I'm going to select my ground checkpoint, basically go over to hierarchy, then select your player, and then click over here to see the child game object, and let's move this game object fit of this player game object. So I'm going to select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it in the bottom side somewhere around here. I guess it's gonna be fine, or fit of this player game object. Now this seems pretty much fine, as you can notice. And once you are done, make sure you go over to inspector, then overrides, and then click on apply all. So the changes you made over here, it's gonna be saved. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, it's gonna be fine. So just wait a moment, and once we are done, we can check that out. And we also need to flip our player in the direction player is going, and let me show you what we really doing. So we need to do that. Just wait a moment. And now if we start moving left and right, we can see it's working fine. So basically we need to adjust the box collider 2D as well as the ground checkpoint that we created fit of this player game object. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and as we seen that this player is not flipping to the left direction once it's started moving to the left direction. So we need to flip this player to the left direction as well. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector in the right, and then move over to this transform component, then rotation, and in the y if I set to something like -180 or 180, we can notice that this player flips to the left direction. And if we put 0, 0 back to 0, we can see it's flips to the right direction. So basically we need to set the Euler angles in the y of this player game object minus 180 once this player game object started moving to the left direction. To do that, we're gonna open up our script, and for that we're just gonna create a variable to just keep track of which direction we looking. So as you can see, we're looking to the right direction, so we're gonna create a parameter which will be bool. It can be true or false, and it just gonna keep track of which direction this player game object is facing. So now we're gonna move over to our scape, and we will go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, and we're gonna make it in the bottom, or you can make it anywhere you like. And that we're gonna make that one private, and this will be a bool parameter which can be true or false. And we can call this something like facing underscore right, something like that. And I'm going to close that up with semicolon, and then I'm going to move over to this start function. So in this start of the game, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set my facing right equal to true. So I'm going to set facing right equal to true, and let's close that up with semicolon. Why I said facing right equal facing underscore right to true in the start of the game, because if I move over to my Unity editor, we can notice that this player game object is looking to the right direction. So that's why in the start of the game, this player just gonna look to the right direction. So that's why I just said in the start function facing right to true. And now if we start moving to the left direction, then we need to flip our player game object to the left direction. And as soon as we're gonna flip it, we're gonna set facing right parameter to false. Why? Because we will no longer able to look towards to the right direction. So that's why after flipping this player to the left direction, we're gonna set facing right parameter to false. So now what we do, we're gonna use this movement parameter to just flip. Why? Because this movement, we do know it's responsible for which direction we going. If we going to the left direction, then this movement over here, it's gonna be -1, and we do know that -1 basically means it's going to the left direction. And if the movement is 1, then that means that our player game object, it's going to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna use this movement parameter to just keep track of which direction we moving or started running or working. And for that, I'm gonna make a separate function, and let's make it over here. For function, I'm gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it something like flip, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we want to check. So we're gonna use this if condition. So we will check firstly if movement is lesser than 0 if that is the case. And we do know that if we start moving to the left direction, then that movement over here, basically this one, it's gonna be -1. And over here we checking if movement is lesser than 0 so if we start moving to the left direction, so this movement will be -1, and -1 is lesser than 0. And we do know the condition is getting true, basically means that we started moving to the left direction. And also we want to check at the same time, so we for that we're gonna use this end, and we will check if facing right is equals to true, basically means that. And let's make curly brackets. It's basically means that our player is looking to the right direction, but our player is going to the left direction. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to flip our enemy. So as you can see, if movement is lesser than 0 at the same time, if our player is looking to the right direction, then what we need to do, we need to flip our player to the left direction. And in order to flip that, we basically need to use this transform dot Euler angles. And this Euler angles gonna have, sorry, transform dot Euler angles, and we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, and this vector 3 just gonna have x axis, y axis, and the z axis. And let's close that up with semicolon. So basically what we're doing, we basically going over to this player transform, and we accessing the Euler angles which has x-axis, y-axis and the z-axis. So we do know that if we set the y minus 180, then this player just gonna flip to the left direction. And let me show you one more time. If we go to transform, rotation, and in the y, if we put 180 or minus 180, we can notice as soon as we put, it's flipped to the left direction. So in the y, we basically need to put minus 180 or 180 or minus 180. So it's gonna flip to the left direction. So I'm gonna set back to 0 once again, and let's move over to our script. So in the y, so we just setting the Euler angles. So in the y, what we gonna do, we're gonna put minus 180 or 180, so it's gonna flip to the left direction. And in the x axis, we don't want to do anything, so in the x we're gonna put 0, and we're gonna do the same thing in the z axis, so we're gonna set it to 0. And after flipping this enemy to the left direction, we will set the facing right parameter to false. Why? Because if we flip this enemy to the left direction, then this player game object, if we flip this player to the left direction, then it's gonna look to the left direction. So that's why after flipping, we just want to set the facing right parameter to false. So after flipping, what we will do, we're gonna set facing right equal to false, because we will no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why, so firstly we check if we moving to the left direction, and the same time if we looking to the right direction, then what we doing, firstly we just flipping our player to the left direction as you can see, and after flipping we just setting facing right to false as you can notice. Means we will no longer able to look to the right direction, so that's why we just facing right, I just set equal to false. And now we also need to call this flip function, and we're gonna call it inside this update function, because this update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just need to keep track of which direction this player game object is going. So that's why we're gonna call the function inside our update function. So let's call it in the bottom something like that, flip, and make first bracket, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we start moving to the left direction, you will able to notice our player just gonna flips in the left direction. And after flipping, we just setting facing right parameter to false. Why? Because we will no longer able to look to the right direction. So that's why after flipping to the left direction, I just set facing right parameter to false. And just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can go and check that out. So just wait a moment and you will see. Just wait a moment, it's taking a little bit longer time, I really apologize for it. Now it's done. And if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and if we try to start moving to the left direction, you will see this player just gonna flip to the left direction as soon as we're gonna press down A key on our keyboard. So now if I press down A key, basically start moving to the left direction, we can notice indeed as soon as we start moving to the left direction, this player flips to the left direction as you can notice. And if we select our player, then go over to inspector, then transform, rotation in the Y, we can see it's became 180. And but the problem is that right now if we start moving to the right direction, this player not flipping to the right direction at all. So to flip that, if we select our player, then go over to inspector and rotation, sorry, transform, then rotation, and if we set back this Y to 0, we can notice that we this player now it's flipped to the right direction one more time. And after flipping to the right direction, we will set the facing right parameter to true. Why? Because in this case, as you can notice, it's gonna look to the right direction. So that's why after flipping our player to the right direction, we're gonna set facing right parameter to true. So let's get out of play mode and let's do inside our code. So let's go over to our scape, and now we're gonna move over to our flip function. Now over here we're gonna check which direction we going. So else if, let's make, sorry, this will be else if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if we going to the right direction. So we're gonna use this movement one more time, and we will check if this movement is greater than 0f. And we do know that if the movement is greater than 0f, basically means if we hold down D key, then that movement just gonna be 1, and 1 is definitely greater than 0f. Even 0.1 is greater than 0f, means that we just going to the right direction. At the same time, I just want to check if we're looking to the left direction. So I will check at the same time if we're going to the right direction at the same time, and I'm gonna check if facing right is equals to false. It basically means that our player is looking to the left direction. Now what we need to do, we need to set back this y to 0. So basically we're just gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here by Control V. So in the y, what we will do, we're just gonna set back to 0. So we don't know, as soon as we're gonna put 0, it's gonna look to the right direction, and after looking to the right direction, we're gonna set facing right parameter to true. Why? Because this player, after flipping to the right direction, it's gonna look towards to the right direction, so that's why. So after flipping, we're gonna set facing right equal to true. And now that's fine, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and then move over to Unity editor. So firstly what we're doing, we're checking if the movement is greater than 0f. Basically means we just going over to right direction, at the same time facing right is false. Basically means if we're looking to the left direction, then we just flipping our player to the right direction, and after flipping we just setting facing right parameter to true once again. Why? Because we're gonna look to the right direction, so that's why after flipping I just set facing right parameter to true. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, let's go ahead and let's take that out. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. Firstly, we just gonna start moving to the left direction, and if we start, then our player just gonna look to the direction in which direction player is going. So as you can see, player is flipping to the left direction, and now if we start moving to the right direction, we can notice as soon as we start moving to the right direction, we can see this player is now just looking to the right direction. And if we flip, so basically this working fine, as you can see. Now our player is flipping in the direction player is going, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. So before we flip, what we have done, we basically checking. So firstly we're checking that if we going to the left direction, at the same time if we just looking to the right direction, then we flipping our player to the left direction, and after flipping we just facing right parameter, we just set it false, because we're gonna look towards to the left direction. So that's why we just facing right, we just set it to false. But and then what we're doing, but if we going to the right direction, and if our player is looking to the left direction, as you can see, facing right is equals to false. Basically means the player is not looking to the right direction. Then what we're doing, firstly we just flipping our player to the right direction, and after flipping we just set the facing right to true, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can flip your player game object in the direction player is going. Don't have any animation of this player, and we need to make that. We need to make idle animation, we need to make attack animation, and all of those things. But before I do, let me show you. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top to play our game, you will see the player game object not gonna play idle animation clip or any animation clip. It's just gonna stack, or it's not gonna do anything like that. And you will see as soon as our game started, as you can notice, it's not playing the idle animation clip or any animation clip. So let's get out of play mode, and to make the animation we need this animation tab. And if you're not able to find this animation tab, then go to window in the top, in the top bar you can see window, then scroll down to the bottom says animation, and then you can click on this animation in order to bring that tab. And also we have the animator tab, we also need this, and the shortcut key you can notice in the right section, which is Ctrl+6. So I'm gonna drag my animation tab over here, and to create the animation, firstly I'm gonna create a animation folder to just keep my project clean. To do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets. Let's right click there, create folder in the top, and we can call this folder to something like animation. So let's call this folder animation. And also I'm gonna create a subfolder inside this animation folder for my player animation, because I'm gonna have multiple animations clips, basically multiple game object animation clip, means animation, some trap animation, and all of those animation clip. So that's why I just want to create a separate subfolder for this player animation. To do that, I'm gonna open up this animation folder by double clicking on it, and let's right click on that folder, then create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like player underscore animation. I just created this folder to keep our project clean. And now I'm gonna place my all of animation clip of this player game object inside this player underscore animation folder. To do that, but before we do, we need to slice it individually, so make sure you just do that. Basically, firstly you need to move over to this project tab, assets, and then this sprites folder, then player sprites folder, and we're gonna choose our player ideal. So I have it over here, and I already sliced it as you seen earlier. So if I just click on this arrow, and we can see all of the individual sprite as you can notice. So to create the animation, we need to select our player in the hierarchy first, then click on this create button in our animation tab in order to create the animation. So what we will do, we will go to top left, this arrow icon in the top left. So let's click there, and then click on this assets, and inside these assets we can notice we created a animation folder. So I'm gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and we can also see we have the sub animation folder, which is player underscore animation subfolder. So I'm gonna open that up because I want to place the player animation clips inside that folder. I just want to keep inside that folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it as well. And now we have to name the animation, what we name it. So we want to name this animation clip player underscore idle. So I'm gonna call it player underscore idle, something like that. And let's click on the save button in the bottom right section to create the animation. And now what we need to do, we need to drag all of the sprite inside this animation tab right over here. But before you do, make sure you click on this red button in animation tab to record your animation, else it's not going to do that. So make sure you just do it, and then select all of the individual sprites by holding down shift, and then drag it over to this animation tab. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button, we can notice the animation is playing, but it seems pretty much fast. So what we can do, we can select all of the individual sprite, and we can just move it in our animation tape something like around 1 second. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, as you can see the animation seems pretty much fine, and you can just play around with that. I'm gonna make it something around 40, and if I click on this play button, the animation seems pretty much cool, as you can see our player animation. And once you are satisfied, then click on this red button to capture the animation, or to record your animation, or you can just leave it as well, to just as well it's gonna automatically capture the animation clip. Now we need to create other animation clip like the running one, attack, jumping, and all of those. So I'm going to select the running one. To do that, we need to select the running sprite sheet from that folder. So I'm going to move over to my that folder, and let's select the walk or well slide. We have all of those animation clip. So we need to find the running one. This is one, the dash one, attack, crouch. So we need to find the running. idle jump roll run. So we have it over here, as you can notice. So we will select that as sprite, then go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and as you can see, we're gonna slice, instead of slicing automatic, we're gonna slice by grid by cell count. So let's click on the slice button in the top left in our sprite editor tab, and then select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we have 3, 6, 9, 10 columns. So we're gonna put 10 columns. So click on the slice button one more time, and then put 10 columns and 1 row. And also we need to change the pivot point as we change it with our ideal sprite sheet, or else we're gonna get some weird thing. So make sure you do that. So pivot point from this center, so I'm gonna click on it and then click on this custom, and in the X we do know that we have put point 47 in the X, so we're gonna put to 4.47 in the X, and in the Y we're gonna put 0.25 as we have done with our ideal sprite sheet. So make sure you just do that, or else the animation just gonna look weird. So that's why. And after doing that, click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in your sprite editor tab. And if we select any of this sprite, let's suppose this one, we can see the pivot point is over here. Basically in the X is 0.47 as you can notice, and in the Y it's 0.25. And if we I'm going to select my game view once again, and I'm going to move over to that basically that run sprite, and let's click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprite. And to make our this running a sprite, what we can do, we need to select our player game object one more time in the hierarchy, then go over to your animation tab and then click over here, and then click on this create new clip, and you can name the clip what you want. So this will be the running one, so I'm gonna call player underscore run, something like that. Let's call it player underscore run. And after doing that, let's click on the save button. And what we need to do now, we need to click on this red button in our animation tab to record our animation, and we need to drag all of the individual sprites of running. So we're gonna select all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it inside this animation tab. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button, we can see the animation, but the problem is that it seems too much fast, as you can notice. So we need to make spaces between these sprites, individual sprite. To do that, we're gonna select like this, and let's move it over to 40 as we have done with our ideal sprite. So now if I click on this play button, we can see the running animation clip by now, as you can see. And I'm gonna move it over to something around, let's move it over to 42, and this seems pretty much fine. And once we are satisfied, we can just click on this red button to capture the animation, or we can just leave like that, it's automatically gonna capture the animation. But I'm gonna show you that how you can make the animation clip fast way. But before I do, let me show you the ideal animation clip. And let's suppose you want to select the ideal animation clip, or you just want to see that, then make sure you select your player in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab and then click over here, and then choose this player underscore ideal, and then click on this play button, and we can see the ideal animation clip. And we can also notice our run animation clip by going over to this animation tab and then click here, and we're gonna choose player underscore run, and we can click on this play button to see our running animation clip. So now that's seems pretty much fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna show you that how you can make the animation in a fast way. So I'm gonna select my animation tab, and I'm gonna toggle it over here once again, and I'm gonna move over to my project tab. And now we need to create our jump animation clip, a jump animation clip and attack animation clip. So we need to make those. So let's do that. So firstly, I'm gonna make the jump one. So I'm gonna select that jump sprite sheet from that folder, then go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and I'm gonna click on this apply button. So we're gonna select our jump sprite sheet, then go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, then go over to your sprite editor tab, and we need to slice grid by cell count instead of slicing it automatic. So we're gonna click on this slice button. Let's select grid by cell count and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can see 3 columns, so we're gonna put 3 columns and 1 row. And also make sure you select these pivot points from the center. Basically click on the center and then click on this custom, and in the x we're gonna put 0.0.47, and in the x we're gonna put 0.25, as we have done with our run spreadsheet as well as the ideal one. So make sure you just do that, or else you're gonna get some weird. So that's why let's click on this slice and then click on this apply button in the top right in our Sprite editor tab. And I'm going to select my game view, and to make the animation in a fast way we're going to move over to that spreadsheet. So in our case jump, and then click on this arrow to see individual sprite and select all of them by holding down shift from that folder, and then drag it over to top of this player game object in the hierarchy in order to make the animation fast way. So make sure you drag it top of your player game object, not the child one. Inside the child one, don't do it. Basically you need to drag it top of this player game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. And now we're going to go over to our assets folder. So let's click on this double arrow in the top left and let's click on this assets. And now we're going to move over to our animation folder, then player animation, and we're going to call this one player underscore. So this will be the jump one, so we're going to call it player underscore jump, something like that. And let's click on this save. And now if we select our player, then go over to our animation tab and then click over here and then choose this player underscore jump and then click on this play button. We can notice the jump animation clip is playing over again and again, as you can notice. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now we're gonna make the we what we will do, we're gonna make the fall animation clip, or we can simply drag it our fall animation. So let's do that. Basically what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my animation tab, let's drag it over here, or let's toggle it. I'm gonna make the fall one as well, and we need to find the fall sprite sheet. So we have it over here, so I'm gonna select that, go over to inspector, let's click on this open sprite editor, and we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with our jump, ideal, and the run one. So let's do that. So I'm going to do it. Let's click on this apply, and now I'm going to select on that, click on this arrow to see the individual. I'm going to select this all of this by falling animation clips, all of them by holding down shift, and let's drag it over to this animation tab, and we're going to drag it inside this player jump. So that's why I just toggle it this animation tab over here, because I want to make the complete animation clip. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, we can notice we playing the player jump and the fall at the same time. And also make sure you click on this red button to record your animation, else it's not gonna do that. So make sure you just do it, and we're gonna click on it one more time to capture the animation. And now I'm gonna drag my animation tab over here, and if I select my player, then go over to my animation tab and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the player jump, at the same time it's playing the fall animation clip. Basically we have done this thing. Basically I want the fall at once, so that's why I have done it. So make sure you just do that as I did over here, or you can just live with the jump as well, it's basically up to you. And now we need to create other animation clip, which will be the attack, death, or taking damages. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select the attack one. So let's select that, let's click on this open sprite editor, and we're gonna slice individually. So we have 4, so let's put 4, then slice, and then click on this apply button. But make sure you choose the pivot point, which is point 47 in the x, and in the y which is 0.25 or 0.25. And after doing that, let's click on it and let's select all of them. So click on this arrow in order to see the individual sprite, and select all of them by holding down shift, and then drag it over to top of your player game object in the hierarchy in order to make the animation right away. So we will go to top left assets, then animation, player animation, and this one will be the attack one. So we will call player underscore something like attack. So let's call it player underscore attack. And after doing that, let's click on the save button. And now if we go over to our animation tab and then click over here and then choose this player attack and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the attack animation clip. So I hope you get the idea. And now we need to create the other attack animation clip. So we have other, so let's do that. I'm gonna choose this. So let's choose the attack tool. So let's click on this open sprite editor, 3 6, so 6 column and pivot point custom, then choose this point as 47 in the x and 0.25 in the y. Let's click on slice, then apply, and now we're gonna do the same thing. So let's do that, and let's drag it over to top of this player game object in order to make the animation right away. So we will go to assets, animation, player animation, and this will be the player underscore attack 2. So we're gonna call it player underscore attack 2 animation clip, and then let's click on the save button. And now if we move over to our animation tab, then choose this player attack 2 and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the player attack 2 animation clip. Now let's create the attack 3 one. So I'm going to select the attack 3. So let's select that. Let's click on this open sprite editor in the inspector, and now let's slice. So how many columns and rows we have? So 3 6 9 10, so 10 columns, and pivot point, choose custom in the bottom, and then choose in the x 0.47 and in the y 0.25, and let's click on slice, then apply. And now we're gonna click on this arrow and let's select all of them by holding down shift, basically individual sprite, and let's drag it top of this player game object in the hierarchy to animate to make the animation right away. So let's click on this double arrow in the top left side, and let's click on this arrow, sorry, assets, then animation, player animation, and this will be the attack 3. So we will call this one player underscore attack 3. So this will be the attack 3, and let's click on that save. And now if we move over to our animation tab and select our player in the hierarchy, then choose this player attack 3 underscore attack 3 and then click on this play button, we can notice it's playing the attack 3 animation clip, and this seems very much fine. And now we need to make the death one as well as the hit, basically taking damages. So we need to find that sprite sheet first from that folder. So let's find that out. So we have the hit over here, fall, death, dash, dash, jump, roll, slide, run, slide, turn around, while climb, wall, hang, wall, slide. So basically the hit one is over here. Or what else we can do, basically we can select our player and we can click over here in our animation tab and then click on this create new clip in the bottom, and then we can call this animation clip to something like a player underscore hit or heart. Let's call it player underscore heart, and make sure you place your animation clip inside your player underscore animation subfolder. Firstly go to assets, animation, player animation, and then you can place the animation over here. And I'm gonna call this animation clip to something like player underscore heart. So let's call it player underscore heart, and after doing that let's click on the save button. And what we're gonna do in this animation clip, we just want this player to be red, and then it's get back to normal color, and then once again we're gonna set it to red, and then it's gonna get back to normal color. As you know how we can make the heart animation clip. So to do that, let's click on this red button in our animation tab to capture the animation or to record the animation. So we will move one frame. Let's move it one frame in our animation tab like this, and then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then click on this color fill, and we can choose all the way to the red. And now we're going to move one more frame in our animation tab, and we will go to inspector, sprite renderer, and then color, and we're going to set back to white, basically to normal color. And then we're going to go over to once again one more frame, and then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then color, and we're going to choose red. And once again we're going to go one more frame, and we're going to set back this color normal, like this. And now what we can do, simply we can copy all of these animation clips, basically this color, by control C, and let's move it over here, this, and we can press down control V to paste. And now we're gonna link this over here, and if we click on this play button, by now as you can notice it's playing the heart animation clip of this player game object. And if you just want a little bit further, then you can simply copy all of these keyframes and press down control C to copy, and you can paste it over here by control V. And I want to here, and if we click on this play button, now this seems pretty much good. And once we're done, we can click on this red button to capture the animation, or you can just leave like that, it's automatically gonna capture the animation, but I prefer you to do this. And once you're done, we are basically fine. And if we select our player, then go over to animation tab, now we can see we have all of the animation clip. Now we're gonna create the dash one, so let's create that, and it's gonna be fine. So let's do that. To make the dash one, we will go to our project tab, then then we will move over to assets folder, then sprites folder, then player underscore sprites folder, and let's move over to our that folder. So I'm gonna move over to my outline folder, then this png, and let's find out our dash one. So we have the dash one over here, so we'll select that, and let's click on this. Let's go over to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and we have two frames, so columns, we're gonna put two columns, sorry, not one, two columns. And then pivot to select this custom in the bottom, and then choose 0.47 in the X and 0.25 in the Y. And after doing that, let's click on this slice, and then click on this apply button. And now we need to make the animation. To make the animation, let's click on this arrow to that sprite sheet, and then select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it over to top of your player game object in the hierarchy to make the animation right away. So we will go to top left, assets, basically click on that double arrow in the top left, then go over to assets, and in assets we have the animation folder. So let's open that up by double clicking on it, and let's open up our player underscore animation subfolder as well by double clicking on it. And we need to name the animation, so this will be the dash one, so we can call player underscore dash, something like that. And after doing that, let's click on the save button in the bottom right to make the animation. And now if I select my game view once again, and then select this player, go over to my animation tab, and then click here, and then choose the dash one, and then click on this play button, we can notice the animation clip. So somehow I don't want some animation clip to be looped, like this attack 1, attack 2, and the attack 3. So I don't want this animation clip to be looped. So to prevent that, what we basically need to do, we basically need to go over to our project tab, then assets folder, and then animation folder, then player underscore animation folder. Basically we need to move over to that folder, in which folder we place all of our animation clip of this player game object. So I have done inside my this animation folder, and then inside my this player underscore animation folder, and we can notice we have all of the animation clip. We have the player underscore attack, player underscore attack 2, player underscore attack 3, and so on. So I'm gonna select this player underscore attack, and I don't want this animation clip to be looped, so that's why I'm gonna select that clip, then go over to inspector in the top right, go over to inspector in the right section, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time. So this animation not gonna be looped at all, and I'm gonna do the same thing with my attack 2. So I'm gonna uncheck the loop time in the inspector, and let's do the same thing with attack 3. And also I'm gonna uncheck the I'm gonna leave the dash one, and I'm gonna choose the hard one. Let's uncheck the loop time, and I'm gonna leave the idle and the jump as well as the run. So I don't want this I want this animation clip to be loop, so that's why I'm just leaving the loop time as check in inspector, as you can notice. So basically I just uncheck the loop time of this player game object with the hard one, basically the attack 1, attack 2, and attack 3, and I have done the same thing with the hard one. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the animation clip and how you can make your animation clip in a fast way. And once you are done with all of those things, so make sure you select your player, and if we move over to inspector, we can see an animator component just added once we created all of those animation clip, and we can see plus icon in this animator component. So to get rid of that, or basically to attach this animator component to this player game object prefab as well, then we need to move over to inspector, overrides, and then click on this apply all button. So the changes we made over here, it's gonna be saved into inside this player game object prefab as well. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my project. So whatever I have done in Unity editor, it's gonna be saved. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. We need to make animation transition between those animation clip. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, then move over to my animator tab, as you can see we have created this player underscore run, player underscore jump, player underscore attack, player underscore attack 2, player underscore attack 3, and all of those animation clip. So we need to make transition between these animation clip, and if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will notice as soon as our game just gonna start, this player idle animation just gonna play right after the game start. Why? Because that one is a default one, and we can make any animation clip the default one. As you can see, as soon as our game started, our player just playing the idle animation clip over again and again. Let's suppose you want the running animation clip as the default one, then you can select that clip, right click on it, and then click on this set as layer default state. And as soon as we set, we can notice this player game object is now playing the run animation clip, which I don't want. I want the idle animation clip as the default one. So I'm going to right click on it, and let's click on this set as layer default state. So we need to make transition between this animation clip. To do so, we're going to get out of play mode, and then select your player game object in the hierarchy, then move over to this animator tab. And if you're not able to find your animator tab, then go to window in the top bar and scroll down to animation, and then you can see the animator tab. So we have the animator tab now let's make transition between our player idle to player run. So we're gonna select our player idle, let's right click on it, and let's click on this make transition, and we're gonna make transition to our player run. And if we select this transition or this arrow, then go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck this has exit time. Why? We as soon as possible we want to play the running animation clip of this player game object as soon as is started moving to the left and right direction. So that's why I just uncheck the has exit time, and also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play our game. Play our running animation clip. So for that we need to choose a condition. To do so, we're gonna move over to our animator tab, then click on this parameter, and then click on this plus icon. And for this, we're gonna choose a float parameter, and we can call this one to something like run. So let's call it run, and now we're gonna choose this condition. So to choose that condition, we're gonna select our transition, then go over to inspector, scroll down, and then click on this plus icon. And we're gonna choose if run parameter is greater than with some smaller number. So we will check with some smaller number, something like 0.01 or zero point 0.1. So let's check with 0.1. So if run parameter we set to something like 1 and 1 gonna be greater than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this run animation just gonna play. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top to play the game and then manually set this run parameter to 1 in our animator tab, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna set it to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip of this player. Why? Because we can notice if we move over to inspector, we have chosen that if run is greater than 0.1. So if I set this run parameter manually to 1 in my animator tab, as you can see, as soon as we set, it just playing the running animation clip over again and again. Why? Because this run we set 1. So if I select this transition, and we can notice that 1 is gonna be greater than 0.1. So 1 is greater than 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why this running animation clip of this player game object is playing over again and again. But we are stuck in run animation clip forever, so we also need to get back to our ideal animation clip. So let's get out of play mode and let's make transition to back to our ideal. So let's right click on this player underscore run animation clip and let's make transition back to our player underscore ideal. And let's select this back transition, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck this has exit time, because as soon as our player game object just gonna stops moving, we want to play right away the ideal animation clip of this player game object. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and also we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play that animation clip. So we're gonna choose this run condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna check with lesser number, and we will check with a smaller number, something like 0.1 or zero point 0.1. So if we set this run parameter to something like 0, so if the run is 0 and 0 will be lesser than zero point 0.1, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why the ideal animation just gonna play. Let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top to play the game, and if we set this run parameter manually to 1, then it's gonna play the run animation clip, and if we set it back to 0, then it's gonna play the player underscore ideal animation clip. So now if I set this run parameter to 1 manually in my animator tab, as you can see, as soon as we set, it's playing the running. And if I set back this run parameter to 0, as you can see, as soon as we set, it's playing the player underscore ideal animation clip. Why? Because if we select our transition from player underscore run to player underscore ideal, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we have chosen that condition if run is lesser than 0.1. So we set the run parameter to 0, and 0 is definitely lesser than 0.1. So that's why the condition getting true. That's why the player underscore ideal animation is playing over again and again. Now we're gonna get out of play mode and let's work with this player jump. So we want to jump from this player ideal to player run. Let's suppose this player game object. So if I select my player, then select this move tool, and I'm gonna move it down something over here. So let's suppose this player is moving left and right or standing at one point, but as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we want to play the jump animation right away, no matter what this player is doing. It's like attacking or moving left and right or standing at one point. So that's why we can do from this any state, we can just right click on it and we can make transition to player jump. But it's sometime it glitches, so that's why I'm gonna make transition from this player idle, as well as I'm gonna make transition from this player underscore run to our player underscore jump. So let's right click on this player underscore idle, and let's make transition to player underscore jump, and we're gonna make the transition from this player as well. So we're gonna right click on it and let's make transition to player jump. and we're gonna select this transition from this idle to our player jump, then go over to inspector and we're gonna uncheck the hair's exit time, because as soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we want to play the jump animation clip of this player game object right away. So that's why we just uncheck the hash exit time. And transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play our jump animation clip. So for that, we're gonna choose a second condition. To do that, we will move over to our animator tab, then click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a bool parameter which can be true or false, and we can call this one to something like jump. So let's call it jump. And now we're going to choose this condition. To do that, let's go over to inspector, scroll down, and let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to click over here to choose the condition, and we're going to choose jump, and we will set if jump is true. Basically means that if we set this jump parameter to true, basically means check, means true, then it's gonna play the player underscore jump animation clip of this player game object right away, because we have chosen that condition. So that's why. And we're gonna do the same thing from this player underscore run to jump. So let's select this transition, go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0, and let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, and we're gonna choose jump is true. If it's true, then it's gonna play the player underscore jump animation clip. So let's check that out. Let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look. So we're gonna set this jump parameter manually to true or false. To true or false basically means check or unchecked, you can simply say. So now if I just go ahead in my animator tab and then set this jump parameter to true or check, as you can see, as soon as we check, it just playing the player underscore jump animation clip right away. and and if I just uncheck, it's stuck in a jump animation clip forever. So we also need to go back to our player idle or player run, depending upon if this player is moving left and right, then it's need to play the run animation clip. And if the player is standing at one point, basically not moving at all, then we want to play the idle animation clip. So let's get out of play mode and let's make a back transition. So we're gonna select our player underscore jump, let's right click on it, and let's make transition back to our player underscore idle, and we're gonna do the same thing from this player jump to our player run. And now we're gonna select the back transition, let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the hash exit time, because as soon as we're gonna land top of this ground, we just want to play the idle or the run depending upon what this player game object actually is doing. If it's moving, then we want to play the run instead of the idle. And we're gonna set the transition duration to 0, and we're gonna scroll down and we're gonna click on this plus icon to choose the condition. And we're gonna choose, firstly we're gonna choose jump to false, basically means if we set this jump to false means uncheck, then it's gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip. And we can choose the second condition, which is 1, and we can check with lesser number. But if we don't choose any condition, then it's gonna automatically move over to that animation. So I'm gonna leave with my player idle, from this player jump to player idle, but I'm gonna do the same thing with from jump to run, and we're gonna change a condition. So let's choose the back transition from this player jump to our player run. Let's go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the hash exit time, as well as we're gonna set the transition duration to 0. So first condition I'm gonna choose if we set this jump parameter to false, if. And the second condition I want to choose, so let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose if run is greater than with some smaller number. So I'm gonna check with 0.1, so I'm gonna pass 0.1, like as we have done from this player idle to player run. So we have chosen that condition. So if we set this jump parameter to false, and if the run parameter is 1, then this player game object just gonna play the run animation clip as soon as this player game object land top of this ground instead of the idle. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can notice in the inspector. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top and manually set this jump parameter to true or false, mean checked or unchecked, you will able to notice the animation clip just gonna play depending upon what this player game object is really doing. So now if I set this jump parameter to check, basically true, we can see the animation is playing, which is jump. And if I set this jump parameter to uncheck, basically means false, we can notice it's playing the idle because this player is not moving at all, and the run parameter is 0. And if I set this run parameter to 1 and then set this jump parameter to true, basically check, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip. But if I set this jump parameter to uncheck, basically means false, you will notice it's gonna play the run animation clip instead of the idle. Why? Because we can see the run parameter we have chosen 1. So, and if we move over to inspector, we have chosen two conditions. First condition, if jump is false, and the second condition that if run is greater than 0.1. So the run, we can notice it's 1, and 1 is definitely greater than 0.1. So the both of these condition getting true, so that's why it's gonna play the player underscore run instead of the player underscore idle. So if I set this jump parameter to uncheck, means false, we can notice now it's playing the running instead of the idle animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition between this animation clip. And we're gonna get out of play mode, and we also need to make transition to player attack 3. And I'm gonna talk about player heart for now. So I'm gonna select that, and we're gonna make the transition from any state. So let's suppose this player game object is moving left and right or jumping. We don't want anything, we just want to play the player heart animation clip right away, no matter what this player game object is really doing. We just want to play the heart animation clip right away. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from any state. So let's right click on this any state and make transition to our player heart, and we're gonna select this transition. Let's go over to inspector, then we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, it's gonna be, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0, and we're gonna scroll down, and we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play the heart animation clip. And for that we're gonna choose a trigger parameter. To do that, let's go over to animator tab, let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a trigger in the bottom, and we have to name the trigger what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it heart or damage. So let's call it heart, and let's choose this condition. So let's go over to inspector, let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, and we're gonna choose if heart, basically means that if we trigger this heart parameter, then it's gonna play the heart animation clip right away. Why? Because we have chosen that condition, as you can take a look in our inspector mode, as you can see in the inspector. And now we also need to make transition from this player heart to player jump, player idle, as well as player run, no matter what we're doing. So, or we will stuck forever inside this player underscore heart animation clip. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this player heart to player jump, player idle, as well as player run. So let's right click on this player heart, and let's make transition to our player idle, and we're gonna select the transition from this player heart to our player idle, and then go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time as take, and exit time I'm gonna choose 1. Why? Because I want to play the complete animation clip of this heart animation clip, then I want to play the ideal animation clip. So that's why I just leave the has exit time as take, and I just have chosen exit time to 1. And exit time 1 over here basically means the 100%. It's basically means we want to play the 100% animation clip of this player heart, and after that we just want to go to this player idle. So that's why we just have chosen exit time to 1, and we just leave this has exit time as take. And transition duration we're gonna choose 0, and if we scroll down, we can choose a condition for it, like if run is 0, so we can choose that, or we can just leave it like that. It's automatically just gonna make transition from this player heart to player idle once our player heart animation clip played 100%. So that's why we just leave the has exit time and exit time to 1. And now we're gonna make transition from this player heart to player jump and player run. So let's right click on this player heart, let's make transition to player jump, as well as we're gonna make transition to our player heart, as you can see. So this seems fine now. and we're gonna choose transition from this player heart to our player jump. So let's select this transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time. Why? We want to play the jump animation clip right away. So as soon as this player game object jumps, the right away I want to play the jump animation clip instead of the hard one. So that's why I just uncheck the has exit time, and I'm gonna set transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, in which condition we want to play the jump animation clip, we do know we created a parameter for this jump, so we're gonna choose that parameter, which is our jump. So let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, jump, and we're gonna choose if jump is true. If that is the case, then we're gonna play the jump animation clip right away. And now we're gonna do the same thing from this player heart to our player run. So let's select the transition, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as our player game object just gonna start moving, we don't want to play the heart animation clip completely. We want to play the running animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time. And transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition. So we're gonna choose the run condition for playing our run. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we will choose if run is greater than with a smaller number. So I will check with 0.1 or 0.1. Basically it's smaller number. So now it's gonna be fine. So now it's fine, and we can arrange them like this. And I'm gonna move this one here, here, and here. So this seems perfect, as you can notice. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna manually trigger this heart parameter in our animator tab, you will able to notice this player game object just gonna play the heart animation clip right away as soon as we're gonna trigger that. So if I trigger my heart parameter, as you can see, as soon as we triggering, it's playing the complete heart animation clip of this player game object. And once it's done, it's just playing the player underscore idle, because we haven't chosen that condition. So that's why it's automatically making transition from this heart to our player run. And now if I set this player run parameter to 1, it's playing the run animation clip. But if I trigger this heart parameter, as you can see, as soon as we triggering, it's playing the heart animation clip, but it's not playing completely because we have chosen has exit time. We basically uncheck the has exit time, so that's why it's not playing completely the heart animation clip of this player game object. So that's why that's why the running animation clip is playing right away. And if we set it to back to 0, and if we set this jump parameter to true and then trigger this heart parameter, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip, but it's not playing the completely, because if we select the transition from this player heart to our player jump, then go over to inspector, we can notice has exit time, we just uncheck. Basically means we want to play the jump animation jump animation clip right away as soon as we press down space key on our keyboard. So that's why it's not playing completely. So that is the thing. And if I just uncheck this jump parameter, basically set it to false, we can notice it's playing the idle animation clip. And now if I trigger this heart parameter manually, it's playing the 100% animation clip of that player heart, and after that it's playing the player idle. Why? If we select the transition from this player heart to player idle, then go over to inspector, we can notice we just leave the has exit time as checked. So that's why, and exit time we have chosen 1, it's basically means 100%. So that's why it's playing the 100% animation clip of this player game object, and after that it's playing the player underscore idle. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. And we also need to make transition to this player attack 1, player attack 2, and player attack 3. We need to make transition from this player jump, player run, or from player idle and hard to our player attack 1, player attack 2, and attack 3. So once we are start moving to the left or right direction and jumping, we don't want to play the attack animation. We only want to play the attack animation of this player game object once it's standing at one point and doing nothing. At that moment we all want to attack. So that's why we're gonna make transition from this player idle to our player attack. We're not gonna make from this run to player attack, from jump to player attack. We don't want to do that, because if we are jumping or started moving to the left or right direction, then we don't want to play the attack animation clip of this player game object. We only want to play the player attack animation clip once this player game object is standing at one point and doing nothing, basically playing the idle animation clip. So let's do that. For it, we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy. Let's move over to our animator tab, and we're gonna make transition from this idle. So let's right click on this make player idle, and let's make transition to player attack. And we're gonna select the transition from this idle to attack. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as we want to click left mouse button, we want to play the player underscore attack and attack one animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play. So for this, we're gonna choose a second we're gonna choose a another condition for this. To do that, let's move over to our animator tab. Let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a trigger in the bottom, and we're gonna say something like attack 1. So let's call it attack underscore 1, something like that. And we're gonna choose this condition. So let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, and we will choose attack underscore 1. Basically means that if we trigger this attack underscore 1 animation clip, then it's gonna play the player underscore attack animation clip. And now we also need to go back to our player idle, or we're gonna stack forever inside this player underscore attack animation clip. So we also need to make back transition. To do that, let's right click on this player underscore attack, and let's make transition back to our player underscore idle. And we're gonna choose the back transition, then go over to inspector, and we just gonna leave this has exit time, because we want to play the complete animation clip of this player attack, and after that we want to play the idle. So that's why we're gonna leave the has exit time, and exit time we're gonna choose 1, basically means 100%. We just want to play the 100% animation clip of this player game object, and after that we just want to make the player underscore idle animation clip. So that's why we just leave the has exit time, as well as exit time we have chosen 1. And transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we can choose a condition, but I'm not gonna choose any condition. So after playing player underscore attack of this player game object, it's gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip right away. So I hope you get the idea. And now we need to make transition from this player underscore attack to player underscore run, player underscore jump, as well as player underscore heart. So let's make transition from this player underscore attack. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna right click on this player underscore attack, and let's make transition to run. And let's right click on this player underscore attack one more time, and let's make transition to player jump, and we're gonna do one more time to our heart. And we're gonna select the back transition from this player underscore attack to run. So I'm gonna choose that, and we will go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time. Why? Because as soon as we started moving, basically we just playing the run animation clip. I don't want to play the 100% animation clip of this player underscore attack. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and also transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we're gonna choose a condition to play the player underscore run. So we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we will choose if run parameter is greater than with a smaller number. So we're gonna check with 0.1, something like that. If that is the case, and we do know that if we set this run parameter to 1, then 1 will be greater than 0.1, and definitely 1 is greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why after basically right away playing our attack animation clip, it's gonna play the run animation clip right away. So I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna do the same thing from this player underscore attack to our player underscore jump. So let's do that. So I'm gonna select the transition from this player attack to player underscore jump. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as we're gonna jump, we want to play the jump animation clip right away, and we don't want to play the player underscore attack animation. We just want to play the jump animation clip right away, so that's why we just uncheck the has exit time. And transition duration, we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, and we're gonna choose that if jump, so we will set if jump is true. If that is the case, then we're gonna play that animation clip. And now we're gonna choose the condition from this player attack to our player heart. So let's choose that. And now I want to play the player sorry, I don't want to play the player underscore attack animation clip 100%. So I'm gonna uncheck the has exit time, and transition duration, I'm gonna set it to 0. And we're gonna choose a condition in which condition we want to play the heart animation clip. So I'm gonna scroll down, and we're gonna choose that if heart parameter gets triggered, then we want to play the heart animation clip of this player game object right away. We don't want to play the player underscore attack animation clip 100%. We just want to play the player underscore attack player underscore heart animation clip right away. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and we set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, and we have chosen that condition, if we trigger our heart parameter, we do know it's gonna play the player underscore heart animation clip. And now we're gonna do the same thing with our player attack 2, player attack 3. So let's do that. So we're gonna right click on this right click on make transition, and do the same thing as we have done with our player underscore attack, and we're gonna do the same thing with player underscore attack 3. And for this, we're gonna choose a another trigger parameter, and that will be something like player underscore basically that will be attack underscore 3. And let's work with our attack underscore player underscore attack 2 animation clip with this one first. So I'm gonna choose that parameter. So let's choose attack underscore 2. Let's create one more, which will be attack underscore 3. And now we're gonna do the same thing as we have done the as we have done the first one with first one. And we're gonna choose attack 3 for this. Let's make transition. I hope you getting this. And we're gonna make transition to this transition. It seems like a spider web. I really apologize for that. And we're gonna play this right away, and we're gonna choose jump is true, and we're gonna choose this from, and let's do that. And for this, we're gonna choose heart, and this is fine. And from this player attack 3 to player run, we're gonna choose if run is greater than 0.1, and we're gonna uncheck. And now we're gonna choose from this player underscore attack 3 our player underscore idle. So since we want to play the 100% animation clip of this player underscore attack 3, and after it we want to play the player underscore idle, so that's why we're gonna leave the has exit time. And exit time we're gonna choose 1, means 100%, and transition duration to 0. And in the bottom we need to choose the condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose we're not gonna choose any condition. So it's just gonna make the transition automatically after playing the 100% animation clip of this attack 3 of this player game object. And once it play 100%, then it's automatically just gonna play the player underscore idle animation clip. And we're gonna do the same thing with our player underscore 2. So let's do that. And it already seems too much. Let's move it somewhere around here, and this should be here. And we're gonna make transition to hard. Okay, and we need to make transition from this attack to our ideal. And now let's do that. From this player underscore attack to our player jump, let's uncheck. Basically we're doing the same thing as we have done with the first animation clip, and basically follow the same process and it's gonna be fine. And now we're gonna make transition from this heart and we gonna make heart. And now we're gonna make transition to player underscore attack to our run, and we're gonna choose if run is greater than 0.1 and has exit time. We're gonna uncheck that, and now we're gonna check from this player attack to our idle. So we're gonna leave the has exit time because we want to play the complete animation clip of idle, attack 2, and after that we want to play the idle. So we're gonna leave the has exit time as checked, and exit time I'm gonna choose 1. Transition duration I'm gonna set it to 0, and we're not gonna choose any condition for it, so it's gonna play the automatically this idle animation clip. And it's already seems too much web, as you can notice, so we can just drag them away to make it simpler like this. And we can notice from which from where we making transition, as you can see. So now we need to make the transition from this player dash, and we're gonna make that player dash as well. And for that we can just take a look on it later, or we can choose that. So let's do that as well. For it I'm going to choose a bool parameter. To do so, let's go over to animator tab and let's click on this plus icon, and we're going to choose a bool parameter, and let's call this bool parameter to something like dash, dash. And we're gonna make the dash from our player jump, I guess. Player jump. We're not gonna make transition once we are running, so we only want to play this player underscore jump, player underscore test animation clip once this player game object is in the air, not standing on this ground. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from our this player jump. So let's do that. So I'm gonna drag this player test over here, and we're gonna make transition from this player jump. So let's right click on it and let's make transition to player task, and let's select this transition. We will go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, and transition duration we're gonna set it to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose the condition, and we're gonna choose if dash is true. If that is the case, then we're gonna play the dash animation clip. And if we running or attacking, then we're gonna make transition from this dash to our I guess we're gonna make the transition from this dash to player idle. So let's make transition to this player idle, as well as we're gonna make the transition from this player run, and we can make the transition from I guess hard. I think it's fine. So we're gonna choose the back transition from this player underscore dash to player underscore idle. So let's select that, go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, and we're gonna choose the transition duration to 0. So why I just uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as this player game object lands top of this ground, I just want to play the idle animation clip right away, instead of the playing the player underscore dash animation clip. So that's why we just uncheck the has exit time, and we just set the transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, in which condition we want to play. So I'm just gonna click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose the dash condition as we have chosen. So I'm gonna choose if dash is false. If that is the case, then we're gonna play the player underscore idle. And now we're gonna choose the transition from this player dash to our player run. So we're gonna choose the transition. Let's go over to inspector, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, and we need to choose the condition, so we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we will choose if dash is false. At the same time, if we are running, so we're gonna choose the run parameter. So let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose if run is greater than zero point 0.1 or greater than with a smaller number. If that is the case, then we want to play the running animation clip instead of the dash one. So now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game and try to trigger this parameter manually, you will able to notice that if we trigger our dash, it's gonna play the dash animation clip. Sorry, if we set the dash parameter to true, it's gonna play the dash animation clip. Sorry, we have done a mistake. Basically it's playing the player underscore attack to animation clip automatically because we haven't chosen any condition, so that's why it's just playing automatically. So we're gonna get out of play mode and we're gonna select the transition from this player idle to player attack. So if I select the transition, go over to inspector, as you can see we have chosen I'm gonna uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, and if we scroll down we didn't choose any condition, so that's why it's playing automatically. So we need to choose a condition in which condition we want to play player underscore attack to animation clip. So I already created a attack underscore 2 parameter, a trigger parameter, so I'm going to choose that condition. So let's go over to inspector, let's click on this plus icon in the bottom, and we're gonna choose if player if attack underscore 2 is if we trigger this parameter, then we want to play the attack 2 animation clip. So now it's gonna be fine. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna trigger attack 2 parameter manually in our animator tab, you will able to notice that animation clip just gonna play, and we can notice it's playing the player idle animation clip over again and again. And if I trigger this attack 1 parameter manually, we can see it's playing the attack 1 animation clip as soon as we trigger it. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. And if we trigger our attack 2, then it's playing the attack 2 animation clip, and if we trigger our attack 3, it's playing the attack 3 animation clip. And if I set this dash parameter to true, basically check, we can see that it's not playing. Basically we need to choose the condition for it. So we're gonna get out of play mode. So let's get out of play mode, and we need to make the transition from this. Oh, basically we basically done the mistake. So first thing what we need to set this jump parameter to true, and after that we can make the dash. Why? Because if we select from this player jump to our player dash, we can see the transition we only made from this player jump. So that's why it's not playing the jump dash animation clip once we setting it to true, means check, because we have only chosen the condition from this player jump, not from our player idle. So that's why it's not playing. So now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and then set this jump parameter to true, then it's gonna play the jump animation clip. And after that, if we set the jump dash parameter to true, means take, you will able to notice that. So if I just go over to my animator tab and manually set this jump parameter to true, basically check, as you can see it's playing the jump animation clip. And if I set this dash parameter to true, checked, we can now see the dash animation is playing. And if I just uncheck, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip once again. And if I set this jump parameter to false, means uncheck, we can notice it's playing the ideal animation clip. And if I set this run parameter to 1, really sorry, so it's playing the running animation clip. And at the same time, if I set jump parameter to true, it's playing the jump animation clip. And now if I set this jump dash parameter to true, basically check, we can notice it's playing, you can simply say, the dash animation clip. And if I uncheck the jump parameter or set it to false, and now if I set this dash parameter to false, you will see this player game object, it's gonna play the running animation clip right away. Why? Because if we go over to our animator tab, from this player dash, we can see our player underscore dash animation sorry, player underscore run, it's playing. So if I set this dash parameter to false, basically means unchecked, we can notice it's now playing the running. Why? Because we have chosen that condition. If I get out of play mode and if I select the transition from this player dash to our player run, then go over to inspector, we can notice that we have firstly chosen if dash parameter is false, and the second condition we have chosen if run parameter is greater than 0.1, and we said the run is 1, so the both of this condition is getting true, so that's why it's playing the player underscore run animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition between this animation clip. And let me show you one more time. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this one more time. So as soon as we're gonna trigger these parameters manually, you will able to notice those animation clips just gonna play right away. So if I trigger this attack one, it's playing the attack one animation clip, and if I trigger this heart parameter manually, it's playing the heart animation clip, as you can notice. And if I set this attack 3, it's playing the attack 3 animation clip. But if we set this dash parameter to true, basically means take, we not playing the dash animation clip. Why? Because if we go over to our animator tab, we not able to see any transition from this player idle to our player underscore dash. As you can notice, we have the back transition, but we don't have the transition from this player idle to our player underscore dash, so that's why it's not playing. It's only gonna play that animation clip from our jump, not from this player idle. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and I can just uncheck. So we need to set this parameter through our code. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make transition between this animation clip with some certain condition or parameters. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and this gonna be fine. And once we done, we can simply press down Control S on our keyboard to save our project. Or whatever we have done in Unity editor, it's gonna be saved right away if we press down Control S on our keyboard. And let's suppose you just want to undo anything, then you can press down Control plus Z to undo anything. If you done something mistakenly, then you can press down Control plus Z on your keyboard to undo that. We need to make the transition through our code instead of doing manually. So what we will do, we gonna open up our playerscape, but before I do, let me show you. So if I click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's have a look. If we start moving to the left or right side, we're not playing the running animation clip. Basically we need to set this run parameter to 1, and we do know once we're gonna set that, it's gonna play the running animation clip. So as you can notice, we're not playing the running animation clip, jumping and all of those things. So we need to set this run parameter to 1 once we are start moving to the left or right direction. So let's get out of play mode, and for that we will open up our playerscape. So let's select the player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, playerscape, and let's double click on it in order to open that up in Visual Studio. So as you can see, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this update function, and we will use this movement parameter to just set that run parameter. Why? Because this movement parameter is responsible for moving our player game object left and right, or moving our player game object. So that's why we're gonna use this movement parameter, or you can simply say this input dot get axis horizontal function, basically this one. So we storing into this movement, so we're gonna do that. So what we will do, we will go to bottom of our script, and we can do it over here. So what we will do, we will check. So let's make if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if our movement is greater than, sorry, not equal to 0. Basically means that not equal to 0 basically means that our player is moving left and right. So we need to set this run parameter to 1. But before we set, we need a reference of this animator component. So if I move over to my inspector tab, in the bottom, as you can notice, inside our player game object we have an animator component, and this component attached once we created all of those animation clip of this player game object. So we need a reference of this animator component, and after that we can make the transition. So let's open up our playerscape, and for that we're gonna go over to top of our class. But before we do, I'm gonna remove this if condition. For now we're not gonna set that. So let's go over to top of our class, and let's make it somewhere over here. And it doesn't need to be public, but if you make it public, make sure you just go over to Unity editor and then select this animator component and drag it over to your animator component slot. So since I'm gonna do it inside my start function, so I'm gonna make it private. So we're gonna make it private, and the component we're looking for is animator. So we're gonna type this animator, sorry, animator, animator, and we can call this one something like animator. And we're gonna move this down, so we can hold down alt on our keyboard, and we can use up and down arrow key to just move our line of code up and down. So we made it private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script, but we still need a reference of this animator component. So we're gonna use the start function as we have done with our rigid body, as you can see. So we will move over to our start function, and over here we're gonna use this dot game object. And we do know this dot game object basically means the player game object referencing itself and the component we're looking for. So we're gonna type this dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So we're looking for animator, so we're gonna type this animator and then make this first bracket, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we're simply doing, we're just getting the animator component. So this dot game object basically player game object itself, and we just taking this animator component. We have the animator component by now, and now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store this animator component into this animator variable we created up over here, as you can notice. So we have the animator now, and let's store it inside this animator, and let's set equal to this. So basically we just taking our this animator component, and we're storing this animator component into this animator variable that we created over here. Now we have the reference in the start of the game. Now we are ready to make the transition between this run and jump. So let's do that, and we're gonna go over to bottom of our update function, and let's do it over here. So we're gonna check, so we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if the movement is greater than 0. 0 basically means that our player just started moving left and right. So we will check if our movement is greater than, sorry, not lesser than, greater than 0f. If that is the case, and we do know that if we start moving to the right direction, that movement just gonna be 1, and 1 is definitely greater than 0f. 0f. So in that moment, what we need to do, we need to set this run parameter to 1, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. But the problem is that, let's suppose we start moving to the left direction. So this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1, and -1 it's not greater than 0, as you can see over here. So basically means the condition is gonna be false even we started moving to the left direction. So we need to convert that -1 into a +1. So how we can do that? For that we basically need to use this math dot a apps, basically absolute, and inside this first bracket, basically inside this function, we need to fit this movement. So I'm gonna take this, and I'm gonna press down Ctrl X for cut, and let's paste inside this first bracket by Ctrl V. So now it's gonna turn -1 into a +1. So let's suppose if we start moving to the left direction, then this movement right over here it's going to be -1. So this will be -1, but this function mathf.apps, it's going to convert that -1 into a +1, and now the -1 becomes -1 becomes +1 or 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0 if means we just started moving to the left or right direction. Now what we need to do, we need to set this run parameter to 1. So what we will do for that, we have the animator component reference, as you can see. So we will go to animator, basically this animator. So let's go over to our animator, then we're gonna use this dot set float function, set float, and then make this first bracket. So why we using this set float function? Because if I move over to Unity editor and then go over to my animator tab, this run parameter is a float parameter that we created. So that's why we just going over to animator and we using this set float function in order to set the float. So as a first argument, it's going to take the parameter name, which inside quotation it's gonna take. So the parameter name is run, and make sure you spelling it correct. And the second thing, comma, it's gonna take the value that you want to set. And we do know that if we set it to 1 or greater than 0.1 is a smaller number, and that should be greater than 0.1 as we have chosen. So the condition gonna be true, so that's why. So I'm gonna choose 1 directly. So I'm gonna put 1 if, and let's close that up with semicolon. So even we started moving to the left or right direction, it's gonna play the running animation clip. Why? Because we're going over to animator component first, and then we're using this set float function in order to set the float, and we're setting it to 1, as you can see. So basically we just going over to this animator component of this player game object, this animator component, and then we setting this float parameter, basically run. If we move over to animator tab, we're setting this run parameter to 1, as you can see, and we do know that as soon as we're gonna set it to 1, it's gonna play the running animation clip. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna start moving to the left or right direction, we will start playing our you can simply say the running animation clip. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we can just, if I press down D or A key, as you can see, indeed it's playing the running animation clip. But the problem is that we stuck in running animation clip forever. So to stop that, or to go back in idle animation clip once we're not moving, we need to set back this run parameter to 0. So if I move over to my animator tab and then set this run parameter to 0 manually, we can notice it's playing the idle animation clip. So we need to set it through our code. So let's get out of play mode and let's move over to our scape. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check else if. So we will check else if. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we can check with some smaller number instead of checking with 0. So we can check with 0.1. So we're gonna check with 0.1 since we chosen that condition, because basically if I move over to my Unity editor, then over and then select this player in the hierarchy, then move over to animator tab and then choose the transition from this idle to our run, then go over to inspector. We can say, sorry, not this attack 3, basically run. And if we go over to inspector, scroll down, as you can notice we have chosen with 0.1. And if we select the back transition from this run to our idle, select this transition, go over to inspector, scroll down to the, we can notice that we checking with smaller number, which is 0.1. So instead of checking with 0, we can check with 0.1. So that's why we're gonna check, we have done the mistake over here, so we just checking with 0.1. So as we have done inside our animator tab. So make sure you just do the same thing inside your script. So now else if, we will check if this movement is lesser than something like 0.1 f. If that is the case, and we do know that if we stop moving, then that movement will be 0. this movement will be 0, and we checking over here if movement is lesser than 0.1, and once we stops moving, then this movement will be 0, and 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true, means we are not moving at all to the left or right direction. So now what we need to do, we need to set this one parameter to 0, and we do know that once we're gonna set that, it's gonna play the idle animation clip. We do know that. So firstly, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to our animator component, and we're gonna use this set float function in order to set the float as we created in our animator tab. As a first argument inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case 1, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that we want to set. So we're gonna set it to 0, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to 0, it's gonna play the idle animation clip instead of the running one. So we're gonna set it to 0a, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna stop moving to the left or right direction, you will able to notice this run parameter just gonna set back to 0, because once we are not moving, standing at one point, then we're setting this one parameter to 0, and we do know that as soon as we're gonna set it to 0, it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. So let's check that out. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can check that out. So now if I move to the left and right direction, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip. But as soon as I stop moving, we can notice it's playing the idle animation clip, as you can see. So once we are moving, it's playing the running animation clip over again and again, but once we stop moving, it's playing the idle animation clip instead of the running, because we're not moving at all. And now we need to make the jump animation clip, as you can see. So we need to play the jump animation clip once we press down space key, or once we are top of this ground. So let's get out of play mode. For that, what we need to do, we need to set this jump parameter through our code. So we will open up our player script one more time by double clicking on it, and let's go over to where we jumping. So we jumping over here, as you can notice we adding the velocity. So once we are jumping, we want to play the animation clip. So what we will do, we jumping over here. So we're gonna go inside this if condition, and over here we will go to animator component, and now we're gonna use this dot set bool function, and then make this first bracket. So why we using this set bool function, because if we move over to Unity editor, move over to animator tab, we can see this jump parameter is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use that set bool function instead of set float or trigger. Basically what we're doing, we're going to this player skip this animator component, and by this animator component we using that set bool function in order to set this jump parameter. So now let's go over to inside our code. As a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name. So inside quotation we need to type, which is jump, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value that we want to set. So we're gonna set it to true, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to true, basically this parameter to true means check, it's gonna play the jump animation clip. We do know, and we will stuck forever into jump animation clip. Why? Because we also need to set back this jump parameter to false, basically means uncheck. Once we're gonna hit our ground, or this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, and we colliding over here, as you can notice. Firstly we checking if we colliding with the ground or not, then we setting the jump count. So we also need to set that jump parameter to false once we're gonna collide with this ground, and we colliding over here, as you can notice. So what we will do, we will go to animator, and now we're going to use dot set bool function in order to set. As a first argument inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name, so in our case which is jump, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so comma. So we're gonna set it to false, basically means unchecked, and let's close that up with semicolon. and now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna jump, it's gonna play the jump animation clip of this player game object, and once this player game object touches this ground, it's gonna play the running or idle animation clip as soon as it's gonna touch, depending upon what this player is doing. So now if I make our player jump, so let's click play button in the top and let's take that out. So once we're gonna make our player jump, it's gonna play the jump animation clip, and once we're gonna collide with our ground, then it's gonna play the idle or run animation clip. So if I jump, as you can notice, it's playing the jump animation clip, but the problem is that it's just looping over again and again. I don't want to do that, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, and for that I want to uncheck the loop time of my player jump. To do that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then animation folder, and we will move over to this player underscore animation, and we can see all of the animation. Basically, you need to head over to that folder, in which folder you just place your player animation. So I place it inside my player underscore animation folder. So I'm gonna move over to that folder, and I can see all of the animation clips. So now I'm gonna find out the jump one. So let's find that out. We have hard, idle, and jump. So this is the jump one. So let's select that, go over to inspector. As you can see, loop time, and it's tick. Basically, we just looping our animation clip, which I really don't want. So I'm gonna uncheck the loop time. And now if I move over to my animator tab and then click on this play button, and by this basically right now it's gonna be fine. So as soon as we're gonna touch our ground, it's gonna play the running or jump, running or idle, depending upon what we're doing, as you can notice. So we're not moving, so that's why as soon as our player game object touches our ground, it's playing the idle animation clip instead of the running. But if we start moving, so as soon as we touching our ground after jumping, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip instead of the idle. Why? Because we moving, so that is the reason. So I hope you get the you can make the transition, basically depending upon what player is doing. And what I want to do now, I want to play the attack animation clip. So once we're gonna click the left mouse button, I want to play the attack animation clips. To do that, we need to open up our player script. So we will open up our player script. Let's double click on it, and for that I'm gonna make a function. So let's make it somewhere over here, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna say something like play attack animation, something like that. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this function, what we need to do, we basically need to trigger this attack parameter, this attack underscore 1 in our animator tab, attack underscore 2, attack underscore 3. Let's suppose for now I'm gonna play the first animation clip, which is attack underscore 1. So we need to trigger this parameter. To do so, what we need to do, firstly we need to go over to our animator component, which we have the reference, and now we're going to use the dot set trigger function, set trigger function, and let's make that first bracket. So why we using this set trigger function? So firstly we going over to this animator component of this player game object, and we using that set trigger function in order to trigger this parameter. Why? Because this attack underscore 1, attack underscore 2, and attack underscore 3 is a trigger parameter. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set trigger function, and inside this function, in quotation, inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name which we want to trigger. So for now we just want to play the first animation clip, so we need to pass our we basically need to pass the condition, which we can notice right over here, which is attack underscore 1. So inside our quotation we need to pass the parameter name. So in our case, attack underscore 1, attack underscore 1, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call this function, and what this function just gonna do, it's gonna move over to our animator component, and then it's gonna trigger that attack underscore one parameter. Basically it will move over to this player game object animator component, as we can notice in the inspector, and then it's gonna trigger this attack underscore one parameter inside our animator tab. And we also need to call it, but once I'm gonna call it, once I'm gonna basically once I'm gonna click left mouse button. So for that, basically we're gonna check with input, so we need to move over to this update function, since update function runs every single frame, so that's why. And we're gonna do it in the bottom. You can do it anywhere, it's basically up to you. And for that we're going to use if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do over here, we basically want to check if we click our left mouse button or not. For that we need to use this input dot get mouse button down, this function, and then make this first bracket, and inside this function you can pass left or right. So let's suppose you pass 1. It basically means that if you clicking the right mouse button, then you can do whatever you want to do inside this curly bracket. So since I want to check with left mouse button, so instead of passing 1, I'm gonna pass 0. Basically means input dot get mouse button down 0 means that we just clicking the left mouse button. Then what I want to do, I want to call this play attack animation function, and this function just gonna play the first animation clip as we triggering the first parameter, as you can see, which is the attack underscore 1. So let's call the function over here once we're gonna click the left mouse button. So let's call the function which is play attack animation. Let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity. So as soon as we're gonna click the left mouse button, that function just gonna call out, and that function basically triggering this attack underscore 1 parameter by going over to this animator component, as we can notice inside our player game object in the inspector. Sorry, really apologize for this. Let's click on this play button in the top, and let's click the left mouse button on our left mouse button. We will able to notice the first animation clip just gonna play right away. So now if I click the left mouse button, as you can see, as soon as we clicking, it's playing the attack 1 animation clip. But we want to play the attack 1 as well as attack 2 and attack 3, depending upon, basically we just want to play a random attack animation clip of this player game object. So in order to do that, we're gonna get out of play mode. For it, we basically just gonna use the random dot range function. Basically we need to move over to our script, and over here as you can see, we just triggering. So instead of triggering a specific parameter, we're gonna trigger a random. Basically we're gonna trigger this attack 2, attack 3 or attack 1, basically a random one. Then it's gonna play the random animation clip of our attack. So what we need to do now, for that we're gonna use a random dot range function. So before we trigger those parameter, we're gonna use this random dot range function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take minimum inclusive, so from where we want to start. So we're gonna take 0, and we're gonna pass as a third argument 3, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what this random dot range function just gonna do, it's gonna take a number between 0 and 3, but it can be random. Let's it can be random. It can be 0, it can be 1, it can be 2, but it's not gonna take the 3. So that's why we just pass random dot range, and as a second argument I just pass 3. So this can be 0, 1, 2. It's not gonna be 3, but it's definitely gonna include the 0. So it can be 0, 1 and 2. Let's suppose this random dot range function just pick up something like 1. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it into a int variable, because this just gonna be a whole numbers like 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, which is whole numbers. So that's why we're gonna put the number, basically whatever we get, we're gonna put it into a container which will be in type or the parameter, or you can simply say the variable, and we can call this one something like index. So let's call it attack index. Let's call it attack underscore index. something like that, and let's set equal to this. So this attack index can be 0, 1, 2 depending upon what this random dot range function pick up. And now what we're gonna do, so before we trigger, we're gonna check. So we will use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check if attack underscore index, if it's equals to 0, then I want to play the first animation clip. So that's why I'm gonna put this line of code by Control X, and we're gonna paste it inside Control V. So let me show you. So let's suppose this random dot range function pick up something like 0. So this end attack underscore index, it's gonna be 0, and over here we're checking if the attack index is equals to 0. So we assume it's 0, so the condition over here getting true. So that's why the first animation clip just gonna play. Basically we just going over to animator component, and we triggering the first attack underscore 1 parameter, as you can see. And let's suppose the random dot range function picks up another number, something like 1. So in that moment we just want to play the second animation clip. So that's why we will check else if. So else if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if attack index is equals to 1. If that is the case, then I want to play the second animation clip. To play the second animation clip, what we need to do, if we move over to Unity editor, then animator tab, so we basically need to trigger this attack underscore 2 parameter as we created up over here, and we do know that once we're gonna trigger it, it's gonna play the second animation clip. So that's why if the attack underscore index, if it's equals to 1, if that is the case, then we just want to play the second animation clip. And in order to play the second animation clip, we basically need to move over to our animator component, and we're gonna use the set trigger function, basically same function, and then make this first bracket, and inside this first bracket we need to pass the parameter name inside our quotation, and the parameter name is attack underscore 2, and we do know that once we're gonna trigger that, it's gonna play the second animation clip. So we will pass inside this quotation attack underscore 2, and let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose this attack a random dot range function pick up 2. So in that moment we want to play the third animation clip. So else we're gonna check. Else basically means if our attack underscore index is not equal to 0, it's not equal to 1. So basically means it's equal to 2. So in that moment what we want to do, so else if our attack underscore index is something else, basically means 2, if that is the case, then we want to play the third animation clip. And in order to play the third animation clip, we do know that we need to trigger this attack underscore 3 parameter name. Basically we need to trigger this attack underscore 3 condition. To do that, let's go over to our script. So we will go to animator, and we're gonna use the same function, which is set trigger, and inside this first bracket inside quotation, we need to pass the parameter name. So we want to play the third animation clip, and in order to play that, we need to trigger this attack underscore 3 as we created, and let's close that up with semicolon. But this can be random because this random dot range function pick up a random number. So let's suppose this random dot range function just pick up 1. So this attack index gonna be 1 because we directly setting it. So it will move over to this first if condition, and it's gonna check. So if attack underscore index, if it's equals to 0, so we do know that we assume it 1, so this condition over here getting false. So that's why it's gonna move over to else if condition, or in the next condition, and we assume it attack index is 1. So 1 is equals to 1, so this condition over here getting true. So that's why the second animation just gonna play instead of the first one, and it can be random, we assume it just 1. So let's suppose this random dot range function pick up 0. so it will move over to first if condition, and it's gonna check. So attack index we assume it 0, and 0 is equals to 0, so the condition getting true. So that's why the first animation just gonna play, because the condition is getting true. So what we're doing in that moment, we're just going over to this animator component, and we're using this set trigger function in order to trigger that parameter, and it's gonna trigger the attack underscore 1. Basically the first animation clip will be played. So I hope you get the idea by now, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move over to Unity editor. So once we're gonna click left mouse button, our player game object just gonna play a random animation clip. It can be attack underscore 1, attack 1, attack 2, or attack 3, depending upon what that random dot range function picks up. So now it's done. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna click our left mouse button, it's gonna play a random animation clip of our attack of this player game object. So let's click left mouse button. Now it's play the second animation clip. It's playing the first one, then second one, and then third one, as you can see, but it's becoming random. Sometimes it's playing the first animation clip, sometimes it's playing the second one, and sometimes it's playing the third animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can play a random attack animation clip depending upon what you are doing. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you press down Ctrl S on your keyboard in order to save your project. Let's talk about our heart animation clip. So we're not taking damage at all. So for now, I'm gonna check with some for input. To do that, I'm gonna open up my player script. So let's select player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector. Then let's double click on this player script in order to open that up. So I want to play the heart animation clip. Once I'm gonna right click on my mouse button. So I want to play for testing purposes for now, and later on we're gonna replace when we're taking damages from our anime game object. So let's move over to our script. I'm gonna cut this one, sorry. So let's move over to our script, and we're gonna do inside update function because we're gonna check for some input, and let's do it in the bottom. So we're gonna check with right mouse button. So let's make if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if input dot get mouse button down, and then make these brackets. So we want to check with right mouse button, so we need to pass inside these brackets one basically means the right mouse button. So if input dot get mouse button down one basically means if we clicking the right mouse button, then what I want to do, I want to trigger the heart parameter. So if I move to Unity, then animator tab, or if we trigger this heart parameter, we do know that it's gonna play the heart animation clip. So I want to play that for now. So to do that, we will go to animator component, which we have the reference as you can notice inside our start function. So let's go over to animator component, and then we're going to use this set trigger function because that is a trigger parameter, and inside this quotation we need to pass the parameter name. So in our case it heart. Let's close that up with semicolon. So since I want to replace with taking damage, so I also want to print out a message, something like change with player later on, change later when taking damages, something like I'm just gonna print out the message when I'm gonna play the heart animation clip, and basically the clicking the right mouse button. So we're gonna print out a message as well. For that we're gonna type debug.log for printing out message, and we're gonna say something like let's say change later when taking damages, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity. and you will notice as soon as we're gonna right click on our mouse button, that heart parameter just gonna trigger, and we do know that if that heart parameter gets triggered, it's gonna play the heart animation clip. And also we printing out a message in our console tab says play basically change later with when taking damages. So that message just gonna pop up. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna right click on our mouse button, it's gonna play the heart animation clip. And once the heart animation clip played completely, then it's gonna play the ideal animation clip. Indeed, as you can notice, as soon as we right clicking on our mouse button, we can notice it's playing the heart animation clip. And also if we move over to our console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up says change later when taking damages. And we're gonna do the same thing with our dash, and let's talk about dash later. We're gonna talk about that later. For now, let's deal with this, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. Basically this is fine by now. And what I want to do, I want to move this animator component in the up, and I want this player script in the bottom inside my player game object in the inspector. To do that, what we can do, we can simply right click on this animator component, and we can click on this move up. But as soon as we click on it, we get a message just gets pop up says you can open the prefab in prefab mode to restructure the prefab assets itself, or unpick the prefab instant to remove its prefab connection. Basically, once we made this player game object a prefab, then we need to play around in prefab mode, not inside this inspector. Basically, if we want any component to bottom or in the up direction, in the up, then we basically need to open up this player game object in prefab mode, or this game object as prefab mode. To do that, we can select our game object, and we can go over to inspector, and we can go over to top right. We can see says open underneath our inspector tab right over here, top of this transform component in the right section. You can notice it says open, so just click on it. And now I want this animator component to be up, or I want this player skip to the bottom. So what we can do, we can simply right click on this player skip, and we can click on this move down in order to move this up. Or you can simply right click on this animator component, and you can click on this move up in order to move this animator component in the top. It's basically after you, and you can arrange them. And let's suppose you just want to go back in scene view, then in the hierarchy we can see the back arrow, so we can click on it in order to go back into that scene view. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the heart animation clip, sorry, how you can just trigger the heart animation clip through our code. And we will change that later on when we taking damages from our enemy game object. So basically that is the thing. So I hope you get the idea of this. Make our player dash, what we will do, we're gonna we will create a script for it, or you can do inside your player script. So you can move over to your project tab, assets, and then script folder, and then player underscore script folder. Let's right click there, then create in the top, then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like player dash or player underscore dash, or you can just do inside this player script as well. It's up to you, but I prefer to just create another to just keep our project clean. So I already created a player underscore dash script, as you can notice right over here. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's select this script and then drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. Or what else you can do, you can simply click on this add component, and you can find the component or basically the script by typing name of the script which you recently created. And as soon as I type player underscore dash, it's pop up, and we can click on it in order to attach. So I'm not gonna do it since I already done it, as you can see. So I'm gonna open up my player underscore dash script by double clicking on it. So to create dash, we need something. Firstly, we need dashboards. we need the direction in which direction we want to make the dash. As you can see, our player is looking to the right direction, so we want to make the dash right direction. And if our flips to the left direction or looking to the left direction, then in that moment we just gonna make the dash to the left direction. So we will create a parameter which will be pull, and it's just gonna keep track of which direction this player is looking. And we also need the dash duration, after how much amount of time, basically how much amount of time we want to make the dash. So we're gonna choose a smaller number. And also we need rigid body 2D component of this player game object in order to make the dash. So make sure we need a reference to this rigid body 2D. And also we need to create another bool which just gonna keep track of if we dashing or not. So we need those variable. So we will open up our player underscore dash script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class and let's populate those variables. So first thing, we need our dashboards. So we're gonna make a public float, and we're gonna call it dash underscore force. So let's call it dash underscore force, and by default I'm gonna set it equal to 10f. And the second thing, we need the dash duration. So we're gonna make a public float, and we can call this one dash underscore duration, something like that. And by default I'm gonna set a smaller number, something like 0.35 if 0.35. And third, we need the direction, and this parameter doesn't need to be public. We're gonna make it private, and this variable just gonna keep track of which direction we want to make the dash. So we're gonna make it private, and this will be bool, and we can call this one something like facing. Let's call it facing right. And we're gonna set it equal to sorry, we're not gonna set it, simply we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna do it in this start function. And also we need a reference to our rigid body, as well as we need a bool parameter to just keep track of if we are dashing or not. So first thing, we need our rigid body. So we're gonna make a public rigid body 2D, because we need a rigid body 2D reference. So that's why we need to type rigid body 2D, and we have to name it. So let's call it RB. And also we need to just keep track of if we dashing or not. So I'm gonna make a private, and it doesn't need to be public, and this will be bool. And we can call this one dashing, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna move over to this start function, and in the start of the game I'm gonna set some variable. So first thing, I'm gonna set this facing right to true. Why? If we move over to Unity editor, as you can notice, in the start of the game this player just gonna look to the right direction. So that's why I just want to set facing right equal to true. So we will set in the start of the game, or inside our start function, facing right equal to true. And we are done, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script. And also I want to set the is dashing to false. Why? Because in the start of the game we're not gonna dash at all. So that's why I'm gonna also set is dashing. I'm gonna also set this is dashing equal to false. Why? Because in the start of the game we're not gonna dash at all. So that's why is dashing I'm just setting equal to false, and facing right to true, because we're looking to the right direction. And now we're gonna press down one more time Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So underneath our player underscore dash script, we will able to notice those fields. So first thing just gonna pop up, which is our rigid body. First thing, we're gonna it's gonna pop up dash force dash duration, then rigid body. So if we move over to Unity editor, and as soon as our player underscore dash script compiles, we can notice these parameters. So first thing is dash force, and the second is dash duration, and RB it says non-rigid body. So we will take our rigid body in the inspector, and we're gonna drag it over to that RB field. Now we can see we have the rigid body, dash force, dash duration, and also those things. So now I'm gonna open up my player underscore dash script one more time, and we will move over to this update function because we need to set the direction. So basically what we want to do over here, we're gonna use this function, and it's called input dot get axis raw, and this function inside quotation, it's gonna take the axis name. Since we want to make the dash horizontally or x axis, so that's why inside this quotation we're gonna pass horizontal. So let's pass horizontal, and let's close that up with semicolon. So this input dot get axis horizontal is just gonna check which direction we going. So let's suppose if we press down D key, then our player just gonna move to the right direction. Then this input dot get axis horizontal, it's gonna give us +1. And let's suppose if we press down A key, then we do know that this player just gonna move to the left direction. Then this input dot get axis row, it's gonna give us -1. So what we will do, we're gonna set it into a parameter. So we will set it into a float parameter, and we can call this one facing. Let's call it move. Let's call it move equal to this. So this input dot get axis raw, it can be -1, +1, or 0 depending upon which direction we going. So let's suppose this input dot get axis raw is 1, then this this move that we created a local a variable right over here, local variable, which is move, as you can see. So this move just gonna be 1, and if we press down A key, means this player just gonna look to the left direction, on it's gonna move over to the left direction. This input dot get axis raw, it's gonna give -1. So that's why this move right over here, it's gonna be -1. So why we created this, to basically set this facing right parameter, or which direction we looking. So that's why we using this function. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's make a if condition, first bracket and some curly brackets. And over here what we want to do, we want to check if move is greater than 0f. So we do know that if we press down D key, then input dot get axis raw, it's gonna be +1 or 1. So this move over here gonna be 1 because we storing the result into this move container, as you can see, or this move parameter. So this move is 1, and 1 is greater than 0f 0, and the condition getting true means we just going to the right direction. So in that moment what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this facing right parameter to true. So we're gonna set our facing right equal to true. Why? Because we're going to the right direction. But let's suppose if we going to the left direction, so else if move is lesser than 0f, then let's make first bracket, means if we press down A key, then this input get axis raw horizontal, it's gonna give us -1. So this move over here, it's gonna be -1, and over here we checking else if, so this move is -1, and -1 is indeed lesser than 0f. Basically means we moving to the left direction, means we just flipping our enemy to the left direction. So that's why I'm gonna set facing right to false. Why? Because we're gonna look towards to the left direction, or moving, just gonna start moving to the left direction. So that's why I'm gonna set facing right. So I'm gonna set facing right equal to false, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we just created to just keep track of which direction we're looking, so we can use this facing right parameter to make our dash. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now we are ready to make the dash. To make the dash, we're gonna make a dash function. We can type void and we can name the function. But instead of using normal function, we need to use enumerator function. Basically that function just gonna do some certain things after some period of time, because we want a time, or basically a dash duration, or you can simply say the time. After that amount of time we want to stop dashing. So we want to do some specific things after some period of time. So to do that we need to use enumerator. So that's why enumerator basically too much useful once it comes to once it comes to doing some certain things after some period of time. So that's why. So to use that, we basically need to move over to top of our class, and we need to include this namespace. It's called using system.collection. So make sure you include this namespace. It's called using system.collection, and this namespace in the top, it's gonna allow us in order to use that function, which is enumerator. So instead of typing void normally as we type, we need to type this enumerator. Enumerator. So before you type this enumerator, make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace called using system.collection, and it's gonna allow us to use that function. And now we need to name the function what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like dash. So let's call it dash. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and over here we can do some specific things. So what we need to do, we need to use this yell, then return a new wait for second. So we need to use this and make these brackets and then close that up with semicolon, and inside this wait for second, inside these brackets you can specify the time after which amount of time you just want to stop dashing. So I want to stop dashing after this dash duration, so that's why inside these brackets I'm gonna pass my dash underscore duration. So after this amount of time I want to stop dashing, but before this amount of time we want to dash. So we're gonna do some specific things before the dash duration, and once the dash duration is over, then we're gonna stop dashing. So we can do some specific things after this amount of time. So first thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna set is dashing to true. Why? Because we're gonna dash. So we're gonna set is dashing to true because we just are gonna dash, and once our dash duration is over, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set is dashing to false because the dash is over. So we're gonna set it equal to false. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna create another local variable, and we can call this one direction because we want to make the dash in the direction player is facing. So that's why we created this facing right parameter over here, and we set that facing right parameter inside our update function, as you can notice. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if facing right is true or not. So we're gonna create another local variable, and that will be float, and we can call this one direction. So let's call it direction, and we will say we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So this direction just gonna give us the direction in which direction we want to make the dash. So over here, so before we set the direction, we just want to check. So what we want to check if facing right is true, basically means we going to the right direction. So in that moment what we need to do, we need to set the direction to a positive number. So that's why if facing right, so we're gonna check if facing right equals to true. So if that is the case, basically means we going to the right direction, or our player is looking to the right direction. So that's why we're gonna set this direction to 1, because we want to make the dash to the right direction or to positive side. So that's why we're gonna set our direction equal to +1, or we can simply put it 1 if or 1 simply. But let's suppose facing right is false, means our player is looking to the left direction or going to the left direction. So in that moment we need to make the dash to the negative direction. So that's why we're gonna say check. So firstly we'll check before we do that. So we're gonna make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we just want to check if facing right is equals to false, basically means we just looking to the left direction. So in that moment what we're gonna do, we're gonna set this direction to negative because we want to make the negative because we want to make the dash to the negative direction, or you can simply say to the left direction. So that's why I'm gonna set the direction equal to -1. So we're gonna set it equal to -1 if or -1, you can simply say. So we just created this direction, basically a local parameter to just keep track of in which direction we just want to make the dash. So that's why we just use this direction, and we just created this facing right parameter to do that. So now it's done. And now what we have to do, so once I'm gonna make the dash, I want to set the gravity scale to 0, so this player game object not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So that's why. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, rigid body 2D component. So I'm gonna set this gravity scale to 0, as you can notice right over here once we making the dash. And let's suppose the dash is over, then I'm gonna set back this gravity scale to 3. So that is the thing. So before we make the dash, we're gonna set our RB dot, basically we just going over to gravity scale, accessing that, and we're gonna setting equal to 0f. And once the dash is over, then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go over to rigid body 2D one more time, and then gonna access that gravity scale. I'm gonna set back to 3f. So what we simply doing, we basically going over to this rigid body 2D of this player game object and accessing this gravity scale, and we setting it to 0. And once the dash duration is over, then I'm just setting this gravity scale back to 3, as you can notice inside our code after dash duration. And now we need to add the velocity, basically the dash. So to add the velocity, we need to use this rb dot linear velocity function. Rb dot linear velocity, it's not a function. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector2, vector2, and this vector2 just gonna have x-axis and y-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So what we're doing, we simply going over to linear velocity of rigid body 2D. So if I move over to Unity editor, we just going over to this rigid body 2D of this player game object and accessing the velocity of it, which is linear velocity. So in Unity 6 we need to use a linear velocity instead of velocity, but if you're using older version, then you can simply type rv dot velocity, but in newer version we need to use this rv dot linear velocity. And now this velocity is just gonna have x velocity and y velocity. So since we don't want to make the dash in the y direction or y axis or vertically, so that's why in the y we're gonna put 0f. But we do want to make the dash in the x axis or horizontally, so that's why in the x what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our dash force, and we're gonna multiply this dash force with our dash direction, so that dash just gonna be in the direction player is going. So that's why we created this direction local variable right over here, as you can notice. So we're gonna multiply the force, basically the dash force, with our dash direction. So the dash just gonna be in the direction player is going or player is looking. So we're gonna multiply our dash force with our direction. Now this is fine. So this seems pretty much cool by now. Sorry, we have done a mistake, I guess. So we need to multiply with direction. Okay, so this seems uh, dash force, I don't know. So this is a local variable. So let's create a basically a public. So we will go to top of our class and let's make a variable over here, and let's call this one float, and we can call this one, let's call it direction. So we just creating over here. So instead of doing there, you can just go to top of your class and you can set it over here. So just go to top of your class and make a private float direction parameter to just set the direction. And now whatever what we're gonna do, we're gonna remove this from here. And now this seems, as you can see, as soon as we removed it, it just gone, as you can see. So just go to top of your class and then add this direction parameter, and then set that direction parameter with your direction, basically in which direction player is looking. If the player is looking to the right direction, then we're setting it to 1f, as you can see. And if our player is going to the left direction or looking to the left direction, then we're setting to -1, as you can see. So over here, so just go to top of your class and do it over here instead of doing there. And once the dash duration is over, then we need to stop adding forces, basically the velocity. So after dash duration is over, we can say so we will go to rb dot linear velocity, and we can set it equal to vector2, vector2 dot 0. So we're going to set it to vector2 dot 0, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we again going to a velocity of that rigid body, linear velocity, and we're setting equal to vector2 dot 0. Vector2 dot 0 basically means 0 in the x and 0 in the y. Means the dash is over, means we just stopping dashing. So basically adding we stop adding velocity in the x axis as well as in the y axis. So basically this vector2 dot 0 basically means 0 in the x and 0 in the y. And now what we need to do, we need to call this dash function. So you can do it whenever you want. So I want to check with my right mouse button. Basically if I click my right mouse button, then I want to make the dash. So over here, so for that I'm gonna go inside my update function, and over here I'm gonna check for some input in the bottom. So let's make if condition, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we just want to check with some input. So we're gonna type input input dot get mouse button down, down, and make this first bracket. So inside this bracket we can put the index. So since I want to check with the right mouse button, basically means that if we click the right mouse button, then I want to dash. So I'm gonna put 1. So over here input dot get mouse button down 1 basically means that we just clicking the right mouse button, and so if we clicking the right mouse button, then I want to dash. So what we basically need to do, we need to call the dash function. So before we call the dash function, we also need to check if we dashing or not. So we're gonna use this nn, and we will check is dashing is equals to false. Basically means that we're not dashing. At the same time, if we click the right mouse button, means we want to dash. So that's why is dashing in the start we set it to true, but once the dash is over, basically dash duration is over, I just set it to false, as you can see. And over here I'm checking if I clicking the right mouse button at the same time is dashing is false, means we not dashing at all. That means we can dash. So we can call the dash function right over here. But since this I enumerator function is not a normal function, or we cannot call it normally, so what we basically need to do over here, firstly we need to type this start coroutine, then make these brackets, and then close that with semicolon, and inside these brackets you need to call the function. So we need to use this start coroutine, and inside this bracket we basically need to call the function. Now we cannot call it normally, so that's why we need to type this start coroutine first, and inside this bracket we're gonna pass, or basically we just gonna call the dash function. As you can see, now it's done. So if we click the right mouse button at the same time, if we not dashing, then what we doing, we just calling the dash function, and dash function basically doing this thing, as you can notice right over here. Basically it's just making our player dash. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So whenever we can click the right mouse button, we will able to notice we're gonna make our player dash. And the dashboards, you can play around with the dashboards as well as the dash duration. You can choose a smaller number for dash duration, because we just want to make the dash for a little moment, so that's why. So I'm gonna make it dash duration something like 0.3. So I'm gonna move over to my inspector player underscore dash script, and I'm gonna make the dash underscore duration to 3, something like that. And now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So whenever we're gonna click the right mouse button, we will able to notice our player just gonna make the dash right away. So just wait a moment. And now if I make the dash, as you can see, indeed we making our player dash, as you can see. So if we clicking the right mouse button, then we making the dash, and once we dashing, we not falling due to our gravity, as you can notice. And we making the dash in the direction player is going, as you can see. So that's why we created that facing right, as well as we created that direction parameter to just keep track of in which direction we need to make the dash. So basically this seems perfect, and we can notice. So if I select my player, then go over to inspector, rigid body 2D, as you can see gravity scale to 3, but once I make the dash, so if I make the dash, we can see it's became 0, and once the dash is over, once the dash is over, then the gravity scale just setting back to normal. Basically it sets back to 3, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do the dash. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also make sure you select your player game object, then go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all if you made your game object a prefab. So this dash script player underscore dash script will also gonna attach to your player game object prefab as well. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. We're gonna make our basically dash animation once we dashing, but before we do, we don't want to dash if we're standing on this ground. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button and then try to click right mouse button, you will able to notice that even we are standing on our ground, still we will able to make our player dash. So we need to stop doing that. We only want to make the dash once we in the space, or basically once we in the air. So if I just do, as you can notice, even we standing on this ground, we still able to make our dash, which we don't want. So we're gonna get out of play mode. For that, we do know that we created a is ground parameter inside our player script, so we're gonna access that. So if I say, go to my player underscore dash script, and select this player script, basically move over to my player script. Over here we created this private bool parameter, which is ground, as you can see, and this is ground parameter is responsible for if we standing on this ground or not. As you can see right over here, we just created a circle. So if I just take a closer look, then select this player, as you can notice that we created a circle bottom of our player game object, or feet of this player game object. So what we will do, we're gonna use that to check if we standing on this ground. If we standing, then we don't want to dash. If we not standing, then we want to make our dash animation, as well as we need to make our dash. So we just made this private parameter. So now if I move over to my player dash script, then try to access that parameter. Let's suppose over here, as you can notice, if we clicking the right mouse button, at the same time we not dashing, and also I want to check, so we're gonna use this in condition if we not standing, and try to access that parameter. As you can notice, we cannot able to access. So basically sorry, we need a reference to our player script. So I'm gonna remove this. And why we need a reference, because if I move over to my player script, we have the is ground parameter inside our player script. Or you can simply move over to Unity editor, then select your player, go over to inspector, then player script, and open that up by double clicking on it. So we have the is ground parameter inside our player script. So that's why we need a reference to our player script inside our player task. So I'm gonna move over to my player task script, and we're gonna make a private player script variable, and it doesn't need to be public. So we're gonna make it private, and the component that we're looking for is a script type, and the script name is player. So we're gonna simply type the player, or the component that we're looking for, and we can call it simply player. So since we made it private, if we move over to Unity editor, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player underscore dash script in the inspector. So we still need a reference of this player script, and how we can get that reference of it. For that, we're gonna use this dot game object dot get component, as we have done inside our player script right over here, as you can see. So we're gonna approach the same way. So we will move over to our player dash script, and in the start of the game, I just want to grab the reference. To grab the reference, we need to use this dot game object, and this dot game object basically referencing itself, and then we need to use dot get component and make these arrows, and inside these arrows you need to pass the script name or the component that we're looking for. Since we're looking for our player script, so we're gonna type that and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So if I move over to Unity editor, so this player underscore dash script is attached to this player game object. So this dot game object right over here, basically referencing this player game object. And then what we doing, we just getting the player component, sorry, player component, as you can see, or the player scape, basically this player scape. And now we have the player scape, and now we're gonna store this player script inside our player that we created up over here, player variable, player script variable, as you can see, or the parameter. So now we're gonna store that as into our player, and let's set equal to this. So what we simply doing, we basically taking our player script, this is script, and we storing this player script inside this player variable as we created up over here. So now we have the player script, basically this player script, and now we are ready to access that is ground parameter. So now we're gonna move over to our player underscore dash, and we're gonna move it over here. So if we clicking the right mouse button, at the same time if we not dashing, and also we want to check if we standing on that ground or not, so we can simply type this n and we can access that. So for to access that, we need to move over to our player script first, player, then dot we can access, which is ground. So as you can notice, we're not able to access that. Why? Because that is ground parameter is a private. So I'm gonna remove this right now. So what we need to do, we need to make it public. To do that, we basically need to move over to our player script, and over here, as you can see, we just made it private. So what we need to do, we need to mark as public. So I'm gonna mark is public, but I don't want to see this is ground parameter underneath my player scape. So if I move over to Unity editor, inspector, then player scape, I don't want to see that that parameter underneath my player scape, since we made it public. So to hide that inside our inspector, that what we need to do, we basically need to use this. So make this square brackets, and inside this square brackets you basically need to put this hide in inspector. Even though we just made this parameter public, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script. Why? Because we just hide it in inspector, as you can see. But we can access this parameter from any other classes, since we made it public. So now I'm gonna move over to my player script, but before I do, I'm gonna press down Control S to set my player script. And now let's move over to player underscore dash script, and we can access that. So we will check n. So we will go to our player dot, and now we're gonna access is ground. So as soon as we type, as you can see, it just pop up. So we're gonna access is ground, and we will check if it's equals to false. False basically means that we're not standing on that ground. So we want to make the dash if our player game object is not standing on that ground, and this is ground parameter right over here. We're checking if player dot is ground, if it's equals to false. Basically we're just going over to this player script, and we accessing this parameter, and we checking if this is ground is false, and it's false basically means that this circle that we created to fit of this player game object, if it's not colliding with this ground, then that is ground just gonna be false, means this player is in the air. So that's why we want to make it basically the dash. So if I move over to my player dash script, so over here we checking at the same time is ground is false, basically means that we in the space, we not standing on that ground. Then what we doing, we just making the dash, as you can see. Now that's fine, and we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and we will able to notice that as soon as we're gonna jump in the space, and then right click on our mouse button, then we will able to make the dash. But once we're standing on this ground, we're not gonna able to do it. So let me show you. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's check that out. So if we're standing on this ground, then we're not gonna able to make it our dash. But if we in the air, then we're gonna make it. So now if I click the right mouse button, as you can see, we're not able to make the dash. But once we in the space, we can see we making our player dash. But as soon as we land top of this ground and then right click, we're not making the dash at all. So this seems pretty much cool. So once we're making the dash, we need to play the dash animation clip by now. So we're gonna get out of play mode. For that, if we select our player, then go over to animator tab, and then go over to parameters in the left side. We can see we have the dash parameters in the bottom, so we need to set this parameter to true. So we're gonna set it to true, so let's do that. So firstly we need a reference to our animator component, then we can access this dash parameter. Basically we're gonna approach the same way as we have done the transition between these animation clips inside our player scape. So we're gonna do the same thing. So but before we do, we need a reference to our animator. So let's go to player underscore dash script. Let's go to top of our class and let's make it another, and I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. So let's make it over here. So I'm gonna make a private. It doesn't need to be public, and the component that we're looking for is a animator. So we're gonna type this animator and we can call it animator. And now since we made this parameter private, so we're not gonna able to not gonna able to notice underneath our player dash script, but we still need a reference. So we're gonna do the same thing as we have done with our player script. So basically we're gonna move over to this start function. So in the start of the game, we're gonna get the component that we're looking for. So we're gonna use this dot game object, which is referencing itself, then dot get component, and the component that we looking for is a animator. So we're gonna type this animator inside this arrows, then make this first bracket, then close that up with semicolon. Now we have the animator component, and we're gonna store this animator component into this animator parameter that we created over here. Now we're gonna store that animator component into this animator variable, and we can set equal to this. Basically we just taking this animator component of this player game object, and we storing this animator component into this animator variable that we created up over here, as you can see right over here. Now we have the animator component, basically this, and we are ready to set the dash. So to do that, we're gonna move over to our scape, and we will do that over here. So once we making the dash, and we making the dash over here. So once we making the dash, so we're gonna move over to animator, and then we're gonna use that dot set bool function, and then make these brackets, and then close that up with semicolon. So why we using this set bool function? Because if I move over to Unity editor, this dash parameter we can notice is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use this animator dot set bool function. And this set bool function, as a first argument inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. So make this quotation, and we're gonna pass our parameter name, which is dash, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to true, basically means take, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to true, it's gonna play the dash animation clip. But let's suppose dash is over, basically means that we land top of this ground. And now what we need to do, we basically need to set the dash, basically we need to set our dash to false, so it's not gonna play the dash animation clip. And we can notice right over here the dash is over. Then what we're doing, we're just setting back gravity scale to 3, then is dashing to false. So we also need to set the dash parameter to false, because the dash is over. So that's why we're gonna go to animator, and then we're gonna use this set bool function one more time, and as a first argument it's gonna take the parameter, so in our case, and the second thing it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to false, means uncheck, or we basically just want to stop playing the dash animation clip. So now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor one more time. So whenever we're gonna make our player dash, we will able to notice the dash animation just gonna play, and once the dash is over, then you will see it's gonna play the idle or run, depending upon what this player game object is actually doing right after dashing. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. And you can play around with the dash force as well as the dash duration. It's basically up to you. So now if I make the dash, we can see it's playing the dash animation clip, and once the dash is over, we can notice it's playing the it's basically playing the a jump animation clip, or basically the false one, as you can see. And we can play the animation clip. Basically, if you want your dash to be stops one, it's land top of this ground, instead of setting, or basically you stopping the dash animation clip in the air. If you don't want to do that, you can do it once our basically this circle collide with this ground. So we can get out of play mode, and to do that, we can move over to our script. Instead of setting the dash is false right over here, we're gonna set it once our player game object land top of this ground. We don't want animation dash animation clips to be stopped in the air. We do want it once this player game object land top of this ground. So that's why I just removed it. And for that, what we will do, we will go to this update function, and we do know that we created that is ground parameter to just keep track of if we're standing on this ground or not. So what we will do, we will go to top of our class, basically inside this update function, and over here we're gonna check. So let's make if condition first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check. So firstly we will go to player script, and then we're gonna access the is ground parameter, and we will check if it's equals to true. Basically what we're doing, we're just going over to this player script in the inspector, as you can notice, and then we accessing the this is ground parameter that we created over here. So we just accessing that, means we landing, basically means the circle really colliding with this ground. And now what we need to do, we need to play the idle or the run animation clip depending upon what a player is doing, and we need to stop playing the dash animation clip. So that's why once we land top of that ground, then we're gonna move over to animator component, and then we're gonna use this dot set bool function. And this function, as a first argument, it's going to take the parameter name. So in our case, that we want to stop playing, basically the animation clip that we want to stop playing. And the second thing, it's going to take the value, so we're going to set it to false, basically means unchecked, or basically we just stop playing our task animation clip. Now we're going to press down Control S one more time in order to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our players game object just gonna land top of this ground, then it's gonna play the animation clip. And the animation clip of our dash, it's not gonna stop in the air, it's gonna stop once we land top of this ground. So basically we don't want our dash animation clip to be stopped in the air, so that's why. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top to play our game one more time, and let's take a look on that. And it's gonna be fine. Basically it's up to you what you want to do. And now if I go ahead, and then we making the dash, as you can see, but as soon as we land top of this ground, we can notice it's playing the ideal animation clip. But if the player is moving, then it's playing the running animation clip right away, right away as soon as it land top of this ground. And once we making the dash, we can see it's making our dash. So this seems pretty much cool. And as soon as we land top of this ground, it's playing the idle. And the dash animation clips, it's not stopping in the air, it just stopping as soon as this player land top of this ground. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make the dash, and how you can basically do the thing or standing on this ground. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. Basically we need to create our environment. So in order to create our environment, we need to drag some sprites, and I already drag it. As you can see, you can just hold down Control A, select them, and drag it over to your assets folder. But before you drag it inside your assets folder, basically move over to your assets folder, then a sprite folder that you created, and then right click create folder, and you can name that folder to something like environment. Basically create a subfolder. And if I already created, as you can notice, so I'm gonna double click on it in order to open that up. And as you can see right over here, I have first folder, second folder, and the third folder because I have multiple environments. So that's why I just created multiple subfolders. So you can simply right click on this environment folder, then create folder, and you can name that folder to something like one. And after just double click on it in order to open that up, then move over to your file manager. Once you download, select all of them by holding down Control A, and then drag it over to inside this first subfolder, you can simply say. And now we need to create our tile map. So to do that, what we need to do, we firstly we gonna disable this ground, this white ground. So I'm gonna move over to my hierarchy. Let's select this ground. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna uncheck. Basically you can simply say we're just disabling that for now. And now we're gonna create our tiles. So basically to create our environment, to do that, let's move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then choose this rectangular. So firstly right click, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then choose this rectangular. And you can choose a rectangular, and then select your grid, and you can name your grid to something like level. So I'm gonna call it, instead of calling grid, I'm gonna call it level. So I'm gonna select that, not this tile map. We're gonna select the parent. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna rename this to something like level, something like that. And we're gonna choose this tile map. And as soon as we're gonna choose our tile map, and then move over to our scene view, in scene view, somewhere you're gonna see a open tile palette. So as you can notice, I have in the top left side. You can have it anywhere, or you can just toggle it anywhere you want. You can toggle it in the bottom left, in the top right as well. So I want it over here, so I'm gonna leave there. And then make sure you just click on this open tile palette, and then you need to drag the tile. Basically you need to create a new tile palette. So firstly we're gonna create a tile map folder to keep our project clean. So I'm gonna cut this tab for now. To do that, what we basically need to do, we need to move over to this project tab, then assets folder. Let's right click on this assets folder, then create in the top, then folder. And I'm gonna call this folder to something like tile map. So I'm gonna call it tile underscore, or let's call it tile map simply. And let's hit it enter. And now we're gonna place the tile inside this folder. So that's why we created, to keep our project clean. So make sure you just do that. Firstly you need to move over to this project tab, assets, then right click, create in the top, then folder. And you can name that folder to something like tile map. And now we basically, what we need to do, we need to slice our tiles individually. To do that, we need to find out our sprites, basically environment folders. We need to head over to those environment folders. To do that, let's go over to assets, sprites folder, and I'm gonna move over to my environment folder. And let's select the first folder, and we can select the second one as well. So I'm gonna select the first one. So let's select that, and over here we need to find the tiles. And as you can see, I have it over here. So we're gonna select that, then go over to inspector, click on this open sprite editor. And as soon as we click, it just pop up in sprite editor. So what we need to slice individually something like 16 by 16. So make sure you sprite mode to leave it multiple in the inspector, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16 since we want our tiles 16 by 16. So pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, and to get rid of blurry we're gonna choose filter mode to point no filter in the inspector. And after doing all of these things, we're gonna click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now we're gonna move over to our sprite editor tab. Let's click in the top left slice, and we're gonna select automatic to grid by cell size, and we're gonna choose in the X, or since we want to want to slice it 16 by 16, so we're gonna put 16 in the X and 16 in the Y. And after doing that, let's click on this slice button, and let's click on this apply button in the sprite editor tab. We can see in the top right, you can notice. So just click on it, and now we have it. And I'm gonna choose the game view over here. And now what we need to do, we need to move over to this hierarchy, then select this create game object, or the level you recently name it. Select that, then go over to scene view and then click on this open type palette. You can have it anywhere you in the scene view, so make sure you just find out. I just saw in the top left, you can have it in the bottom left or top right as well. And now as you can see, it says create new tile palette, and you need to drag the sprite right over here, basically the whole sprite sheet, and that we slice it individually by 16 by 16. So firstly we need to click on this create new tile palette, and then click on this create new tile palette, and you can name the palette what you want. So I'm going to call it simply palette. So let's call it palette. I guess the spelling is correct. If it's if I done mistake, I really apologize for it. And after doing that, let's click on this create button, and it's taking us to a folder in which folder we want to place it. So since we created that TileMap folder as you seen earlier, so we will go to top left says assets, as you can see. So we will click on this assets in the top left, and then we're gonna choose that folder which is TileMap that we created inside our assets folder. As you can notice, we have it over here. So I'm gonna open that by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna create a subfolder for this palette. So I'm gonna call it something like one, as we have done with our environment folder. So what I'm gonna do, firstly I'm gonna open up this tile map folder by double clicking on it, and I'm gonna create a subfolder my tile palette. So let's right click, then new in the bottom folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like tile map. So let's call it tile map underscore one. And now we're gonna open this folder. Let's double click on it, and let's click on this select folder in the bottom right, and as soon as we click, it's just gonna drag. And as you can notice, we basically need to drag the sprite right over here in our tile palette tab. So let's suppose you just close this tab and you just lost somehow. So what you can do, you can find in this in the top bar, in the bottom or left bar, anywhere. So as you can notice in the scene view, I have it in the top left over here. So I'm gonna click on this open tile palette, and as soon as we click on it, we get the tile palette tab. And now we need to drag the sprite. So for that, we're gonna move over to our sprites folder, then environment, then first folder, and we can select the sprite sheet, and we can click on these arrows to see the individuals. So instead of doing that, make sure you select the whole sprite sheet instead of clicking on this arrow and then selecting individual sprite by holding down shift. Instead of doing that, basically select your whole sprite and drag it over to this tile palette, or basically palette tab inside this tile palette tab. And as you can see, it's gonna take us to a folder in which folder we just want to do it. So we will click on this top left assets, then we will move over to our tile map folder. Let's double click on it, and we're gonna open up this tile map underscore subfolder, that underscore one, the subfolder that we created. So we're gonna open that up by double clicking on it, and let's click on this select folder in the bottom right, we can see. And as soon as we're gonna click on it, and we're gonna see, we will able to notice these tiles in our tile palette tab. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we can check that out. As you can see, indeed we just drag it all of the tile sets, as you can see. And I want to drag the second one as well, so I'm gonna drag it somewhere over here. But before we do, we need to slice those tiles individually 16 by 16. So I'm gonna head over to my assets folder one more time, and then sprites folder, then environment, then second folder, and I have it over here, the tile set. So let's select the tile set sprite, then go over to inspector. For now I'm gonna cut this tile palette tab. So let's select this tile set sprite, then go over to inspector. Let's click on this open sprite editor, and pixel per unit we're gonna choose 16, and filter mode we're gonna choose point no filter. And let's, after doing that, make sure you click on this apply button in the bottom right, and now we need to slice it individually. So let's click on this slice button in the top left in our sprite editor, and make sure you select automatic to create by cell size and put 16 by 16 as you put in your pixel per unit. And after doing that, click on slice in the bottom, we can see, and then click on this apply button in our sprite editor tab in the top right, we can notice. And once again, I'm going to select my game view, and let's head over to our hierarchy tab, and select your level, basically the create or that whatever you just name it. So make sure you select that, then click on this open tile palette in our scene view, and we can drag it somewhere around here, and we can scroll our mouse to zoom in, zoom out, and we can just hold down our wheel, and we can just move around. So since I want to move it somewhere over here, so that's why I'm gonna drag it to the right side. And now we can select the whole sprite sheet, and let's drag it over to this tile palette. And as you can see, it's gonna cover up this much of area, the rectangle, you can notice. So now we're gonna leave it, and once again it's basically want us to choose a folder where we want to place it. So I'm gonna move over to TileMap, and I'm gonna create a another subfolder for this second sprite. So that's why I just created this subfolder. So I'm gonna right click, new in the bottom, then folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like tile map. So let's call it tile map underscore 2. And after doing that, let's open this up subfolder by double clicking on it, and let's click on this select folder in the bottom right once again. And as soon as we're gonna click on it, we will see the whole spreadsheet in our tile palette. And as you can notice, indeed we can scroll our mouse to zoom in and zoom out, and we can notice the whole sprite sheet right over here. So make sure you just do that instead of doing individually. Basically, if you just select that as sprite sheet and then click on this arrow, you can see the individual parts, and then you can select all of them by holding down shift, and you can drag it over here. But don't do this for tile set. Basically select the whole tile set at once, basically the sprites, and then drag it over to that slot. So I hope you get the idea, and we're gonna do the same thing with the third one, third sprite tile set. And I'm gonna drag it somewhere over here. You can drag it anywhere in your tile palette tab, it's up to you. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. To do that, firstly we need to slice individually, so we're gonna cut this tab for now. So let's move over to our assets folder, sprites folder, then environment subfolder, and I'm gonna move over to my third folder, and I can see the terrain or basically the tile set over here, as you can notice, and I have it over here. So let's select that, and let's click on this open sprite editor tab in the inspector, and we can notice. So let's choose pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point no filter, and let's click on this apply. Let's go to sprite editor tab, let's click on slice, select automatic to grid by cell size, and put in the x16 and in the y16, and let's click on this slice, and then click on this apply button. And once again we're gonna choose another subfolder for this tile sets sprites, basically this third one. So I'm gonna select my game view, and let's go to hierarchy, let's select the level or the create, then let's click on this open tile palette, and we can drag it somewhere around here. So let's drag it somewhere around here. So I'm gonna select the whole tile set sprite, and let's drag it over, drag it over here. We can drag it, but I don't know, it seems too much small. So basically this is not our the sprite, basically this one is. So we're gonna choose that one, let's drag it over here in our tile palette tab. And as soon as we drag it, it's basically asking to choose a folder, in which folder we want to place it. So firstly we will go to our tile map folder, and we're gonna create a third tile map folder for this. So we're gonna right click, basically subfolder, then folder, new folder, and I'm gonna call this one tile map underscore 3, because this is the third one. And we're gonna open up our subfolder by double clicking on it, and let's click on the select folder in the bottom right, we can see. And as soon as we're gonna select that, we will able to notice those sprites, basically the whole sprite sheet of our tiles be available in the our tile palette. and you can just drag it with multiple sprites as well, multiple tiles sprites. It's basically up to you how many you just want to have, how many you just want to have. It's up to you. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create the grid in order to place our tile, and we can start placing our tile. So before you place your tile, make sure you just follow this step as I have done. So make sure you follow the same steps in order to do it. So I'm gonna cut this tab by now, and I can simply press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. And also make sure you select your level and make this one a prefab. Basically select the create in the hierarchy and then turn it into prefab, so you will have the copy of it and you're gonna not gonna lost it. So basically that is the thing, as we talked earlier about prefabs. So I'm gonna select my level or the create in the hierarchy tab, and let's select that, and let's drag it inside our prefabs folder in our project tab. Inside our assets folder, let's create a subfolder for our environment. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my prefabs folder. Let's right click on it, then create folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like tiles, or we can simply call it, let's call it tiles instead. And now I'm gonna select my level or the grade, and let's drag it inside that folder. Drag it inside that tiles folder in order to make our project clean. So basically that is the thing. And once again I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. We are ready to place our tiles. To do that, let's go over to hierarchy. Let's select our level or the grid, and we're gonna click it over here, and we're gonna choose the tile map. And instead of calling this one tile map, I'm gonna call it something like ground. So let's select that. Let's go over to inspector, and let's call it ground tile. Let's call it ground underscore tile, or let's call it simply ground tile, we can call it. But I guess if we call ground underscore tile, it's gonna be perfect. Now it's perfect. So we're gonna select our ground underscore tile, and let's click on this open tile palette in our scene view, and we can just toggle it anywhere we want. We can drag it anywhere. You can toggle this over here anywhere, but I'm gonna set like this. So we are ready to place our tiles. To place that, we have the brush tool, as you can see, and we can select the area that we want to place it, and we can just drag it right away over here, something like that. So I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, like that, and we can paste it. And let's suppose you just place a wrong tile in a wrong side, then you have a eraser tool, and the shortcut key we can notice is D, which I already explained it earlier. So we can just remove that like this. And if you want to undo anything, or you just mistakenly done any wrong, then you can press down Ctrl plus Z to undo that. And you can press down as many times you want. If you just undo anything, it's basically up to you, after you. And we can just drag our tiles like this, and this seems pretty much great, and we can just place like this. So this seems pretty much great, and we can place this one here, and we can select this area. You can select that, and let's suppose you just want to make your work a little bit faster, then you have a tool it's called pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key we can notice is I. So if we simply press down I on our keyboard, it's gonna select that, and we can just copy the area that we want to copy. So let's suppose I want to copy this area, so I can select like this. So we firstly need to select this tool, which is the pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key is I, and we can select the area that we want to copy. So since I want to copy this one, so I'm going to select that, and then we can paste it like this to make our work a little bit faster. And we can select a bigger area as well, so, like this much, and we can paste it in the bottom, and this seems pretty much great. And I want to copy this area, so I'm gonna select that, and let's paste it something like this. And as you can notice, and let's suppose you just want to flip it, you just want to flip this tile, then you have the flip tool in your tile palette tab in the right side, we can notice. So we can just click on it in order to flip. As you can see, as soon as we clicked on it, it just get flipped, and we can just click on it in order to flip to horizontally, and we can flip vertically as well. So since I want this to flip to the from the right side, so I'm gonna click on it, and as soon as we click, as you can see, it's get flipped, and we can just paste it like this. And I just want to make the work a little bit faster, so I'm going to select this tool, and we can select the area that we want to copy, and we can just paste it something like this. And in the bottom, I'm going to choose this, and let's paste it something like this. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And uh, and we can choose this corner area in our tile palette, and you can just toggle it anywhere you want. I'm gonna paste it somewhere around here. Now the problem is that if I just cut this tab and then go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice as soon as our game just gonna start, this player game object just gonna able to pass through this tile, this ground underscore tile. Why? Because we need to attach colliders. So as you can see, as soon as our game started, our player game object easily get passed through it. To stop that, we're gonna get out of play mode, we need to add collider. So what collider we need to add? We need to add TileMap collider. Why? Because this is our tile, so that's why. So firstly, we need to select our tile map, or basically the ground tile. So I want to do it inside my ground tile. So make sure you don't select the grid or the level, select underneath of it. So in my case, this ground tile. And to attach collider, basically tile map collider, we're going to move over to inspector, then click on this add component in the bottom, and search over here tile map collider. So we're going to search over here tile map collider, and it's pop up, and we can hit enter or click on it in order to attach that. And as you can see, as soon as we attach, we can see individual colliders. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will able to notice our player game object by now it's not gonna pass through these tiles. Why? Because we added tile map collider to all of these individual tiles. So that is the reason. And as soon as our game started, we can notice our player is not passing through it. But the problem is that we stuck in a jump and fall animation clip, or the you can simply call it uh, I simply call it the jump animation clip. But the problem is that we're not able to jump anymore. If we press down multiple times on our keyboard space key, we're not able to jump. Why? Because this player doesn't know this is our ground tile or this is ground. So we need to assign this ground tile as a ground, so this player game object will know this is our ground. Or basically we need to assign this ground tile as a ground layer, so player will know this is our ground, so we need to jump on it. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we will select our ground underscore tile, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna assign with a ground as a tag. And also we need to assign this ground tile as a ground layer, so this player will know this is our ground or ground tiles. So we're gonna assign. So let's go to inspector. In the top right, we can see layer, and it says default, so let's click on it, and we're gonna choose it ground. Now we assign it this ground tiles as a ground layer. And by now, if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice we will able to jump on top of that ground tiles, and we can jump as many times we want. And indeed we can notice as soon as this player game object land top of this ground tiles, it's playing the ideal animation clip, and we can jump by now, because this player game object by now it knows this is our ground tile. And let's suppose you just want to compile individual ground colliders, basically tile map colliders, you just want to compile at once, then you need to attach a component called composite collider 2D. So for that, we're gonna get out of play mode, and let's select our ground underscore tile, then go over to inspector, click on add component in the bottom, and search over here composite collider 2D. And as soon as we type, it's pop up, and we can hit enter or click on it in order to attach that. And as soon as we attach, it's also attach a rigid body 2D components to our tile map. ground tile. So what we need to do, we need to move over to this rigid body and set the body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down. And make sure you select collision detection to continuous, so it will detect any collision continuously. And also make sure you choose interpolate to making a little bit smooth, or you can just skip this part. And now what we need to do is still we can see this TileMap collider doesn't get compiled at once. To do that, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to this TileMap collider 2D over here, and we can see composite operation and it says none. So we need to merge it at once, so that's why composite operation we need to click on this merge. And as soon as we clicked on it merge, we can notice by now all of these TileMap colliders just gets compiles at once, or just compiles at once. So this seems pretty much fine. And also make sure you select your parent game object, then go over to inspector overrides and then click on this apply all, so the changes you made over here, it's gonna be saved. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure you select your create game object, or basically whatever you just name it. So in my case, I just name it as level, as you can see. So make sure you select that and drag it over to your prefabs folder in order to turn it into a prefab, so you will have the copy of it and you can just restore it anytime you want. So that is the thing, we are ready to place our tiles. Basically we want to add the back tiles and we don't want to add components to that. So to do that, we're gonna head over to our hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon. So sorry, we don't need to do that. Instead we need to select the level or the grid in the hierarchy. Then we're gonna select our ground tile. So this is our ground tile. So let's suppose you just want to make a copy this whole itself of this copy. Then what you can do, select your level or the grid, then go over to scene view and then click on this open tile palette. You can have it anywhere in the scene view, so make sure you just find in the top bar, middle bar, sorry, in the top bar, bottom bar, right bar or the left bar, you're gonna have it. So let's suppose I just want to copy this whole tile to make my work a little bit faster. Then I can choose this tool, which is we can notice, which is pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key we can notice is the I key. And we can simply just copy the copy which one we want to copy. But make sure you select your ground underscore tile or the tile map. Basically click on this grid or the level and then select your ground tile, and you can just copy which you want to copy. So in my case I want to copy this. So as you can see, as soon as we selected that area, we can paste it like this, as you can notice. So to make work our little bit faster, and I don't want a gap something over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select that tool once again, and I'm gonna select this area, basically the middle one, and I'm gonna paste it over here like this. As you can see, as soon as we're doing it, just going it's just doing our work lot more easy. And let's suppose you just want to move this ground tile a little bit down or little bit up. Then how you can do that? For it we have a tool called select area, an area tool you can simply say, and the shortcut key is S. So we can select the area that we want to move. So let's suppose I want to move this whole ground tile. So I'm gonna select whole this ground tile, and after selecting that next to it we can see another tool, and that is a move tool, and the shortcut key is M. And now we can just move it anywhere in the scene view, as you can see. So I want something over here, something like this, this I want. So this seems pretty much great. Now as you can see, this is great. And once we done, we can simply just do it, and now it's done. And I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit up, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and it's gonna work fine. So just let me show you. Also we need some back tiles and the back tiles and some specific tiles. And as you can notice, it's looking great and it's amazing. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and we can make jump as many jump we want, basically two jumps or double jumps. So we want to have the back tiles as well. So let's get out of play mode. To do that, or basically to create our back tiles, what we need to do, we need to select the grid or the level that we name it. So we're gonna select that. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, then TileMap, and then choose this rectangular one more time. And you can call this tile map to something like back tile. So I'm gonna call it back tile. So let's select that. Let's go over to inspector, and instead of calling a tile map, I'm gonna call it back underscore tile or back tile. Let's call it simply back underscore tile. Tile, something like that. And now we are ready to place our back tiles, but make sure you select your back tiles underneath your grid or the level. Basically click over here, and we're gonna choose our back tile, and we are ready to place our back tiles. So I'm gonna select this, which is our back tiles is over here. So I'm gonna paste it like this. So this seems pretty much great, and we're not gonna add any tile map collider to this back tile. Why? Because we don't want any colliders to this back tile. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to create in order to play our game, and it's gonna be fine, and you're gonna able to notice that. So just wait a moment, and this seems pretty much fine. And what I want, let's talk about it later. So let's now paste some back tiles. So I'm gonna select my back tile in the hierarchy. Let's click on this open tile palette, and let's paste it. To make our work a little bit faster, so we're gonna choose this tool, which is pick or mark tool. So we're gonna select this like this, and we can just go ahead and we can paste it like this. So this seems pretty much great, as you can see. And over here we need to select the H1. So we will go over to our tile palette tab, and we're gonna select this, and we're gonna paste it over here. And to the left side, we're gonna choose the left one, basically this one, and let's paste it here. So now as you can see, this seems pretty much great. So I hope you get the idea. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my player, and I'm gonna move it, let's suppose, let's talk about it later. So I want some grills. So let's suppose I want some grills over here. For that we can create a green tiles, basically grill tiles, and I have it in my tile palette, as you can notice. So I want to have these green tiles, and I want these green tiles in front of our player game object. So before we do, we need to create the tile. So let's create a separate tile map for our grills. To do that, we're gonna select our level. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and I'm gonna choose rectangular, 2D object, then tile map, and then rectangular, and it's gonna create the tile map. And we can call this tile map to something like grill styles. So let's call it grill underscore tile, something like that. And after doing that, we're gonna select our green underscore tile underneath our grid or the level. Then we're gonna select our grid like this, and we can just paste it like this. So as you can see, the our grill seems behind of our player game object, which we don't want. We want these grills in front of this player game object. So how we can put our player back, and how we can take our grills in front of our player? To do that, we do know we need to add sorting layer. So basically we're gonna select our green underscore tile or any tile map, then go over to inspector, then tile map renderer, and additional setting, and then click on this add sorting layer. So we're gonna create some sorting layer. We're gonna create for this ground, we're gonna create for our player, and for this grill. So we're gonna create that. So let's click on it. Let's click on add sorting layer, and let's if you seems this error, so basically press down Ctrl S on your keyboard, it's gonna go. And once it's done, we can just click on this plus icon, and we're gonna create three layers, one for our player, one for a ground, and one for our grills. So let's create for player, let's create for grills, and let's create for our ground. And what I want, so this let's suppose player is over here, so I want this grills top of this player. Basically I want my player in I want my player behind of this grill. So that's why we can just take this grill and drag it top of our player. So firstly I'm gonna drag it, basically we gonna drag it down. It's basically means we just taking that and we just putting in front of our player or whatever. And I'm gonna drag my player here, and I want my ground behind of this grills, basically this grill. So that's why I just take my ground and just drag it top, and I just drag it my grills in the bottom, means in front of our player and this ground. And now what we need to do, we need to assign. So if I choose my green tile, and then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, and then or a sorting layer, and we're gonna choose grills for this grills. So as you can see, as soon as we have chosen, we can notice by now our player seems in front of our player seems behind this grill, as you can notice. And we're gonna select our back tile, and I want this back tile behind of my player. So we also need to create a back tile for this, or you can say back stubs, you can call it whatever you want. And I'm gonna choose my ground underscore tile, and I'm gonna assign with my ground tile sorting layer. To do that, let's go over to inspector, tile map renderer, and sorting layer. We're gonna choose our ground, and this seems fine. And now I'm gonna select my player, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, and I'm gonna choose sorting layer to player. Basically go over to sprite renderer, click on this additional setting, and then sorting layer we're gonna choose player we created. And let's create also for our back tiles. So we're gonna create a or one more sorting layer, and that should be behind of all of our basically this that should be behind of our player game object as well. So we're gonna create a back tile sorting layer as well. To do that, we're gonna select our back tile. Let's go over to inspector, then tile map renderer, sorting layer, and let's click on this add sorting layer, and let's create a new sorting layer for our back tiles. So let's click on this plus icon, and we can call this one back back underscore tiles, something like that. And I want this back tiles, basically this, if I select my back tile, so this I want behind of everything. Basically I want behind of my player game object, behind of my this ground game object, as well as grills. So that's why so let's go over to tile map renderer, sorting layer, click on add sorting layer. So that's why we're gonna choose our back tiles, and we're gonna drag it all the way behind. It should be behind of these grills, ground, player, and this default, as you can see. Now what we it's basically means that our back tiles just gonna be behind of every tiles or anything like that. So now we need to assign it. So basically we need to choose our back underscore tile, then go over to inspector, and sorting layer we're gonna choose our back tiles, and now we assign it, and it's gonna be behind of everything. If I just go ahead, and we're not gonna attach any colliders, basically tile map colliders, to these back tiles as well to this grid, or else we're not gonna able to pass through it. And we only added the collider into this ground underscore tile. So if I select my ground underscore tile underneath my level, or basically the grid, as you can see we attached the collider into this ground underscore tile. We didn't add it to our basically this grill. And now that's fine. And once we done, we can select our parent game object. let's go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. And we're gonna do the same thing with our player. If you turn it your game object into a prefab, then you can do that. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So let's take a look on it. So just wait a moment. So this seems pretty much great, as you can see. So this seems pretty much great, and I want to create something. Basically I want some platformer ground. So if I select my level or the create in the hierarchy, then click on this open tile palette, I want some grounds. Let's suppose if I move over to here, so I'm gonna select this, and we can just but make sure you select your ground tile. Let's create a another platformer ground tile, platformer tile for that, and we want to jump top of it, so that's why. So we're gonna select our level or the grade in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular, and we can call this one platform underscore tile. So this will be platform underscore tile, something like that. And after doing that, make sure you select your platform underscore tile and go over to your tile palette tab, and I'm gonna select this, and I'm gonna paste it somewhere. Let's suppose I'm gonna paste it over here, like this. And what I want to do, I'm gonna move this grill a little bit to the left side for now. So I'm gonna choose my back tile, sorry, grill underscore tile, and let's go over to tile palette and then select this tool, which is all the way to the top left side in our tile palette, and we can select the area that we want to move, and let's choose the next this tool next to it, and we're gonna move it for now in the left side. So now this seems perfect, and now we're gonna choose our platform underscore tile, and we just want to jump top of that. So basically we need to attach colliders to this platform tile as well. So how we can do that for it, we can basically choose our platform underscore tile. For now I'm gonna cut this my tile palette tab. Let's select that, then go over to inspector. Let's click on this add component in the bottom, and we need to attach TileMap collider. So we basically want to attach collider because we just want to jump top of that, so that's why. So we're gonna click on this add component, and we're gonna find our TileMap collider, and let's attach that. And as soon as we attach, we can see by now, and we do know that how we can merge at once instead of, as you can notice, we can see the individual ground tiles. To merge at once, we're going to click on this add component, and we need to attach a component called composite collider 2D, as we have done with our ground underscore tile. So we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to find our composite collider 2D. Let's attach that, and it's automatically attach our rigid body 2D. So we will go to rigid body 2D, and we will set the body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. And collision detection, we're gonna choose continuous, and interpolate to making smooth. And after doing all the settings, what we need to do now, we basically need to move over to this tile map collider 2D, and we need to move over to this composite operation, and it says none. So what we need to click on it, and we need to click on this merge, and as soon as we click on it merge, as you can see, it gets compiled. Basically we doing the same thing as we have done with our ground tile, but the problem that we're not gonna able to jump top of this. We will able to jump for the first time, but in the second time we're not gonna do that, not gonna able to do that. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, you will see. So just wait a moment, and once it's done, we gonna able to notice that. So just wait a moment, and let's see that. So if I jump top of this tile, as you can see, this player just playing the dash animation clip over again and again, and we not able to jump as well. Why? Because this player don't know that this is our platform ground. Basically this is our just gonna work as a ground, so that's why. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and we need to assign this platform underscore tile as a ground tag and as well as a ground layer. So this player game object will know this is also this platform underscore tile, also a ground tile, you can simply say. So that's is the thing. So for that we're gonna select our platform underscore tile, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna assign with ground tag as well as layer. We're gonna assign with ground layer. Now we assigned the tag ground and layer, as you can see in the top right, we assigned ground. Now this platform underscore tile also a ground game object, or it just gonna work as a ground. So now if I go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will able to notice that we will able to jump top of this platform underscore tile as well as on our ground. So just wait a moment, and if I jump top of that, we can see by now we are able to jump that. So I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom out or zoom in, and we can notice our player is able to jump top of this platform underscore tile as well. And I want some ropes right over here, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, and also I want this platform this platform tile in front of our everything, like this ground as we have done. So by before we do that, let's create the ropes. So we're gonna have some ropes. So to do that, we're gonna select our grid or the level. Let's right click on it, then go to 2D object, then tile map, and then rectangular. So it's gonna create the tile, and we can call this tile to something like ropes. So let's go over to inspector and let's call it ropes, something like that. And we're not gonna attach a tile map collider to these ropes because we don't want to attach any collider, so this player gonna able to easily pass through it. And to attach the ropes, or basically to place the rope tiles, we're gonna select our ropes underneath our grid or the level in the hierarchy. Then let's click on this open tile palette, and we have the ropes in our tile palette tab. So we need to find that, and I have it in the middle over here in the bottom. So we can see the rope by scrolling my mouse, and we can just paste it like this, as you can see. So this seems pretty much perfect, and we're gonna select this, and to make it easier we can choose this tool and we can paste it like this. And what I want this rope in front of my player game object. So we will create two more sorting layer, one for our these ropes and for one for our ground tiles, sorry, platform underscore tile. And we don't want to attach any tile map collider to these ropes, so this player game object just gonna easily able to pass through it. So that's why. So let's create two more sorting layers. So we're gonna select our ropes or platform underscore tile, then go over to inspector tile map renderer. Let's click on this sorting layer, let's click on add sorting layer. Let's create two more sorting layer. So let's click on this plus icon, we're gonna create one ropes, and let's click on this plus icon one more time, and we're gonna create for our platform type as platform underscore tile. So let's create platform underscore tile, something like that. And I want this platform underscore tile, basically it should be ropes, we just mess spell. So I'm gonna take my ropes and I'm gonna drag it all the way to the down or in front of, because I want these ropes in front of my player game object. As you can see, we just drag it all the way to the down, basically means the rope just gonna in front of all everything. And after it we have the platform underscore tile. And what we need to do now, we need to assign it. So I'm gonna choose my platform underscore tile. Let's go over to inspector, then tile map renderer, sorting layer. We're gonna choose our platform underscore tile sorting layer for this platform underscore tile game object, and we will select the ropes, and let's assign with our rope sorting layer. So we're gonna select our ropes. Let's go over to inspector, TileMap renderer, sorting layer, we're gonna choose ropes. Now ropes just gonna be everything in front of everything. So if I just go ahead and to make it noticeable, I'm gonna choose the background color something else to make it to basically able to see. So I'm gonna select my main camera, then go over to inspector, camera component, and then click on this background, and we can choose the color. So as you can see, I'm gonna choose the color this to basically able to check that out. So now I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we're gonna have a look on it. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So now if we just go ahead, sorry, if we just go ahead and jump off top of these ropes, so as you can see, the rope seems in front of our player game objects because the sorting layer of these ropes is all the way down or in front of everything. So that is the thing. So we're gonna get out of play mode. So you can create like this, you can create anything you want, but make sure you go to your grid in the hierarchy or basically the level, then right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular, and you can just name it whatever you want. You can name it something like back stuff, front stuff, or anything like that to just create the amazing level. So I hope you get the idea. And now I'm gonna create the water for now. Water over here, I'm just gonna create that. To do that, firstly I'm gonna select my level. Let's go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all if I just made it prefab. So let's create our water layer, water tiles. To do that, we're gonna select our level or the create one more time in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it. Let's go to 2D objects, tile map, then rectangular, and it's gonna create the tile map, and we can call this tile map to something like water. So I'm gonna call it water, something like that. And now we are ready to place our water tiles. To do that, let's select our water underneath our grid or the level. Let's go over to scene view. Let's click on this open tile palette, and now we need to find over here in our tile palette the water. So I have it in the bottom over here, as you can notice. So we can just paste it right away, something like this, as you can see. And I want this water behind of my ground, behind of my ground or ground. So that's why we're gonna create one more sorting layer for this water as well. But before we do, we can paste it like this. So as you can see, so this is our top one, basically top tiles, our water tiles, and this is the middle or the bottom, you can simply say. And to make our work faster, so we can choose this tool, which is our pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key is I, and we can select the area that we want to copy, and we can just paste it like this. And I want this water to be behind of my this ground tiles. So we need to create one more sorting layer for our water tiles or this water. So let's select that. Let's go over to inspector, tile map renderer. Let's click on this sorting layer. Let's click on add sorting layer, and we're gonna press down Control S on my keyboard if you get some errors. Basically, if you seems not working, and we're gonna click on this plus icon, and we're gonna create a water sorting layer. So we're gonna name it something like water, and I want this water behind of my this ground. I want behind of my ground. So that's why I'm gonna take my water sorting layer, and I'm gonna drag it behind of my ground ground underscore tile layer or ground layer. As you can see, I just take in my water, and I just drag it behind of my ground, as you can notice in the inspector. And what we need to do by now, we need to select our water underneath our level or the grid in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, tile map renderer, and we're gonna assign with the sorting layer that we recently created for this water. So I'm gonna assign with water. Now as you can see, we have done that thing. And if you so before you do all of these things, make sure you just turn it your level or the grid into a prefab, so you're gonna have the copy of it and you don't need to work from scratch. And I'm gonna select my level, basically the parent. Let's go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. Now it's done, and we can simply press down Control S on our keyboard in order to save our project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this and how you can create like this. we will do now, we're gonna add a box collider 2D around this enemy game object. And if the box collider 2D, we also need to make sure that we just check that is triggered to true, or else this enemy game object just gonna register or restrict our player game object to pass through it. And if that box collider just triggered with this player game object, then we just want to attack. So what we need to do, we need to attach that. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, and let's move it somewhere over here for testing purposes. So I'm gonna select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it in the down somewhere around here. So let's add our another box collider 2D to this enemy game object. So let's select this enemy underscore one. Let's go over to inspector. Let's click on add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D, another box collider 2D. So just wait. So we're gonna attach that. So let's attach that, and we need to adjust the collider box collider 2D. So we're gonna click on this box collider 2D, and we're not able to see that. So we're gonna click on this edit collider. You can find it over here in this scene view as well. In this tool you can have it anywhere, so make sure you just find that in your scene view, which I have it in the right section, in the right section. As you can see, you're gonna have it in the left bottom or in the top. It's so basically you need to find it, and make sure you just click on this in the bottom, which is edit collider, and we need to edit the collider. So let's click on this edit collider. So I'm gonna edit the collider some much, something like this much. So we can just move over to our box collider 2D, then offset, and in the X we can just make, sorry, we can move over to X size. So as you can see, we have done it 9, so let's make it something around 10, and 10 just gonna be perfect. And if you just want to increase the attack range, then you can just go over to box collider 2D, and you can just move over to size, and you can increase the value, or you can simply click on this edit collider in this in view as well. It's basically up to you. And I want in the Y a little bit up, so I'm gonna click on this edit collider. Let's move it up. And also we need to make sure that we just check this is triggered to true, else this enemy game object just gonna register our player to pass through it. So let me show you before we do that. So if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, in order to play our game, you will able to notice that. So just wait a moment, and Unity just gonna take a little moment. So now as you can see, our game just started, and if I just go ahead or get closer to this enemy game object, so let me show you. As you can see, we're not able to pass through this. So if I just, and it's gonna push our player. So just wait. As you can see, our enemy game object also just getting register. It's not able to pass through this, because this box collider 2D is working as a collision. So that's why we need to check this is triggered. So that is the thing. So we're gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button, and then what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our box collider 2D. Make sure you select your enemy underscore one, not this one. Basically you need to go over to the second one which you recently attached. So in my case, this box collider 2D, and I'm gonna check this is trigger. And now, and also I want to just increase the speed of this enemy game object. Something over here, I'm gonna move it, and let's go over to enemy script in the inspector, and I'm gonna make the patrolling speed something around 2. And now if I just go ahead and then click on this play button, you will able to notice by now it's not gonna register our enemy as well as our player to just pass through it. And also this enemy just gonna patrol around this ground, and it's not gonna register with our ground collider. So just wait a moment and let me show you. So game just started, and we can check that out in our scene view. So really apologize, and we're gonna able to see by now it's not gonna collide with this, but it's gonna trigger with that. So we by now we can see, as you can notice, it's doing that thing. So basically it's working fine, and we can check out with our player as well. So if I just get closer to this enemy game object, as you can see, it's not pushing, but once it's colliding with this enemy game object box collider 2D, then it's just pushing our player. Basically it's working fine. So we're gonna get out of play mode. So what we need to do now, we're gonna create a variable to just keep track of if we are attack range or not. We're gonna create a variable or a bool parameter to just keep track of if this player game object in attack range, basically inside this box collider 2D, or just trigger with this box collider 2D, then basically means we need to chase our player game object, and once it's get in some certain distance, then this enemy game object need to attack on our player game object. But before we do, make sure you select your enemy underscore one or enemy, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. If you turn it into a prefab your game object, then make sure you go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. And I want this box collider 2D, so if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, I want this box collider 2D in the top, and I want this enemy script to the down. So how we can arrange that? We do know that we need to open up in prefab mode. So basically we need to select our enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector in the top right. Basically right over here we can see open in the bottom, basically in the right section. So we're gonna click on it to open, and now we can simply right click on this box collider 2D, and we can click on this move up, or we can simply right click on this enemy script, and we can click on this move down in order to move it down. So now as you can see it's down. So I'm gonna go back, so by clicking on that arrow. So now we can see the box collider 2D is in the app, and also make sure you just check this is trigger, else it's not gonna work. So we're going to create a parameter to just keep track of if our player game object in attack range or not. So let's open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and let's go to top of our class, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. So we're going to make a private. So let's make a private, and that will be bool, and we can call this one, sorry, this will be bool, and we can call this one is player, let's call it is player in attack range, something like that. Attack range, let's call it attack range, attack, sorry, attack range, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we just created this variable which is a bool parameter to just gonna keep track of if our player is attack range of this enemy game object or not. And we're gonna move over to a start function, and in the start of the game we're gonna set this is player in attack range to false. Why? Because in the start of the game this player will not gonna be inside of this enemy game object attack range. So that's why. So we will move over to start function, and we will set is player attack range equal to false, because in the start of the game we're not gonna be attack range. And if we move over to our update function, we moving we basically moving or patrolling our script over here, as you can see, and we flipping our enemy here. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create a function. So if I move over to Unity editor, then select this enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector box collider 2D, which one we secondly attach, so in my case this one. And we can see we just check the is trigger. So that's why we're gonna use a function called on trigger inter 2D function, and that function get called when we trigger with something. If this box collider 2D that we attach inside this enemy game object trigger with this player game object, then that function just gonna trigger. So to do that, we're gonna move over to a script, and in the bottom we're gonna do, and that function is on trigger enter 2D function, and this function get called, and make sure you just type as I did over here. So this function get called when we trigger with something, and we can extract information what we trigger it with by going over to this collision parameter. So this collision parameter we can extract information like name of the game object we trigger it with. So if I move over to Unity editor and then select this player game object, then go over to inspector, as you can see I assigned this player as a player tag, and make sure you also do that. Basically select your player, then go over to inspector and assign with your player. So we assigned this player as a player tag. So if the box collider 2D of this enemy game object just gonna trigger with this player game object, then we can just set that attack range parameter to true. So we're gonna move over to script, and over here we're gonna check. So let's make if condition first bracket and some curly brackets. So this function get called when we trigger with something, and before we trigger we just want to check what we trigger it with, and we're gonna use this parameter which is collision in order to extract information. So we will use collision. So we're gonna use this collision dot game object dot tag if it is equals to player. If that is the case, that means we just gonna trigger him with our player. So this collision dot game object over here basically means the game object we gonna trigger with. So if this enemy or this box collider 2D just trigger with this player game object, then collision dot game object there basically means this player game object. And then what we're doing, we're just extracting the tag, basically we accessing the tag as you can see, and we keep checking the tag if it's equals to player, and we can notice that we assigned this player as a player tag, we can notice in the inspector. So we accessing the tag of this game object, and we checking if the tag is equals to player, and indeed we can notice our we assigned this player as a player tag. Basically means that box collider 2D just colliding with that player game object. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set attack range to true, because this box collider 2D, if I select my enemy just trigger with this player game object, means we need to set that attack is a player in attack range to true. Then this enemy game object need to attack on our player game object first. Firstly it need to chase, and after that it's need to attack when it's get in some a certain distance. So now we're gonna move over to script, but before we do, we just want to print out a message if it's working or not. So we're gonna type debug.log in order to print out message, and we're gonna say something like player in attack range. So we will say player in attack range, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor and let's check that out. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with this box collider 2D, that message just gonna pop up, and that message just gonna print out the message in our console tab says play. Now the compilation is done. We can just click on this play button in the top, but before I do that, I'm gonna select my console tab to see the message, and let's click on this clear in the top left to clear all of the message if we have some before we play our game. So now let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, that message just gonna pop up because we assign it our player as a player tag. And if this box collider 2D trigger with that player game object, and we do know that we assign it our player as a player tag, so that message just gonna pop up, as you can see, as you can notice in the scene view. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit, and if we trigger with this box collider 2D that we created, we can see the message in our console tab says player in attack range just getting pop up. So as you can see, as and now what we're gonna do, instead of instead of printing out message, we're gonna set is player attack is player in attack range parameter to true, because we're gonna collide with this box collider 2D. But before we do that, I'm gonna get out of play mode. what I want to do, I also want to print out a message when we trigger out from this box collider 2D. When we exit from this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, when we're gonna trigger out, or this player game just gonna exit this box collider 2D of this enemy game object. So we also want to print out the message. So to do that, we're gonna use we have to use another function, basically same function. To do that, move over to your script, and you need to use this on trigger exit 2D function. And we do know that this function just gonna call when we gonna trigger out from that box collider 2D, and we can check that. So this function get called when we trigger out from, or when we exit our box collider 2D. So so we can use that function, or basically this function get called when we just gonna exit our box collider 2D. So we can simply copy this line of code from our on trigger enter 2D function by Control C, and we can paste it over here by Control V. And what we doing, so before we triggering out, we just taking collision dot game object dot tag, basically means the game object that we exiting, or from, let's suppose the player game object exit from this box collider 2D. Then this message just gonna pop up, and we checking if the game object has a tag called player. As you can see, we assign it our player. So if I select my player, then move over to inspector, we can notice we assigned this player as a player tag. So this player just gonna trigger out from this, or just gonna exit from that box collider 2D, means that our player game object is out of from this attack range of this enemy game object. So that's why we're gonna set that is player in attack range parameter to false once our player game object just gonna exit, or just gonna trigger out from this box collider 2D of this enemy game object. So now let's move over to our script, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message. Instead of saying player in attack range, now we're gonna say player is not in attack range. And let's close that up with semicolon. Make sure you just close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna do that. And now let's press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna trigger from that box, we're gonna exit from that box collider 2D, that message just gonna pop up right away, says oh, player is not in attack range. So just wait a moment and you will see that. Now the compilation is done, so let's check that out as well. And we need to select our console tab in order to, and if we have any message before in our console tab, if we have pre-messages, we can just click on this clear in the top left in order to clear all of them. And let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So once we're gonna trigger out from this box collider 2D, or just gonna exit, that message just gonna say something like player is not in attack range. Almost done. So now let's check that out. So firstly we need to get closer to our enemy game object, and I really apologize, it's lagging. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project. uh, so I'm just doing this for lagging purposes, so just wait. And it's gonna work fine, so just wait. So I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard one more time, and now it's almost done. I really sorry for this, my system is too much slow. So now what we're gonna do, let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. Now let's have a look on this. So now it's done. Let's get closer to this enemy game object. So I'm gonna get closer to this enemy game object, so we can see the message just getting pop up player in attack range. But once we trigger out from this or exit from this box collider 2D, the message says in our console tab says player is not in attack range. So once we trigger out, as you can notice in my console tab, so that message just getting pop up. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, And instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we just want to set that parameter to true or false. So let's move over to our script. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna set that is player it attack range that we created up over here. As you can see, is player in attack range, and in the start of the game we set it to false. So once we're gonna trigger with that box collider 2D, so we printing out this message says player in attack range. So instead of printing out message, we're gonna set that is player in attack range parameter equal to true, because we just colliding with that box collider 2D. But once we're gonna trigger out or just gonna exit from that collider 2D, so we're doing it over here. So we're printing out this message says player in is not in attack range. So instead of doing that, we're gonna set our is player in attack range to false, because we just trigger it out from that collider 2D, which from where we collided, basically which one we collided with, sorry, triggered it with. And we're gonna press down Control S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. But the problem is that we're not able to notice that parameter underneath our enemy script. Why? Because we said that is player in attack range parameter to private. So we still want to see. So if you want to see the private parameters, then you need to move over to debug mode. And let me show you that how you can do it or how you can achieve that. So just wait a moment. And we can notice that as soon as our script just gets compiled, we're not able to see underneath our enemy script which is player in attack range, but we still want to see that private parameter. Then what we have to do, we need to move over to inspector. In the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then click on this debug. And as soon as we're going to choose that debug, and then move over to our enemy script, in the bottom we can notice that is player in attack range is unchecked, basically means false. And if we just gonna trigger with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, then it's gonna be checked, means true. So let me show you. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and we will able to notice that. So now let's check that out. So once we're gonna trigger with this box collider 2D, that is player in attack range parameter just gonna be true, means check. So let's check that out. So I'm gonna get closer to my enemy game object. As you can see, indeed it's taking, but when we trigger out, we can notice underneath our enemy script in the bottom is player attack range get unchecked, checked, or basically unchecked, depending upon if this player game object just triggering with that box collider 2D or not of this enemy game object. And we can see it's getting unchecked or checked, basically means true or false. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And let's suppose you just want to move over to your inspector mode from this debug mode. You don't want to see these private parameters, then once again go over to top right, and then click on these three dots and then click on this normal. So you're gonna go back to your normal mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And we also need to make the chasing, attack, and all of those things. When we set is player in attack range parameter to true, then we don't wanna patrol. Instead we just wanna chase our player game object, and when it's get in some certain distance, then we want our enemy to stop, and then our enemy game object need to play the attack animation, or it's basically need to attack on our player game object. To do that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna open up our enemy one script. So let's open up our enemy script in the inspector by double clicking on it. And we're gonna move over to our update function. So this line of code right over here, as you can see, transform.translate, which is patrolling our ground. So basically it's just patrolling our enemy. So and over here this function, it's just for flipping. We can see we just created this function to flip. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna separate this function. Instead of basically doing an update function, we're gonna create separate function for our flip and for this petrol. And we're gonna do it in the bottom somewhere over here, we can do it. So let's make a function. For function we're gonna type void, and let's make the function for our flip first. So we're gonna type this void flip, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to do inside this function, we just want to flip. So simply we can just put this line of code which is responsible for flip. As you can see, it's just creating the ray, basically shooting out the ray in the down direction, and we can see we just flipping over here. So simply we're just gonna copy this whole line of code which is responsible for flipping, and we're gonna press down Control X for cut, and we're gonna paste it over here inside our flip function by Control V. And also we need to call this flip function, or else this line of code will not be execute, and means our enemy not gonna flip at all. So we need to call the flip function in our update function. So this flip function just gonna call every single frame, and every single frame it's just gonna check the ray if it's colliding with the ground or not. If it's not, then it just flipping. So basically we need to call the flip function. But before I do that, I'm gonna arrange this something like this, and this gonna be fine. And now let's call the flip function here in our update function flip. Let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. And now this flip function getting called every single frame, since we calling inside our update function, which is just flipping our enemy, as you can see. And we're gonna do the same thing with our patrolling. So let's create a separate function for our patrol enemy, and let's make it somewhere over here. So for function we're gonna type void, and let's call this function something like patrol enemy, something like that. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and inside this function we just gonna put this line of code which is just patrolling our enemy. And we're gonna press down Control X for cut. Let's paste inside over here by Control V. And now we need to call the patrol enemy function. So this function just gonna patrol our enemy. So let's call the function over here. So let's call it patrol enemy, patrol enemy, patrol enemy, and let's make first bracket. I'm gonna put it a little bit down, something over here, and it's gonna be fine. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So before we patrol, we just want to check if our player game object in attack range of this enemy game object. Basically, if our player game object trigger with this box collider 2D we created inside this enemy game object, if that is the case, then we want to stop patrolling, and we need to chasing our player game object. So that's why, so before we patrol we just want to check. So we're gonna make if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we created a bool parameter over here, as you can see, we just which just taking basically if our player in attack range or not. So we're gonna put it over here. So we're gonna check is player in attack range. If it's equals to true, basically means that we do know that we're setting this is player in attack range parameter to true. Once our player game object just gonna trigger with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, then we're setting it to true, and we're checking if that is the case. Then what we're gonna do, we're gonna chase our player, and then we're gonna attack. So for now I'm gonna print out a message. For printing out, we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like let's say chase sorry is player in attack range, and we're gonna say something like uh, chase player and attack player, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. And let's suppose the player in is not in attack range. Basically it's out of from this box collider 2D, a box collider 2D of this enemy game object. So in that moment what this enemy game object need to do, it's need to patrol our ground. Basically if our player game object it's not attack range of this enemy game object, then this enemy game object just need to patrol around this ground. So that's why else condition we're gonna check. So else we're gonna make it else if our enemy is not in attack range. If that is the case, then we're gonna the patrol. So that's why we're gonna patrol, we're gonna put our patrol function inside this else condition. So else if our enemy is not sorry else is our player is not in attack range, then what we doing, we just calling the patrol enemy function. And the patrol enemy function, we do know what it's simply doing. It's basically patrolling our enemy, as you can see. So before we patrol enemy, we just checking if our is player in attack range is true, then we just simply printing out this message. And if our player is not, then we patrolling our enemy. So now let's press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor and let's take a look on it. So now the compilation is done, we can check that out. So let's have a look. So I'm going to click on this clear in my console tab in the top left to clear our messages. If we have any message already, then we can just do that. And now we're going to click on this play button in the top to play our game. So once we're going to get inside this box collider 2D, or just going to trigger with that, then this enemy just gonna stop moving, just gonna stop speed rolling, and the message just gonna pop up says chase player and attack player. So let's have a look on it, and I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom out. So let's take a look on this. So if we get closer to, as you can see, as soon as we just triggering with this box collider 2D, the enemy game object just gets stops moving. And if we move over to our console tab, we can see the message says test player and attack player just getting pop up. But once we're gonna trigger out from this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, now we can see our enemy just patrolling around this ground, as you can notice. But once we're gonna trigger with one more time with this box collider 2D of this enemy game object, we can notice this enemy just gets stops or just stops patrolling around this ground, and the message just getting pop up in our console tab says chase player and attack player. So this message just getting pop up. So now what we're gonna do, instead of doing that, so firstly we need to chase our player. Basically this enemy game object need to get in some certain distance distance between our player and this enemy. And once it's over here, then we just gonna attack on our player. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And instead of printing out message, we basically want to chase our player. So just wait. But the problem is that we basically the problem is that our enemy just not looking in the direction player is basically going. So I'm going to talk about it later. Let's firstly make the chase thing. So let's move over to our script. So we can double click on this message in order to move over to our script. I really apologize, it's just lagging a little bit. So we can move over our script. So just wait. I really apologize, it's taking a little bit. So let's double click on this anime script in order to open that up in Visual Studio. And what we're gonna do, so we patrolling around over here, and we printing out the message here once our enemy is in attack range. So instead of doing or patrolling printing out the message, we just want to chase our player. So what we will do, we just gonna go over to top of our class, and we're gonna make some variables, and we will populate some variables. So let's make it something over here. So what we need a speed, or basically the chase speed, with how much speed we just want to chase our player game object. So let's make a variable for it. So we're gonna make a public that will be float, and we can call this one chase speed, something like that. And by default I'm gonna set equal to something around 4f. And also we need to check the retrieve distance. Basically we need to check if this enemy game object is now the let's suppose if I take my enemy, and let's suppose enemy is something over here, basically means it's too much close. So then we need to stop moving our enemy, and it's need to play the attack animation clip. So we also need a retrieve distance between our player and this enemy. So let's create that variable as well, or basically that parameter. So let's move over to our script, and let's go to top of over here, and we're gonna make a public float, and this just gonna be float, and we can call this one retrieve. Let's call it retrieve distance. And if I really apologize if I means if I spelling it wrong, I really apologize for this. And by default I'm gonna set it to something like 1.5 basically the retrieve distance. And now we just created this parameter and we are ready to chase. So over here as you can see we're chasing. So before we chasing, we just want to check the distance between them. So we can use the chase to in order to chase that we can make it. But before we chase, we just want to check the distance between our enemy and this player game object. If it's too much close, basically greater than retrieve distance as we created there, then we need to stop moving our basically we need to stop moving our enemy, or else it's gonna push our player game object. So that's why. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the distance between our player and our enemy. So we will go to top of our over here, and we need to grab the transform our player, basically the position. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector transform, and this transform have the position, rotation and scale. So we need the player transform, or you can simply say the player position. So we will move over to our script, and let's make it over here. So we're going to make a public, and that will be transform, which is responsible for position. And we can call this one player position, or we can simply call it player. So let's call it player. And make sure once you are in Unity editor, make sure you just assign that. And now what we're gonna do over here inside this if condition, we just want to check the distance between them. And in order to check the distance between them, we need to use this function, and it's called vector2 dot distance. And this function as a first argument, basically this function just gonna take two position, and it's gonna check it's gonna compare between them the distance between them. So first thing, I'm gonna pass my own position. So in my case, transform dot position. And transform dot position over here basically means the enemy game object position, or the enemy game object current position. And the second thing, comma, we're gonna pass the player position. So we will go to player transform, and then we're gonna access the position. So we're gonna type dot position. If the position between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance, if that is the case, basically means the enemy this enemy and this player is not too much close yet. So we just taking, as you can see, if the position our enemy and the player, if it's greater than retrieve distance, means the position between them is still greater than some number, means our enemy is not too much close to our player game object yet. Then what we want to do, we just want to chase. So we're gonna print out this message. So we're gonna type debug.log log, and we're gonna say something like chase player, because the distance between them is not too much close yet. Then what we're doing, we just printing out this message says chase player, as you can see. So vector2 dot distance, it's basically just gonna check check two position, and it's just gonna compare between them. So first we just pass on position, which is transform dot position, basically means enemy position itself, or enemy current position. And the second thing, we pass our player position, and we checking if it's greater than retrieve distance, basically means the distance between is not too much close. So that's why if it's greater than retrieve distance, then we just printing out the message says chase player. But let's suppose the distance between is now too much close our player and that enemy game object. Then what we're gonna do is, if the position between is now too much close, that means our enemy, basically this mushroom enemy, need to attack on our player game object. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna print out a message as something like says we're gonna say something like attack on player. So we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like attack player because we are too much close by now. It's not greater than retrieve distance means our enemy and the player is now too much close. So what we're gonna say, attack on player, something like that, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So just wait, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So that message just gonna pop up, says attack on player. If the player and our enemy game object is too much close, then that message just gonna pop up, says attack on player. Now let's do that. So let's click on this play button. But before we do, if I select my enemy underscore one, then move over to inspector. So just wait. We can see underneath our enemy script player transform, player, and it says done transform basically is totally empty. So what we need to do over here, we need to drag our player transform. Basically we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy and then drag it over to that slot. And now we can notice that we have the player transform, or you can simply say the player position, as you can see, which is player transform. Basically means this transform. If we move over to inspector, basically this transform where basically means the position. And now I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on this. And we can select our enemy in the hierarchy in order to check it in our scene view. So I'm gonna do that. So just wait a moment, and we can check that out. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and let's check that out. Let's get closer to our enemy game object first. We can see chase player, but once we're gonna be too much close, so let's get too much close, we can see the message says attack on player just getting pop up, as you can see. So once we are too much close, this message just getting pop up, and once we are not too much close, so if I just click on this clear, too much close, we can see the message says chase player. So this message just getting pop up, but once we get too much close, we can notice the message just getting pop up, says attack on player. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what I want to do, I just want to increase the attack range of this enemy game object, as well as I just want to increase the retrieve distance. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, then box collider 2D. Basically the second one, make sure the second one and not play with the first one. So we're gonna move over to second one, and I'm gonna make the size in the X a little bit up, something around 15, to just make the attack range a little bit bigger. And also I want in the Y a little bit up. So in the Y I'm gonna do something like, so instead of doing over here, you can do it in the scene view. So just click on this edit collider in the scene view. We can see in the right bar we have the move tool, we have the rotation tool, and all of this. And in the bottom we can see the collider. So we're gonna click on it, and in the Y we're just gonna increase something like this much. So make sure you just increase in the Y a little bit up, and it's gonna be fine. And also I want to increase the retrieve distance, so I'm gonna move over to my enemy script. Sorry, I guess I have done the wrong thing. So if I select my enemy, so basically it's fine. So I'm gonna select my enemy script, and now over here what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my retrieve distance, and I'm gonna increase the value of it. So let's make it something around 3, I guess. Let's do 2.5 instead of 3, or 2.7, and it's gonna be fine. And once it's done, we can just it's fine by now. So let's move over to our scape. So instead of printing out says chase player, we just want to move towards our player game object. Instead of printing out this message says chase player. So to move towards our player game object, we need to use this transform. So we're gonna access the transform dot position, and over here transform dot position, we do know this basically means the current position of our enemy game object. and we're gonna set equal to vector2 dot move towards function. And this vector2 dot move towards function, as a first argument it's gonna take the current position, and the second argument it's gonna take the player position, or basically the target position where you want to go or want to chase. And the third argument it's gonna take the speed, with how much speed you just want to move over to that point, or basically the target point. So in my case, target just gonna be our player. So as a first argument, we're gonna pass transform dot position. It's basically means current position, our player game object current position itself, sorry, not player, basically enemy position itself, current position of our enemy. And the second thing, it's gonna take the target, so we're gonna pass our player dot position. So we're gonna pass player dot position means our target position, or basically what we want to chase. So in my case, I want to chase my player, so that's why as a second argument I just pass player dot position. And the third argument comma, it's gonna take the speed, so we will pass our chase speed as we created over here, our chase parameter. And make sure you also multiply with the time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So we're going to multiply with time dot delta time, and we're going to close that up with semicolon. And now we're going to press down Control S to save our script, and then move over to your Unity editor. So what we're doing, so let me explain one more time. So we're just setting the current position of our enemy equal to the position where we want to go, and we need to use this vector2 dot move towards function in order to chase what or the or basically we just want to move over, or the basically you just where you want to go. So you need to pass the second as a second argument where you want to go, or basically the target position. So I hope you get the idea. And now let's move over to Unity editor and let's check that out. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can check that out. So now let's move over to Unity editor, and once we're gonna be too much close, basically player and this enemy, then that message just gonna pop up. So I'm gonna take my player a little bit farther away from this enemy for now. So I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit farther away from this enemy game object for now, basically testing purposes only. And let's move it somewhere around here, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So now let's take a look on it. So we can see, and I'm going to select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy to see that, and let's get closer to our enemy. We can notice that enemy is chasing once it's inside this attack range, but once we're gonna be a little bit farther away from this enemy, as you can see it's chasing, but once our enemy and this player game object is too much close, as you can see the distance between. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game. So as you can see, if the enemy and this player game object is now too much close, and if we move over to our console tab, we can see we just printing out a message says attack on player. So I'm going to click on this clear in the top left to clear all of the messages. And let's suppose if we are not too much close, basically means this enemy is little bit further away from my player game object. And in order to check, I'm gonna make the petrol and the chase speed a little bit less. So I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector enemy script, and I'm gonna make the petrol speed something like one, and the chase speed I'm gonna make it something around two. And I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top to unpause, basically to get out of from pause mode. And if I push my enemy, we can see enemy is chasing, but once it's gonna be too much close, you will notice enemy just gonna stops right there, as you can see. And as soon as it's stop and then move over to my console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up says attack on player. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. So this enemy game object just chasing our player once it's inside this attack range. attack range. Basically, once it's collide with this box collider 2D or basically trigger with that, and once our enemy and the player is too much close, then we just printing out a message says attack on player. And if I move over to my script, as you can see, once the distance between is not to, greater than retrieve distance, basically means the distance between our enemy and player is too much close, then we simply printing out this message says attack on player, as you can see right over here. So I hope you get the idea, and instead of printing out message, we do know that we need to play those animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. I'm gonna click on this in the top left to clear all of the messages, previous messages, and I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So now it's gonna save that. We have a problem that our enemy is not flipping in the direction player is going. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here for testing purposes. So let's move it here, and if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will see our enemy not flipping in the direction player is going. So let me show that to you first. So let's have a look on it. So let's firstly we need to get closer to our enemy game object. So let's do that first. So I'm gonna get closer to my enemy. So as you can see, I am in the right side, and if I scroll my mouse to zoom in, as you can see, enemy didn't flipped in the direction player is going, as you can see. So we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. So how we can do that? We do know that we need to set the Y Euler angles to -180 or 180, so it's gonna flip to the right direction. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm just gonna show you the logic. So let's suppose if I select my player in the hierarchy and let's move it somewhere, sorry, it's just lagging a little bit. So if I move it somewhere around here, as you can notice, it's gonna be greater than in the x position or horizontally greater than in of enemy position in the x axis. So as you can see, player position in the x axis gonna be greater than enemy position in the x axis. So now what we need to do, we need to flip this enemy to the right direction, and we do know that if we set it to 180 in the y, it's gonna flip to the right direction. So we need to do that. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our script, and over here we checking that if it is player in attack range. Basically means that if I select my enemy one, basically means that our player game object inside this box collider 2D or inside this enemy game object attack range. So we need to flip this enemy. So that's why we're gonna do inside this over here is player in attack range. So we're gonna do it over here. So we just want to check the position in the x-axis of our enemy as well as with our player game object. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we just want to check the position of our enemy game object and player enemy game object. So we will go to player. So we do know that we have the player transform, basically means the position. So we will go to player transform, and then we're gonna type dot position, and we will access the x position, and we will check if it's greater than enemy position in the x axis or horizontally. So we're gonna type this transform dot position dot x, and transform dot position dot x, we do know it's basically means current position of this enemy game object in the x axis or horizontally. So if that is the case, means our player is somewhere over here, and at the same time we need to check if this enemy is looking to the left direction. So as you can see, it's gonna look to the left direction. So what we need to do now, we also need to check the which direction we're looking. So we need to set basically after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we're gonna set facing left parameter to false, because we're gonna look to the right direction. So at the same time we're gonna check, so nn we will check if facing left is equals to true, means our enemy game object is looking to the left direction. So now what we need to do, we need to set the y. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, transform, then rotation, and set this y to something like -180. As you can see, as soon as we put, it's looking to the right direction. So I'm gonna set back to 0, so it's gonna look to the left direction. So we need to set this y. To do that, let's move over to our script. So firstly, what we will do, we will go to transform. So we will move over to transform, and then we're gonna access the Euler angles, and we will set equal to a new vector 3, and this gonna have x axis comma y axis and the z axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we basically going over to this enemy game object transform, this transform, and then Euler angles, and in the y, what we're gonna do, we're gonna set it to 180. So in the y, we're gonna put -180f, and in the z, we don't want to do anything like that, so we're gonna put 0f in the z, and we're gonna do the same thing 0f in the x axis. So now after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we need to set the facing left parameter to false, because if we flip this enemy to the right direction, it's gonna look towards to the left direction. So that's why after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we're gonna set facing left equal to false, and close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and let's head over to Unity editor. So you will see, and we can check it. So now I'm gonna take my player game object in a hierarchy, and I'm gonna select my move tool in the scene view, and let's move it little bit further away from this enemy game object. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom in or zoom out. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's get in attack range of this enemy one game object, and we will able to notice this enemy game object just gonna flip to the right direction if our player in the right direction, if our player game object is going to the right direction or in the right direction from this enemy game object. So now let's check that out. So firstly, let's give it a moment to come, so just wait. And if we now move, as you can see, if I take a closer look, as you can see, this enemy is now looking to the right direction, and we can notice. But if we move over to left direction one more time, we can still see that this enemy is not flipping to the left direction once again. So we also need to flip our enemy to the left direction. So what we need to do, we're gonna get out of play mode to flip our enemy to the left direction. So let's suppose our player game object is player game object is somewhere over here. So as you can see, player position in the x-axis, it's gonna be lesser than position in the x-axis of this enemy game object. As you can see, means that we need to flip our enemy game object once again to the left direction. So what we will do, we will move over to our script, and over here we're gonna check else if. So we're gonna check, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we just want to check the distance, basically the position in the x-axis. So we will check if player dot position dot x, and basically x position of our player, if it's lesser than enemy position in the x-axis, basically means enemy is over here, something over here. So what we will do, we will go to transform, then position, and we're gonna access the x-axis. And if that is the case, at the same time we also need to check that if our enemy is looking to the right direction, means we need to flip our enemy to the left direction. So also we're gonna check and if our facing left is equals to false. If that is the case, means our enemy is looking to the right direction. So now what we need to do, we need to set the enemy position in the y-axis to 0, so it's gonna flip to the left direction one more time. And after flipping our enemy to the left direction, we're gonna set facing left parameter to true. Why? Because if we flip this enemy to the left direction, it's gonna look towards to the left direction. So that's why after flipping, we're gonna set our facing left parameter to true. So firstly, what we will do, we will go to transform, then we're gonna access the Euler angles, which gonna have x-axis, y-axis, and the z. So we're gonna set a new vector 3, a vector 3, and this gonna have x-axis comma y-axis comma z-axis, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we do know that if we set this y to 0, so it's gonna flip to the left direction one more time. So in the y we're gonna set it to 0f, and we're gonna do the same thing in the z, and we're not gonna mess around with the x axis, so we're gonna put 0f in the x. And now after flipping our enemy to the left direction, we need to set facing left parameter to true. Why? Because this enemy just gonna look towards to the left direction, so that's why. So after flipping, we're gonna set facing left equal to true, because we're gonna look towards to the left direction. And now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor, or in the direction player is going. So we're gonna take a look on it. So I'm gonna take my player game object little bit farther away from my enemy game object. So let's select the player in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool, and we're gonna move it little bit farther away from our enemy game object. And now let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on it. So just let's give it a moment to come. And if we move to the right direction, we can notice that enemy flips to the right direction. And now if our player game object just goes to the left direction, we can notice that our mushroom enemy just flips in the direction player is going, in the right or left, as you can see in the scene view as well as in the hierarchy. So we can notice that basically means it's working fine. And now what we need to do, instead of playing the running animation clip once it's close enough to our player game object, then this enemy need to play the attack animation clip instead of playing the running animation clip over again and again. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can flip your enemy in the direction player is going. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. So I hope you get the idea. And also make sure if you change anything in your enemy game object or player and you just turn it into a prefab, then make sure you select the game object, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. So the changes you made over here, it's gonna be saved into this player game object prefab as well. And now I'm gonna press down one more time Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can flip your enemy in the direction player is going. Instead of playing the running animation clip over again and again, this enemy game object need to play the attack animation clip. So if I select my enemy 1 in the hierarchy, then move over to my animator tab, so we need to set this attack parameter to true or checked basically through our code. And before I do that, if I move over to my console tab, as you can see, once our player game object is too much close to our enemy game object, or this enemy game object is too much close to our player game object, then we printing out this message as you can see in our console tab says attack on player. So instead of printing out message, we need to set that parameter to true. Basically, if I select my enemy 1, then go over to inspector, we can see a animator component added. We do know that this component added once we created all of those animation clip of this enemy game object, like the running one, attack, heart, and the death one. So we need a reference of this animator component of this enemy game object, and after that we can set this parameter. So if I select my enemy 1, then move over to my animator tab, so we can set this parameter that we can see in the left side. So we need to set it through our code, but before we do, we need a reference of this animator component of this enemy game object, and we're gonna grab that. So let's open up our script by double clicking on it, and let's move over to top of our class, and let's make it somewhere around here. We can make it, so let's make it, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so let's make it somewhere over here. So that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. Sorry, we're gonna make it private. And the component that we're looking for is a animator, so we need to type this animator, and we need to name it whatever we want to name the parameter. So I'm gonna call it with animator with non a capitalized letter. So now we have basically we just named the parameter, and now we need to grab the reference. To grab that, we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, and as usual we're gonna grab the reference as we grab it earlier with a lot of with other game objects, like with our player game object. So we're gonna do the same thing. So we will use this dot game object, and we do know that this dot game object basically it just referencing the enemy game object itself. And now we need to get the component, and to get the component we're gonna use dot get component, and we need to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So since we're looking for our animator, so we're gonna type this animator, and type that, and make sure you close that up with semicolon, make first bracket, and after that close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, we just using this dot game object, and this dot game object basically this enemy game object referencing itself, and then we just getting this animator component as you can see. And now we have this animator component, and now we're gonna store it into this animator parameter that we created over here, animator variable, as you can see. So now we're gonna take our animator component, and we're gonna store it into this animator variable or animator parameter that we created over here, as you can see. So what we simply doing, we just taking this animator component of this enemy game object, and we storing this animator component into this animator variable that we created over here. Now we basically have the animator component of this enemy game object, and now we are ready to switch the animation. To do that, let's move over to our script, and over here as you can see, we just printing out a message attack on player once we are too much close. So instead of doing that, what we need to do, we need to go over to that animator component, and we need to set that parameter which is attack parameter, and that parameter is a bool parameter. So we will go to animator, and now we're gonna use this dot set bool. Why? Because that parameter is a bool parameter, and as a first argument it's gonna take the parameter inside quotation. So inside quotation we need to pass the parameter name. So the parameter name, so if I move over to my Unity editor, then select this enemy one in the hierarchy, then go over to my animator tab, we can see the parameter name is attack, and this is a bool parameter. So that's why we need to use that dot set bool function. So the parameter name is attack, so we need to set it to true. So we're gonna pass our parameter name which is attack, and the second thing it's gonna take the value, and we do know that if we set it to true basically means check, it's gonna play the attack animation clip, and we can take a look on it, in the animator tab, as you can see, in order to zoom in or zoom out. So we need to set it to true, so we're gonna set it to true, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. Sorry, it's taking a little bit longer time than as usual. It shouldn't take. Now it's almost done, and now let's check that out. So if I just go ahead, so firstly I'm gonna scroll my mouse to zoom out a little bit, and let's click on this play button in the top to play our game, and let's take a look on this. So now let's get closer to enemy game object, and we can see enemy is now playing the attack animation clip over again and again. Sorry, it's lagging a bit, playing over again and again. But the problem is that if we are not too much close, basically we just get out of attack range, or basically from that retrieve distance, still this enemy game object, as you can notice, it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again, and it's stuck in attack animation clip. So we also need to set back. So if I click on this pause button in the top to pause my game, then move over to my animator tab, so we can see this attack parameter gets text, basically means true. So we also need to set it set back to false once our player game object is not too much close to this enemy game object. So when I click on this play button in the top to get out of play mode, and now let's move over to our script. So once our enemy game object is once our player game object is not too much close to enemy game object, so then what we're doing, we're chasing, as you can see. So in that moment we need to set back this attack parameter to false. So we will go to animator component first, and then we're gonna use this set bool function, and this bool function as a first argument, it's gonna take the parameter name. So in our case that is attack, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the value. So we do know that if we set it to unchecked, basically means false, it's gonna play the running animation clip. So we're gonna set it to false, or means unchecked, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So you will notice as soon as we're gonna be as soon as we're gonna just gonna be far away from our enemy game object, then it's gonna play the run animation clip. But once our player game object is too much close to our enemy game object, then it's gonna play the attack animation clip. Why? Because we're setting that parameter to true once our player game object is too much close to our enemy game object. So let's have a look. So just wait a moment, and I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's check that out. And we're gonna take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna be too much close to our enemy, then it's gonna play the attack. And once we just gonna be a little bit further away from our enemy, then it's gonna play the running animation clip. So let's check that out. So once we are too much close, as you can see, it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again. But once we get out of that, basically once we just a little bit further away from this enemy game object, we can notice it's playing the running animation clip instead of the attack. So as you can notice, so I hope you get the idea, and I really apologize, it's just lagging a little bit. So I'm gonna push my enemy, and let's check that out. So we can check it. Once we too much close, it's playing the attack animation clip, and once we a little bit further away, then it's playing the running animation clip, as you can see. So you can see in the scene view as well. And I really apologize, my system is slow, so that's why it's lagging too much. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and you can check that out. So let me show you one more time. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna show you one more time for testing purposes only. You can check that out. So make sure you just do that. And my system is slow, so that's why it's just lagging, for which I am really apologize to you guys. Once I'm gonna have the first system, then it's gonna be pretty much fine. So by now, so right now I have to do with this. So let's get closer to this enemy, and once we a little bit further away, we can notice it's playing the running instead of the attacking, playing the attack animation clip over again and again. So let me show you that. Still it's lagging, and as you can see, as you can notice that, so it's playing attack, and once we get a little bit further away, then it's playing the running animation clip. So I hope you get the idea. And once we are out of attack range of this enemy game object, as you can notice, it's just playing the patrol, it's just playing the running animation clip, and it's just gonna patrol around this ground. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. And I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard to save my project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. We'll create a circle around our enemy game object. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then move over to my animation tab and then choose my attack animation clip. So we're gonna create a circle around here. So we're gonna create a point. From that point, we're gonna create a circle, and if that circle collide with our player game object, then this game object need to take damage. But we don't have it for now, so we only gonna print out the message, and later on, once we will give you some once we will give some health amount to our player game object, then we just gonna replace it. So we want to do that. So I hope you get the idea. So we're gonna create a point. From that point, we just want to create the circle. To do that, we need to open up our enemy script. So let's select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector. Let's double click on this enemy script by the open that up. And now we're gonna do let's create a function for that. So I'm gonna call that function to something like attack, and we will make this function public, and we will call this function once we basically over here in animation. So that's why we need to mark that function as public. So we're gonna make this function public. Sorry, let's make this function public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So we can call it something like damage player or attack. So let's simply call it attack and damage, attack and damage, or let's simply call this damage player, but I'm gonna call it attack. So let's call it attack. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we do know that how we can create the circle. And in order to create the circle, we need to use a function called physics2d dot overlap circle. So we're gonna use this physics2d dot overlap circle. So this function we need to use that we need to use, and this function as a first argument, it's going to take the point from where we want to create the circle, and the second thing, it's going to take the radius, and the third argument, it's going to take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target. So we're going to target our player game object. So we need to create a layer mask for our player. Basically we need to assign our player as a player layer. So let's move over to our Visual Studio, and let's make this one comment for now by double forward slash, and let's go to top of our class and let's populate those things. So what we need, firstly we need a point from where we want to create the circle. So for point or the position, we do know we need to get the transform which is responsible for position. So we're gonna make a public transform, and we will call this one attack point. So let's call it attack point. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's make a public float, and we will call this one attack radius. And by default I'm gonna set around something 1f. And the third argument, we need the layer mask. So let's make a public layer mask, and we will call this target layer, or we will call this damage layer, but I'm gonna call it something like what is player, something like that. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our scape. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So we need to assign those variable one by one underneath our enemy script. And if we move over to our enemy script, we can see attack point in the bottom, and it says non-transform, basically empty. So let's create a attack point. So we need to select our enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, basically the enemy game object, then right click on it and then create an empty child game object, and we can call this game object to something like attack point. And we're going to select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here, because it's gonna attack in this area. So that's why I just want to move it in the center. And if you want to choose and gizmos, then go over to inspector, click over here in the box, and we're gonna choose this something like that. And we need to match that, basically we need to move it center. So I'm going to select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then I'm going to move over to my animation tab, and I will choose my enemy one underscore attack animation clip. So the enemy is attacking over here, so I'm going to move it some frame, something like this. Basically you need to drag this line, and I'm gonna move it center. So that's why I'm gonna choose my attack point, and let's move it somewhere around here. So from this point I want to create the circle. Now it's fine, and I'm gonna choose the idle or the run. So now this is fine, basically we just move it in the center. And now we need to select our enemy script, and let's select the attack point underneath our enemy underscore one game object, or from that enemy game object, and let's drag it over to this attack point. And attack radius, as you can notice, by default we have chosen one, so I'm gonna leave with one. And what is player, it says nothing, so we're gonna choose our player, but we're not able to see our player layer because we need to we need to assign our player as a player layer. So we need to select our player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it says default, so just click on it and then click on this add layer, and you need to create a new layer for our player game object. So we're going to create a new layer for our player. So we already created two layers, as you can see, which is ground and enemy. So I'm gonna create one more for our player. So we're gonna call it player, and make sure you hit enter, basically to save. And also make sure you select your player game object in the hierarchy one more time. then go over to inspector and assign with the layer which you recently created. So I'm gonna assign with player, and it says, do you want to set the layer to for all child object as well? So I don't want to change inside my child game object of this player game object, so that's why I'm gonna click on no this object only. And if I select my ground checkpoint in the hierarchy underneath my player game object, then go over to inspector, as you can see this layer is default, and the player I only assign it as a player layer, as you can notice in the inspector. So that's why I just click on that no this game object only, basically the parent one. And now we need to select our enemy script, and we need to assign what is player, and I'm gonna choose player since I want to damage my player game object, so that's why. And now we're gonna open up our enemy script by double clicking on it, and we assign it those variable. And let's move over to our attack function, and let's remove these two forward slashes. And now this physics 2d dot overlap circle as a first argument, it's gonna take the point, so we will pass our attack point dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we're gonna pass our attack radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, so I'm gonna pass my what is player and close that up with semicolon. And we do know that what is layer, we have chosen player. Now the circle only gonna check with our player game object, or simply you can say we just want to damage our player, so that's why what is layer we have chosen player. And now this function physics 2d dot overlap circle is just gonna create the circle from this attack position with this much of radius, and it's only gonna target our player, so it's gonna create the circle. And let's suppose the circle collide with this player game object, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna store the result or whatever we get into another variable, and that just gonna be a collider 2d. Why? Because this is just gonna work like as a collision, basically as a collision 2d. So that's why we need to put it in a container or a variable, a type collider 2d. You can put it into a bool variable as well, because since this is just gonna give us a true or false value, so that's why we can put it. But I'm gonna store it into a collider 2d because it's just gonna work like as a collider, so that's why. So we're gonna make a collider 2d type variable, and we have to name the variable or the parameter. So I'm gonna call it something like call info or collision information, and let's set equal to this. So this physics 2d dot overlap circle, it can be true or false. Let's suppose the circle collide that we created from this enemy game object collide with our player game object, then this function just gonna give us a true value. This gonna be true, so that's why this call info will be true, because we directly setting it, as you can see. And we can extract information what we collided with by going over to this call info parameter. Basically we stored all of the information into this call info parameter, as you can see, because we directly said as you can see. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's make if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if our call info is true. Basically means that circle is colliding with our player game object. So we're gonna type if call info is equals to true, or we can just leave it like this. It also basically means true, means the circle is colliding with our player game object. So in that situation, what we just want to do, we just want to damage our player. But before we damage our player, we basically need to check that if this player game object has a script called damage or not. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can see we attach a player script to this player game object. So before we damage our player, we just want to check if this game object has a script called a player or not. And we can see indeed the player script is attached to our player game object. That means we just want to damage. So that's why before we damage, we just want to check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if that game object has a script call a player or not. So we're gonna use this call info to check. So we're gonna type call info dot game object dot get component, and the component that we looking for is a player or basically the script. So I'm gonna pass my player escape and then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null. Basically means the script is attached to our player game object. So call info dot game object, basically call info dot game object means the game object the circle collided with. So definitely the circle just gonna collide with our player game object. So call info dot game object there basically means this player game object. Then what we're doing, we just getting the player escape. Basically we just going over to this player game object player escape, and we're checking if this player script is not equal to null. It basically means not equal to none, basically means that this player script is attached to that player game object. And we can notice indeed our player script is attached to our player game object, means we just targeting our player, means this player game object need to take damage now. So for now we're gonna print out a message. So that's why we're gonna type debug.log, debug.log, and we will say sorry, debug.log, and we're gonna say something like clear text damage. So I'm gonna pass call info dot game object dot name, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message. To add that, we do know that we need to use this plus icon, and then we need to make this quotation, and in quotation you can just put the custom message that you want to see. So I'm gonna say something like takes damage, and let's close that up with semicolon. So call info dot game object means the player game object, and then what we're doing, we accessing the name of it. And if we move over to Unity editor, select this player, then go over to inspector, we can notice we name it this player as a player name, as you can see. So this call info dot game object dot name just gonna be player, and top of that we added a custom message says takes damage. So the message should be pop up in our console tab, player takes damage, because the name of the game object is player and we accessing the name which is player. So player takes damage message should be pop up whenever the circle just gonna collide with our player game object. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip, and now let's move over to Unity editor, and we will select our console tab to just see that message is it's getting pop up or not. And you can, and also you can play around with the attack point. Basically you just need to move your attack point center of your attack range, basically attack animation of your enemy game object. But the problem is that if we move over to our enemy, we not able to see our circle that we created. But it would be nice if we able to see the circle, and we do know that how we can see the circle or how we can draw the circle. For that we basically need to move over to this on draw gizmo selected function. So this function over here, and we do know that this function is responsible for drawing anything that we want to draw, and you can ignore this line of code. And over here what we want to draw, we want to draw the circle, and to draw the circle we need to use this gizmos. But before we draw the circle, we just want to check if we assign it our attack point or not. Basically means that if we select this attack point and then drag it over to if I select my enemy game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector player escape, and if we drag it to this attack point, to this attack point field or not. So if it's empty, then that means we need to stop drawing our circle if this attack point is empty. But if it's not, then we just want to draw. So that's why before we draw we just want to check. So let's use this if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if our attack point, if it's not equal to null, basically means that that field is not empty. Basically means that we selected attack point underneath our enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then drag it over to this attack point slot, and this slot is not empty as you can see. So we checking if our attack point is not equal to null, means it's not empty, means we have the attack point. So right now what we need to do, we need to draw the circle, and in order to draw the circle we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. So we need to use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw. So we're gonna pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing comma, it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our attack radius. And now let's close that up with semicolon. And if you want to choose a color that you would like to draw with, then before you draw you can choose the color. So I'm gonna choose the color. To choose the color, we need to use this gizmos dot color, and we can set the color that we would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with red color, so I'm gonna set color dot red, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we're gonna move over to Unity editor. I'm gonna put this line of code over here. Now it seems fine. So let's move over to Unity editor, and as soon as our script just gonna compile, we will able to notice that circle just gonna be drawn from our attack point, and the radius just gonna be 1. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can check that out. So now let's wait, and we can see indeed, as soon as our script just gets compiled, we can see the circle. And if I select my enemy underscore one, then move over to animation tab, and then choose this attack, we need to match. So we need to increase the size of this circle a little bit, because the range, as you can see, or the head of this enemy game object is over here, so it's covering this area. So that's why we need to increase the radius of our basically radius of our attack radius. So we're gonna increase that. To do so, let's move over to inspector enemy script, and then I'm gonna move over to attack radius in the bottom, and I'm gonna increase a little bit to just cover this area, or the area that our enemy game object playing our attack animation. We need to cover that area. So I have chosen 1.5, and it's perfectly fits, as you can see. Now that seems pretty much good, and now we just have done it. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And if that circle just gonna collide with our player game object, then that message should be pop up in our console tab, says player takes damage, because we added a custom message which is takes damage. So that message should be pop up. So if I get closer to enemy, so as you can see, but the problem is that, as you can notice, circle colliding with this player game object, but the message not getting pop up. Why? Because we created that attack function. So if I move over to my script, we created the attack function over here. So if I move over to here, so as you can see, we created the attack function here, but the problem is that we never calling it anywhere. So that's why this line of code not getting execute. That's why the message just not getting pop up. So we need to call this function, and when we're gonna call it, once we're gonna collide with our circle. Basically, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and if I select my enemy underscore one game object in the hierarchy, then move over to animation tab, then choose the attack animation. So we need to call the function. So I'm gonna select my enemy, and we need to call it somewhere around here, as you can see. And this just gonna be perfect time in order to call that function, that attack function. And we do know that attack function doing those things, so we need to call the function somewhere over here. So we're gonna call it in an animation event, basically when we're playing the animation. So how we can call the function over here? To call that, in the left side in animation tab, you can see add event in the left side right over here. So just click on it, and then select this event, go over to inspector in the top right, and then as you can see, it is function, and it says no function selected. So we need to click on it, and we need to move over to enemy, then methods, basically function. And inside our enemy script, we can notice we created a lot of function. So we need to choose the function in which function we damaging our player. So since we damaging our player inside this attack function, so we're gonna choose that. Basically, we simply calling that attack function. So firstly, what we doing, we just going over to this enemy script, and then from this enemy script, we calling this function once our this enemy game object playing the attack animation. And we can see it right over here in animation tab. as you can see, and we do know what that attack function is really doing. It's basically damaging our player. So sorry, I'm really apologize. So I'm gonna select my console tab, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And by now that message should be pop up says a player takes damage, because we calling the attack function, and that attack function basically doing that thing which is printing out the message says player takes damage. So let's get closer, and we can see as soon as this enemy game object playing the attack animation clip, if we move over to our console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up says player takes damage. So just a message just getting pop up every single time whenever it's playing perfectly. So the function only getting called once the head of this enemy game object just colliding with this, or basically the circle colliding with this player game object, and the function only getting called once our enemy game object head is colliding with our player game object. So I hope you get the idea that how you can call the function. And instead of printing out message, we need to damage our player. And before we damage our player, we need to give some health amount to our player game object, but we're gonna do it later. Firstly, we're gonna talk about how we can damage our enemy. And if I just get little bit further away from this enemy, we can notice it's playing the running. And once we outside of attack range, so if I say scroll my mouse to zoom out, we can see it's playing the patrolling thing. And once it's over here, it's getting flipped. Basically it's just playing the patrolling. It's playing our enemy just playing the patrolling. And once we're gonna get in attack range, but before I do, I'm gonna move over to my console tab, and I'm gonna click on this clear in the top left side to clear all of the message that we have that we already had. So we just have, I guess, has. So I really apologize for that. And now as soon as we get in attack range, then it's playing the attack animation clip. And once we get a little bit further away, it's playing the running. And once we are outside of the attack range, then this enemy game object just playing the patrolling thing. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make this. And I'm gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button in the top. And also we can see a plus icon underneath our enemy game object inside this attack point. Basically this if I move over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs, and then open up my enemy game object enemy underscore one by double clicking on it, and then go over to hierarchy, we can see that attack point is still not over here. Is still not over here because we need to click on that overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made, it's gonna be saved into this enemy game object prefab mode as well. And in order to go back in hierarchy, we can see the back arrow, so we can just click over here to go back. So to do that, we need to select our enemy underscore one, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. And if I move over to my that prefabs folder, and now if I open up my enemy underscore one by double clicking on it, by now we can see the attack point over here just get attached to our this enemy game object prefab as well. So make sure you just go over to overrides and then apply all. So the changes you're gonna make in hierarchy, it's gonna be saved into your prefab game object as well. And to go back, we in hierarchy we can see the back arrow, so we can just click there in order to go back. This enemy game object need to take damage. So once our player just gonna damage our enemy game object, then this enemy game object need to take damage. To do so, we're gonna open up our enemy script. So let's double click on this enemy script, and what we will do for that, we will go over to top of our class, and we're gonna make a variable for it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it over here, or we can do in the bottom as well. So let's do it in the top. So we're gonna give some health amount to our enemy game object. So we're gonna create a variable. So let's make a public, and that will be int like whole number 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call this one max health. and by default I'm gonna give something around 3 unit of health. So let's give 3 or 5. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna give something like, let's go with 3, and we're gonna make a function in order to take the damage, and let's make it somewhere over here. I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. You can make it anywhere you like, it doesn't need to be in order. And we will make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call this function from another class, so that's why we're gonna make this function public. So let's make a public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we're gonna call this function something like take damage. So let's call it take damage, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And this take damage function, as an argument, it's going to take a damage parameter, so that will be in type like 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call this one damage amount. So let's call it damage amount, and later on we can replace this damage amount, basically this variable, with real numbers. We can replace with 1 2 3 4 like that. So now what we're gonna do inside this function, we just want to subtract from this max health of this enemy game object by 1, or that damage amount. So what we will do, so over here we're gonna subtract from that sorry, basically we need to subtract from our max health. So we're gonna type max health. I really apologize. So this will be max health minus equal damage amount, and let's close that up with semicolon. So let's suppose if we call this take damage function for the first time, so the max health is 3, as you can see. If I scroll up, by default we have given 3 unit, as you can notice. So this damage right over here, this max health over here, it's gonna be 3, and let's assume that as a damage parameter, a damage amount, we pass 1. So the max health is 3, so 3 minus 1 gonna be 2. And if we call this second time this take damage function, so the max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 gonna be 2 minus 1 gonna be 1. And if we call this take damage function for the third time, so the max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 gonna be 0. So the max health of this enemy game object just gonna hit somehow 0. So once it hits gonna 0, then we just gonna destroy. But before we hit 0, we just want to check if the max health of this enemy game object is already 0, means our enemy game object don't have any health. Then we need to stop damaging our enemy game object, because the max health of this enemy game object is already 0. So that's why before we damage, we just want to check. So let's make use if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we just want to check if our max health if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then we don't want to damage anymore our enemy game object. So that's why inside these curly brackets we're gonna type return, and basically return, we need to type this return. And this return basically means that after return, whatever you're gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all. So the max health of our enemy game object just gonna stack at 0. So before we damaging our enemy game object, what we're doing, we're just checking, as you can see, if the max health of our enemy game object, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, then we typing return. And after return, whatever we gonna do, it's not gonna be execute at all, means our enemy game object not this line of code will not be execute, means our max health of our enemy game object just gonna stack at 0. And also we need to make a die function. So once our max health of our enemy game object hits 0, then we just want to destroy our enemy. So for that, we're gonna make a die function. So let's do it in the bottom. So I'm gonna make this function over here, and this function doesn't need to be public, so we can simply type for function void, and we can name the function what we want to name it. So I'm gonna call it die. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So for now, I'm just gonna print out a message, say something like destroy enemy, or something like enemy died. So we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out the message, and I'm gonna say something like enemy died. So I'm gonna pass this dot game object dot name. This dot game object dot name basically means it's just referencing itself, enemy game object referencing itself. So if I move over to my Unity editor and select this enemy one in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can see we name it this enemy as a enemy underscore one. So this dot game object just gonna be enemy game object itself and accessing the name, and the name is enemy underscore one. So this will be enemy underscore one, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message. To add that, we do know we need to use this plus icon, and in quotation we can say whatever we just want to say, something like I'm gonna say diet, and let's close that up with semicolon. So the message should be pop up enemy underscore one, and top of that we add this message. So enemy underscore one diet message should be pop up in our console tab. But when we need to call this die function, once our max health of enemy game object reaches 0, then we're gonna call this die function, and die function just gonna print out this message says enemy underscore one plus diet, means enemy underscore one diet. And we will go to top of our class, and we're gonna move over to update function, because this update function runs every single frame. So every single frame we need to keep track of our max health of enemy game object. So that's why over here we're gonna check in top of our update function, make sure you just do that there. And over here we just want to check if the max health of our enemy game object reaches 0, then we need to call the die function. And we do know what die function is really doing. It's basically printing out the message in our console tab says enemy underscore one, and top of that we added diet, so enemy underscore one diet. So firstly we will check if our max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then we're gonna call the die function. So let's call it. So make sure you just spell it correct, basically call the die function, and also close that up with semicolon. So before we doing all of these things, we checking if the max health of our enemy game object, if it's lesser than or equal to 0, then we calling the die function. And if I move over to my die function, we can see that this die function for now it's just printing out this message says enemy underscore one diet. And now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S in order to save my script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So we also need to call that take damage function from this enemy game object. But before we do that, we also need to create a circle around our enemy player game object. So in order, so it's gonna damage our enemy game object. So we basically just gonna do the same thing as we have done it inside our enemy or this first enemy game object. So we will do the same thing. We just gonna create a circle around our player game object, sort around, or basically around that circle we just gonna create a circle, and if that circle collide with this enemy game object, then this enemy need to take damage. So we need to do that. So let's select our player. So we're gonna create a attack point, and from that point we just want to create our circle. But let's do that. So we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy, let's right click on it, and then create an empty child game object, and let's call this game object something like attack point. So we just gonna follow the same process as we have done it inside our enemy game object. And now let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And if you want to choose any gizmos, then go over to inspector, click here, and we're gonna choose this. So from this point we just want to create the circle, and we do know that we need to move this in the middle of our sort range. So I'm gonna select my player in the hierarchy, then go over to animation tab, and I'm gonna choose my attack animation clip, basically attack 1, attack 2, and the attack 3. And we can see that if I just move over to 2 frames, we can notice that attack is just gonna be here. So we need to cover this area. So we need to move this attack point of our player game object somewhere around here, and from that point we just gonna create the circle. So I'm gonna choose my attack point, and let's move it somewhere around here, and from this point we want to create the circle. And now this seems pretty much fine. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna open up our player script by double clicking on it, and let's make a attack function for it. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, and we will make this function public because we're gonna call this function through animation event, like as we have done it inside our anime game object. So basically we're doing the same thing. So we're gonna make this function public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So I'm gonna call it attack enemy, or let's simply call it attack. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this function we want to create the circle, and we do know that in order to create the circle we need to use that physics 2d dot overlap circle, and we do know that that function what it's gonna take. So we will go to top of our class, and we need to create those variables. So first thing, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna do it over here. So let's make a public, and for point or position we need to type transform, and we're gonna call it something like attack point. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's make a public float, and this will be attack radius. So I'm gonna call it attack radius, and by default, sorry, attack radius, and by default I'm gonna set it to 1f. And the third argument, we need the layer mask, or the game object that we want to target or want to damage. So in our case we're gonna damage our enemy game object. So let's create a layer mask as well. So public layer mask, and we can call this one something like what is enemy, or we can simply call it target layer or damage layer, but I'm gonna name it something like this, what is enemy. Sorry, what is enemy, I really apologize, what is enemy. And let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our attack function. So we're gonna use that function, which is physics2d dot overlap circle. And this overlap circle, and this as a first argument, it's gonna take the point. So we will pass our attack point dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So we're gonna pass our attack radius, and the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask. So we're gonna pass our what is enemy, since we want to damage our enemy. So we're gonna pass our what is enemy, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, so if the circle is really collide with our this enemy game object, then we do know that it's gonna give a true value, else it will give a false value. So we're gonna store it into a collider 2d variable or parameter, the result. So we're gonna put it in a collider 2d type variable, and we have to name it. So we're gonna call it call info, like short for collision information. So this call info can be true or false. So just let me go to the right side. So this call info can be true or false if the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object or not. Let's suppose the circle collide with this enemy game object, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value. So that's why this call info gonna be true, else it's gonna be false if the circle don't collide with that enemy game object. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check. So if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we're gonna check it over here. If the circle collide with that enemy game object, means if our call info is equals to true, or we can just leave it like this, it also basically means the same thing, means true, means our circle is really colliding with our enemy game object. Now what it's need, this enemy game object need to take damage. So we need to call the take damage function from this enemy game object inside from that enemy script. For now we're gonna print out a message. So that's why, but before we print out our message or we damage our enemy, we need to check if the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object, and this enemy game object has a script called enemy. So if I select my enemy underscore 1 in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, we can notice that enemy script is attached to our enemy game object. So that's why we're gonna check if the script is attached to our enemy game object, then we want to damage, else we're not gonna do that. So that's why before we damage, we just want to check. So we're gonna use this if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna check if call info dot game object dot get component, and the component or the script that we're looking for is enemy. So we're gonna check a enemy, then make this first bracket, and we will check if it's not equal to null. Basically means that enemy script is attached to our enemy game object. So over here call info.gameObject basically means the game object the circle collided with, a circle collided with. So the circle just gonna collide with this enemy game object, so they are called info.game object basically means this enemy game object. Then what we doing, we getting the enemy script. As you can see, basically we just going over to this enemy game object, this enemy script, and we checking if this enemy script is not equal to null, basically means that this enemy script is attached to our enemy game object, so that's why it's not equal to null. And we can see indeed our enemy script is attached to our enemy game object. So the condition getting true means in this situation we can damage our enemy. So for now we're gonna print out a message. So for printing out we're gonna type this debug.log in order to print out the message, and we're gonna say something like enemy takes damage. So we're gonna go over to call info.gameObject, and call info.gameObject basically means the game object the circle collided with, and we do know that the circle just gonna collide with that enemy game object. So call info.gameObject over here basically means that enemy game object. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the name. So we're gonna type dot name, and top of that we're gonna add a custom message. So we need to use this plus icon and this quotation, and inside this quotation we can just we can print out a custom message. So we're gonna say something like takes damage, something like that, and let's close that up with semicolon. So the message should be pop up. So call info.gameObject.name basically means the name of the game object the circle collided with. So the circle just gonna collide with that enemy underscore one. So the enemy name is enemy underscore one, and top of that we add a custom message says takes damage. So the message should be pop up in our console tab says enemy underscore one takes damage. So I hope you get the idea. And we do know that if we move over to Unity editor we're not gonna able to see the circle, so we need to draw the circle as we have done inside this enemy game object. So we're gonna do the same thing, and to do that we do know that we need to use that this on draw gizmo selected function, and you can ignore these things right over here. So before we draw the circle we need to check if we assign it our attack point or not, and we so that's why we're gonna check if, let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and what we want to check over here, we want to check if our attack point if it's not equal to null, basically means that we just drag it, sorry, not equal to null means if we move over to Unity editor and go over to player. So if attack point is not equal to null basically means that if we just drag it to attack point field, and we haven't saved our script, so that's why we're not able to see those parameters, means that if attack point is not equal to null means we assign it our attack point, and that field is not empty. So we are ready to draw the circle, so that's why we're gonna draw. So to draw that we're gonna use this gizmos.draw where sphere function, and this function as a first argument it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw. So we're gonna draw from attack point dot position, and the second thing it's gonna take the radius, so we will pass our attack radius, and also we can choose the color. So I'm gonna choose, so before we draw I'm gonna choose the color, so I'm gonna use this gizmos.color equal to color that we would like to draw with. So I'm gonna pass color dot red, and let's close that up with semicolon, and now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and make sure you just assign one by one. So underneath our player script, firstly we're gonna see a field just gonna pop up says attack point, and by default it's gonna be empty. So what we need to do, we need to select our attack point underneath our player game object in the hierarchy, and we need to drag it over to that field. So so we're gonna have the attack point and we can draw the circle. So just wait a moment. Now it's almost done, and underneath our player script we can notice as soon as it's compiled we can see attack point and it says none transform. So we're gonna select our attack point and let's drag it over to our attack point field, and as soon as we drag it we can see the circle gonna just drawn from that from this attack point, and we can play around with our attack radius. But before we do, we need to make sure. So I'm going to select my player game object in the hierarchy. Then I'm going to move over to my animation tab, and I'm going to choose attack, first attack. So we need to make the radius, or basically the attack radius, as the radius of our sword area. So I'm gonna increase the radius. As you can see, it's not covering, so that's why I'm gonna increase my attack radius something like this much, as you can see, and it's gonna be perfect. And I guess we need to move this attack radius, sorry, attack point a little bit, something over here, so it's just gonna cover that area. So I'm gonna select my attack point, and I'm gonna move it something around here. And if we select our player, now as you can see, it's perfectly doing. And we need to increase a little bit up, so I'm gonna choose 1.9, something like that, and this seems perfect. And we can choose the second attack animation as well. To do that, let's move over to animation tab, and we're gonna choose our player underscore attack to animation. And we can see this is over here, so we need to move it in the back side. And if we choose the third one seems perfect. Third one, and this is the first one, and this is the attack 2. So basically what we need to do, we need to choose our attack point. Let's move it somewhere around here, and we can see. And if I choose my player, and then this attack, and this seems pretty much fine. And if I select first attack animation, it also seems fine. And now let's move this, basically play around with those variables, and you're gonna get it. And I guess this is fine by now, so we can just move over to our player scape. And what is enemy? I'm gonna choose enemy layer. But before you choose enemy layer, make sure you select your enemy and go over to inspector. In the top right you can see layer, and it's gonna be default, so make sure you assign it with enemy. So before you choose your enemy layer, you need to click on this add layer, and you need to create a new layer for your enemy. And then make sure you select your enemy, and then move over to inspector and assign with the layer which you recently created. So I already assigned this enemy as a enemy layer, as you can notice in the inspector. So now what we need to do, we need to call the function that we created inside our player game object. So I'm going to choose my player. Let's go over to animation tab, and I'm going to choose the first attack animation. And I guess the perfect time just going to be over here to damage our enemy. So I'm going to call the attack function over here. To call it, in animation tab in the left side we can see add event, so just click there, and we're going to select the event. Let's go over to inspector in the top right, and as you can see a function, and it says no function selected. So we're going to click on it, and we will go over to our player script or player C# class, then methods, basically function, and there we created the attack function, as you can notice, or attack damage, basically damage enemy or attack. So I'm going to choose that, and I'm gonna do the same thing with my second animation clip of this player game object. So I'm gonna choose the second one, and I guess this just gonna be perfect time. So let's click on this add event in the left side, and let's go over to inspector. Then let's click on this no function selected, then player script or player C# class, then methods, basically function, and we're gonna choose our attack. And we will do the same thing with our third animation. So I'm going to select my third animation clip of my player game object, and this gonna be perfect time, I guess. So let's click on this add event, and let's select the event. Let's go over to inspector, then player script, basically click on this no function selected, then player script, methods, mains function, and then attack. And also we need to call the function over here as well, because this is our third animation clip of our player game object. So we calling here, and we also need to call the attack function over here, because it's gonna play the attack animation clip second time. Basically it's just gonna fit perfectly second time as well. So that's why we're gonna call the function twice in our third animation clip. So we're gonna click on this add event. Let's go over to inspector. Let's click on this no function selected, then player script or player C# class, then methods, and then we're gonna choose our attack. And now basically what we have done, if I select my player, then go over to inspector, then player skip, basically we calling this take damage, sorry, attack function, basically this function through animation event as you seen. So and this function just gonna do these things. We just gonna print out the message in our console tab says enemy underscore one takes damage, and we need to press down Ctrl S to save our script. Make sure you do that and then move over to Unity editor. And now that message just gonna pop up as soon as we're gonna click on that. We're gonna play attack animation clip of this player game object, and as soon as this circle just gonna collide with that enemy game object, then the message just gonna pop up in our console tab says enemy underscore one takes damage. So I'm gonna select my console tab in the bottom left, in the left side I have, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on that. So as soon as our player game object just gonna play those animation clip and the circle just gonna collide with that enemy game object, then the message should be pop up says enemy underscore one takes damage, and we can see indeed. So if I second time, third time, and we can see if I pause my game by clicking on this pause button in the top to pause my game, then move over to my console tab, as you can see enemy underscore one takes damage, a message just getting pop up. So instead of printing out message, what we need to do, we need to call the take damage function from this enemy script. So if I select my enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, then open up my enemy script in the inspector by double clicking on it, we can see that we created the take damage function over here as you can see. So we need to call this function, and this function just gonna do these things, which is basically subtracting our damage amount, or basically enemy just taking damage. So we need to call this take damage function. To do that, let's move over to Unity editor, and I'm gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button, and I'm gonna click on this message by double clicking on it to move over to that line of code. So instead of printing out message that says enemy underscore one takes damage, what we need to do, we need to call the take damage function from that enemy script. And to call it, we're going to use this call info.game object, and we do know that call info.game object over here basically means the game object the circle collided with. So the player circle, so if I select my player in the hierarchy, so if this circle just gonna collide with our enemy game object, so call info.game object basically means there, call info.game object there basically means this enemy game object. So now what we need to do, we need to get the enemy script. So we need to move over to this enemy game object, and we need to get this enemy script as you can see in the inspector. And from this enemy script, we basically need to call that function because we have the take damage function inside this enemy script. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this dot get component, then make these arrows, and inside these arrows you need to pass the component or the script name. So in my case that enemy, then make this first bracket, and inside that enemy I just created that take damage function as you seen earlier. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna call that function. So we're gonna type this dot take damage and then make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So this take damage function, we do know it's gonna take the damage amount argument. So I'm gonna pass 1, and let's suppose if you pass 3, and if I move over to my enemy script and then go over to top of my class of this enemy script, by default we have given 3. So if you pass as a damage amount 3, so enemy game object just gonna lose all of his health right away. So that's why I just pass 1, so it's gonna do that. So what we're doing, firstly we're going to enemy game object, call info.game object, then going over to our enemy script. Basically we just going over to this enemy game object, and then going over to this enemy script as you can see in the inspector, and from this enemy script we calling this take damage function we created over here as you can see. And this function basically doing these things, basically subtracting from our max health basically this damage amount, and as in damage amount we pass 1 as you seen in inside our player scape. Now basically it's gonna take damage by 1 unit. So basically we need to attack on our enemy game object 3 times, so it's just gonna lose all of his health, because by default we have given to this enemy game object 3 unit of health. So that's why. So I'm gonna move over to my player scape. So we going over to player game object first, then going over to enemy script, and then calling the take damage function. And now I'm gonna press down Control S to save my script. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So that message should be pop up, and the maxel just gonna go down, and we will select our enemy underscore one in the hierarchy, and in the inspector we're gonna take a look on our enemy script. So once we're gonna attack on our enemy for the first time, then this max health it's gonna be 2, and once we are gonna hit for the next time, then the max health just gonna be 2. First time it's gonna be 2, and the second time it's gonna be 1. So let's have a look on it. I really apologize, I just told the wrong thing to you guys. So the max health just gonna be 2 if we attack on this enemy game object for the first time, or basically the circle collided just gonna collide with this enemy game object. So now if I attack on this enemy for the first time, we can see the max health in underneath our enemy script is now 2. And if we attack second time on this enemy game object, we can see attack is now 1, and then it's became 0. Basically we just attack twice, so that's why. And once our enemy game object and max health is 0, and if I click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game, and then move over to my enemy script, as you can see enemy underscore one diet message just getting pop up every single frame. Why? Because if I move over to my enemy script, so we calling this die function in our update function, inside our update, as you can see. So the if the max health of our enemy game object is 0, if the max health of our enemy game object is 0, then we calling the die function. And what this die function is doing, it's basically printing out this message says enemy underscore one diet in our console tab every single frame. Why? Because the die function we calling inside our update function over here, and this update function we do know it's called every single frame. So that's why every single frame that message just getting pop up in our console tab says enemy underscore one died, as you can see underneath my console tab. So I hope you get the idea how you can damage your enemy. And also we need to destroy this enemy, and we need to play the heart animation clip of this enemy game object once it's gonna take the damage from our player game object. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project. Basically want to show up how much health this player game object has currently. So if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, then we move over to my inspector tab, then player script, as you can notice we have the max health over here. So instead of showing up inside our player script, we need to show up in the UI, so player can know that how much player game object our player this player game object health is. So we need to show that up. But before we show that up, we need to create canvas first, and into that canvas we need to place all of the UI elements. Basically we're gonna create a health slider, and we're gonna show up there. So how we can do that? We need to create UI first, and in order to create the UI first, we basically need to move over to this hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go to UI and canvas in the bottom. So we need to create the canvas first in order to place all of the UI elements. Now we're gonna select our canvas in the hierarchy, and make sure you press down F in order to focus on it. Then select your canvas, then go over to inspector, then move over to canvas scaler in the bottom, and over there as you can see it says UI scale mode, and it says a constant pixel size. So instead of having constant pixel size, just click on it and select this scale with screen size. So make sure you just do that. Why? Because we just want to increase this canvas size according to our screen size. So that's why UI scale mode we have chosen scale with screen size. And now we need to choose the width in the X and height, basically the width and height or the X and Y. horizontally or vertically. Since this game is just gonna be in landscape mode, so that's why in the width we're gonna choose 1920, and in the height we're gonna choose 1080. And let's suppose your game in portrait mode. If you want your game in portrait mode, then make sure you just swipe this value, and it's gonna be fine. So make sure you just do that. So firstly you need to create the canvas. To do that, move over to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go over to UI canvas in the bottom, and then select your canvas, then move over to inspector, canvas scalar component, and over there choose scale with screen size, and put these values. So make sure you go over to your canvas scaler, and UI scale mode to choose scale with screen size, and in the X choose 1920, in the Y choose 1080. But if your game in portrait mode, then you can just swipe this value. Now we have the canvas, and we are ready to place all of the UI elements inside our canvas. So I'm going to select my canvas in the hierarchy. Let's drag it in the top so we can see all the time. And inside this canvas, what I want to do, I just want to create a separate game object, because we're going to make a prefab, so we will have the copy of it, and we don't need to work from scratch. Basically, to keep things clean or in organized way, we're gonna create a first game object first. We're gonna create a empty child game object inside this canvas game object. So let's select our canvas, then right click on it, then then click on this create empty game object, and you can name this game object to something like health UI. So I'm gonna select this game object. Let's go over to inspector, and I'm gonna call this one UI. So let's call it UI, or we can simply call this one health UI as well. So I'm gonna call it health UI. Health UI, so health underscore UI, something like that. And make sure you select your health UI game object underneath your canvas, basically the game object that you created underneath your canvas. Select that, then go over to inspector, click over here, move over to rect transform, then click here, and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen that, we can see this game object gets sized as the size of our canvas. So make sure you make that game object as the size of your canvas. And now we are ready to place our health slider, basically that we want to create underneath this health underscore UI. So we're gonna choose our health underscore UI game object. Let's right click on it, then go to UI, and then go click on this slider. So we just want to choose the slider. So firstly you need to select your health underscore UI, then right click on it, then go to UI, and then click on this slider to create that slider. And we have to name the slider. Basically I just want to name this health slider. So let's go over to inspector, and let's call it, instead of slider, I'm gonna call health slider, something like that. And now that seems fine. But the problem is that, as you can see, it seems lot more small. So we need to make it little bit bigger. So make sure you select the slider, basically health slider, whatever you just rename it recently. Make sure you select that, and then you use this rect tool in the scene view, and you can hold down alt on your keyboard to resize it from center like this, as you can see. So this is our health slider, and we just want to get rid of this handle area slide. So what we will do, we will select our handle slide area underneath our health slider or the slider game object, and we're gonna delete that, we don't need it. And I want to make the background of this health slider a little bit dark, something like that. So I'm gonna select my background, go over to inspector, then image component, and color in the bottom A, we can see we can make this one small, or we can simply choose a darker color, something like gray. I guess this color seems perfect. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the hill slider, basically the parent or the slider game object. Then make sure you go over to slider, and transition, what we're gonna choose none. And interactive, basically navigation, we're gonna choose none. And after doing that, move over to value in the bottom, you can see, and then increase that number. So as you can see, we increasing this number. And now what we're gonna do, you can choose a different color for this. I'm gonna choose a green color. So for that we basically need to select our fill area underneath our health slider, then click over here to select the child one, then go over to inspector, image component, and color. You can choose any color that you like. So I'm going to choose the green one, something like that, and this seems pretty much fine, as you can see. So now what we're gonna do, we just want to create a we just want to put a you can say heart icon in the left side of this health slider. But before we do, let's select our health slider. Let's go over to inspector, slider component, and we can play around with the value, as you can see. And what I want to do, I just want to select the fill area. So let's select that one, and let's move it somewhere around here, and we will select the fill or the fill, and let's move it, sorry, we basically need to put it something like this much, and we can just drag it here. Just play around that. Basically select your fill area, and you can choose the area you want to fill. So I want to fill this as well, so I'm gonna select this line. Basically we will select our fill area game object first underneath our health slider or the slider, and let's move it over here because we want to fill this area. So that's why. So make sure you select your fill area game object underneath your slider or health slider game object. And now what we're gonna do, we can just go ahead with, basically we can select our health slider, and we can go over to inspector, slider component, and we can play around with the value. As you can see, indeed it's working pretty much fine. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna put a heart icon in the left side. In the left side we want to put a heart icon. To do that, what we need to do, we basically need to create an image component. So we will select our health slider or the slider. So let's right click on it, make sure you select the parent one. So in my case this will be health slider. Let's right click on it, then go to UI, and then click on this image in the top, and we can call this image to something like heart icon. So I'm gonna call it heart underscore icon, something like that I want to call it. And I want to put it in the left side, all the way to the left side. To do so, we're gonna select our heart underscore icon, then go over to inspector, rect transform, then click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this which is the left one, middle center left one. And I'm gonna move it something over here, and we want to replace this sprite image with our heart sprite. To do so, we need to drag it. So if I select my heart underscore icon game object, then go over to inspector, rect transform, then image component. So source image, as you can notice, it says none sprite. So we basically need to drag it over here. To drag that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our project tab, then assets, and then we will move over to our sprites folder, and then we will move over to our you can simply say sprites, and we can move over to our UI folder. Basically let's move over to that, or we can simply move over to items folder as well, and we can see all of the items over here. We have the strawberry. I guess we need to move over to this UI folder. I can see all of the sprites, so of course I will have them. So make sure you just check those. So I need to find the heart one. So let's find out that one. And if we not able to find, we can simply click on the search bar in the top inside our project tab, and we can type the name, which is heart in our case, and as soon as we type, it just pop up, as you can see. So I'm gonna select any of them. So but as you can notice, it seems blurry. So what we need to do, we're gonna select all of the basically I'm gonna select the sprite sheet. We have the big heart, so I'm gonna select this one, basically the sprite sheet. Then go over to inspector and pixel per unit, make sure you just make it less, and and then multiple we're gonna choose, and filter mode to 0.0 filter. And after doing that, and make sure click on this apply button in the bottom right. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my heart underscore icon game object underneath my health slider or the slider game object in the hierarchy, and I'm gonna select this icon, and let's drag it over to that slot. And as soon as we drag it, as you can see by the heart, and now we need to make it resize. To resize that, don't just play around with it. Basically move over to your image component and then click on the set native size in the bottom. So just click on it, and as soon as we clicked on it, we can see by now the size is pretty much fine, and we need to make it a little bit bigger. To do so, we're gonna hold down or shift on our keyboard, and we can use this rect tool. So make sure you select your rect tool in the scene view. So select that, and hold down shift on your keyboard. So it's gonna resize in the X as well as in the Y, basically in the width as well as in the height, with same proportion. So that's why. And I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger. So I'm gonna hold down shift on my keyboard, and we can just scale up or scale down, and it's gonna scale perfectly in the Y as well as in the X. So basically that is the thing. So make sure you hold down shift on your keyboard, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, I guess, and this seems pretty much fine. And once you are satisfied, then what we need to do, we basically need to select this health slider, and we need to drag it in the top left corner in our UI. As you can see, it's in the middle of the game, so we need to put it in the corner. So we can select that, and we can just move it. But instead of doing that, we basically need to do these things. So make sure you select your health slider or the slider game object, and then go over to inspector, break transform, then click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left one. And as soon as you're gonna select that, as you can see, it gets over there, and we can just drag it a little bit to the right side. And now if I try to scale down my game view or basically the screen, as you can see that health slider just getting resized as the size of our screen, according to size of our screen. As you can see, basically this seems pretty much fine, and I should move it a little bit up and to the right direction. Now this seems pretty much fine, and we can select the health slider. Then we can move over to inspector slider component, and we can play around with this value parameter inside this health slider. And now what we need to do, we need to turn this health underscore UI game object into a prefab. So that's why I just created an empty parent game object first, and I just make that game object as the size of my canvas. And after that, inside that game object, I just created the slider or basically the health slider. So now we need to turn it this health underscore UI game object into a prefab. So we will have the copy, and we don't need to work from scratch like creating the slider, putting the heart icon, and doing all of those things. So that's why. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our health underscore UI game object from hierarchy, and let's move over to our prefabs folder. So in the search, as you can see, we search it in our project app. So I'm gonna remove those. And now as soon as we remove, basically in search bar inside our project app, it's get as default. So firstly, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then assets, and then prefabs folder, and let's create a subfolder for our UI game object. So let's right click on this prefabs folder, then go to create in the top, then folder, and we can call this folder to something like UI. And inside this UI folder, we're gonna drag it all of our UI prefabs. So I'm gonna select my health underscore UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that subfolder that we recently created in order to turn it into a prefab. Now as you can notice, we just turn it into a prefab. And if I select my health underscore UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy and delete it, as you can see, it's gone. But we do know that we have the prefab, basically copy of that game object. So what we can do, we can simply select the game object from that folder, and we can simply drag it top of this canvas in the hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, as you can notice, by now we have the health slider, and we are ready to link that up with our player health. So we need to link this health slider with our player health. So player game object, whoever is playing our game will know that how much health our player game object currently has. So it's gonna know that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard in order to save my project. What we have to do, we need to link this health slider with our player game object, basically player max health. So if I open up my player script, so I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy first. Let's go over to inspector player script and let's double click on it in order to open that up. So if I move over to my top of my class, as you can see, I created a variable called max health, and by default I have given 5 unit of health. So what we need to set that, basically if I select my canvas, if I move over to my canvas in the hierarchy, then move over to health UI and then health slider, and go over to inspector slider component and play around with this value. As you can see, we can notice that the health over here in the UI just updating. Basically the slider, we can see the green, it's going down and up. So we need to take a reference of this slider and we can access this value. What I want in whole numbers like 0 1 2 3 4. So that's why I'm gonna check this one whole numbers, and max value of this health we can set it to our health. So let's suppose if I set the max value right over here 5. So as you can see, the max health just gonna be 1, then it's gonna be 5, then 4, 4, then 3, then 2, then 1, and then 0. So what we basically need to do, we need to set this max value. So over here I'm gonna set back to 1. So I'm gonna set this max value in my script of this slider component to something with our max health, and also we need to set the current value of this slider with our max health. So what we need, firstly we need a reference of this slider component, and to get the reference we just gonna move over to our script and let's go to top of our class. And before we get the slider, we need to use a namespace called using unity engine.ui. Why we need to use that? Because the slider component right over here, as you can notice, this is a UI elements. So that's why we need to use using unity engine.ui. So we will move over to our script and let's go to top of our class and include this namespace. So we're gonna use this using unity engine. So we need to use this using unity engine dot ui namespace. So make sure you just use this namespace called using unity engine dot ui. And now we are ready to grab the reference of that slider, and we're gonna make it something over here underneath my maxel. I can do it, but I'm gonna do it over here. So let's make it public, and the component that we're looking for is a slider. So we're gonna type slider, and we can call this one something like health slider or slider. I'm gonna call it health slider, something like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move over to Unity editor. So once our compilation is done underneath our basically player script, once our compilation is done of our player script, we can just go ahead and we can just drag the slider over there. So just wait a moment, and we also need to set the max value of our slider and the current value of the slider with our player max health. And we also need to subtract from that slider. Basically if we just make our max health low, then the slider also gonna go down, basically the green fill area. Just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done we can just go ahead and we can assign it. Now I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy and then move over to inspector. Underneath our player script over here I can see health slider and it says none slider. So we need to track our health slider underneath our canvas, underneath our health underscore ui game object. So the slider component is setting on this health slider game object. So that's why we need to take that and we need to drag it over to that slot. And now we can notice we have the health slider and slider component. Basically we have this slider component by now, and we are ready to set that. To set that, let's move over to our script and let's move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game, we do know. So we need to set the max health of our slider, sorry, max value of that slider with our max health. So what we will do, we will go to that health slider component, and then we're gonna access the max value. So we're gonna type dot max value, and we will set it equal to our max health. And the max health is by default we have given 5, as you can see. So this one right over here, max health gonna be 5, and in the start of the game we setting the max value hill slider. Basically we just going over to this hill slider, then we just access, basically going over to this hill slider, sorry, this slider component, and then accessing the max value, and we're setting equal to our max health. So the max health is 5. So this health slider dot max value, it's gonna be 5. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can see, or we storing our max health into this max health, sorry, max value. So this over here max value also gonna be 5, and also we need to set this value to our max health. So what we will do, we will go over to a script one more time, and over here we're gonna go over to health slider component one more time. So health slider, and let's access the value, and we will set the value equal to our max health, and let's close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and you will see that as soon as we're gonna start our game, the slider max value right over here, it's gonna be 5 in the inspector. We're gonna see that on, and also the max also the value of this slider component will be 5, because the max health we have given by default 5, but we can play around with that max health parameter that we created underneath our player scape. And we can see underneath our player scape the max health is 5. So if I select my health slider game object in the hierarchy, then click on this play button, you will be able to notice in the inspector the max value of this health slider component. Basically this slider component max value, it's just gonna be the max health. So let's have a look on it, and we're gonna see, as you can see, indeed, as soon as our game started. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game. And if we move over to inspector slider component, we can see the max value is 5, and also the value we set it to 5. But if I click on this pause button to unpause my game and then take damage, you will not able to see this will go down the max, even though our max health is going down. So as you can see, so this right over here is not going down, basically the slider. So what we need to do, we need to update in the take damage function, basically where we taking damage. So what we will do, we will get out of play mode, and we will move over to our player scape, and we will move over to our take damage function where we taking damage. So we taking damage right over here, as you can notice. So we also need to update that slider, basically the health slider. So we're taking the damage. So what we're gonna do over here, we will go to that health slider, a health slider, and now we're gonna access the value. So dot value, and we will set equal to our max health. So if we take damage for the first time, basically if this take damage function calls for the first time, so the max health is 5, and over here what we're doing, we just subtracting 1, and damage amount we have already passed 1. So the max health is 1, and this damage amount, sorry, the max health is 5, and this damage amount is 1. So 5 minus 1 gonna be 4. So the max health right over here just gonna be 4, and we directly setting it health slider dot value. Basically we just going over to this health slider component, and we accessing this value, and we setting this value equal to our max health. And the max health, if we take damage for the first time, then this max health will be 4. So that's why health slider dot value, it gonna be 4. Basically this one will be 4, because we directly setting it, as you can see. After taking damage, we just going over to health slider component, and then we accessing the value, and we setting equal to our max health. And let's suppose if we take damage for second time, then this max health is 4. So 4 minus 1 gonna be 3. So the max health right over here will be 3. So that's why health slider dot value will also be 3, so it's gonna go down like this. So it's gonna go down, and I'm gonna show you that. So let's press down Control S to save our escape. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and you will able to notice that. So as soon as we're gonna start taking damages, we will see that and you can choose a different color. Instead of choosing green, I'm gonna choose something like a white color, something like that. And but before we do that, let's take damage from our enemy game object. So I'm going to click on this play button in the top in order to play my game. And whenever we just gonna start taking damage from that enemy game object, you will able to notice this health slider that we created will also go down, basically the green field area. So let's have a look. So firstly we need to get closer to our enemy, and enemy is chasing, and we can see indeed the green field area just going down, but it's stuck at as you can see, it's stuck at basically 1. So what we need to do is we basically need to set this to almost 0. So we're gonna get out of play mode, and what we will do, we will go over to our script, and over here we drawing. So over here one more time I'm gonna check. So let's make if condition. So basically move over to your take damage function, and over here check. So make this if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check if the max health, if it's lesser than or equal to 0. If that is the case, then we basically need to set this health slider value to totally 0, because we loses all of our health. So that's why we need to set that. So that's why I will move over to my health slider component. So we will go to health slider, and we're gonna access the value, and we will set equal to 0, because we have loses all of our health. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our scape, and let's move over to Unity editor. So what we simply doing, firstly we checking the max health of our player game object. If it's lesser than or equal to 0, then we just going over to that health slider component, basically that slider component, and we accessing the value, and we setting equal to 0. And we do know that once we're gonna set it to 0, you will able to notice the green line just gonna go out. It's totally just gonna be blank, means we loses all of our health. So now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take a look on it. Let's take a look on this, and we will have it. So just wait a moment, and I'm gonna get closer to my enemy game object first, and we can see indeed it's attacking on our player, and still it's a stack at 1. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna get out of play mode, and instead of doing over here, we're gonna do it here. So let's do it, because we're checking the max health if it's a 1. So what we will do over here, we basically just gonna go over to health slider component, then we're gonna access the value, and we will set equal to 0, and let's close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and if it is still occurring something like 0, and then we're gonna do it inside our update function. So basically we have little bug, so that's why. And make sure you just check these whole numbers, because we're checking with whole numbers. Make sure you just move over to your slider component in the inspector and check these whole numbers. Let's click on this play button in the top by now one more time, and let's have a look on this. So just wait a moment, and once our compilation is done, we can just go ahead and check it. So let's get closer to our enemy game object first. We can see we taking damages. We basically need to take damage for 5 times. And now as you can see, indeed it gets totally blank the whole health slider. And let me show you one more time. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna show you one thing, that if I click on this play button and I start taking damages from our enemy game object, you will able to notice that. So what we will do, we basically just gonna get closer to enemy game object first. So let's get closer to enemy game object first, and if we take damage for the 3 times, and if I click on this pause button in the top in order to pause my game, and then move over to inspector and select this health slider game object in the hierarchy first, then move over to inspector slider component, we can see the max value is 5, but the value that we set is 3. Why? Because if we move over to my script or basically select my player game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector player script, the max health is 3. So that's why this health slider dot value right over here becomes 3. Why? Because if we move over to our script, basically player script, we can see after taking damage, we just updating our value in our health slider, as you can see. So firstly, we going over to that slider component and we accessing the value and we setting equal to the max health. So the max health is 3 right over here, right over here. So that's why slider dot value health slider dot value becomes 3, because we directly setting it, as you can see, or we basically storing our player max health into our slider value, as you can see. So that's why this slider value gets 3. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna click on this pause button to unpause my game, and we can take a look on this, and this seems pretty much fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And also we need to show up a game over UI and all of those things, but we're gonna go with those things later. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create the slider and how you can update it through your script with your max health of player game object. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. Now let's make our toxic trap or the fire trap. So we're gonna start with that fire trap. So first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag this saw game object little bit far away. For now I'm gonna test with fire, so that's why. So let's select the saw game object in the hierarchy, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. And also we need to move this point as well, because this saw game object just moving between these 2 points, so that's why. So I'm gonna move over to move my move underscore moving underscore points in my hierarchy. Then I'm gonna select the first point and the second point, and let's drag it somewhere around here. And now this is fine, and let's start with our fire trap. To do so, I'm gonna head over to my project tab. Then I'm gonna head over to my assets folder, sprites folder. Then we will head over to traps folder, and let's select the fire trap. So I'm gonna choose the third sprite sheet, basically the level 3 one. So let's select that, go over to inspector, click on a open sprite editor. So make sure you choose pixel per unit to 16 and filter mode to point no filter to get rid of blurry. And after doing all of those things, make sure you just click on this apply button in the bottom right. And once you're done, make sure you go over to sprite editor tab, then click on slice and select automatic to grid by cell count and count how many columns and rows we have. So we can see 4, 8, 12 columns. So we're gonna put 12 columns and 1 row, and then click on slice, then click on apply. And now this is fine, and we're gonna select the game view once again, and let's go over to that spreadsheet, and let's click on this arrow to see individuals. So I'm gonna select the first one, and let's drag it over to scene view, as you can see, and I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and I want this behind of my class. So we need to assign with sorting layer, but before I do that, let's name it to fire trap. So I'm gonna select that, let's drag it in the top of our hierarchy so we can see all the time, and we have to name it. So I'm gonna call this one fire underscore trap, something like that I'm gonna call it. And we can call this monso underscore trap, but we're gonna take a look on it later. And so I want this to be behind of my class. So to basically add some sorting layer or to assign with sorting layer, let's go over to inspector sprite renderer, then sorting layer, and I'm gonna choose this front underscore steps 2. Why? Because this, as you can notice, this is behind of our grass sorting layer, so that's why. So now we assign it, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Now this seems pretty much fine, and we want to have the fire animation clip. Basically it's firing our fire trap, so we need to make the animation. So let's make it, and before we do that, let's add some components to this fire trap game object first. So first thing, I'm gonna add a rigid body 2D, and I will set the gravity scale to 0 or body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down due to our gravity. So let's click on this add component, and let's attach our rigid body 2D, and let's set the body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down, and collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate for making smooth. And we also gonna attach one more collider, a box collider 2D for checking trigger. But before we do that, basically let's make the animation because we need to do something, so that's why. And we need to assign this fire trap as a trap tag because this is a trap. So to do that, let's go over to inspector, let's click on art tag, and let's assign with the trap tag. Now we assign it as a trap, and let's make the animation. To do so, let's move over to our sprites folder, then fire folder, basically head over to traps folder, then fire, and we will select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it over to this fire trap game object in the top of this fire underscore trap game object in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away. And now we will go to assets in the top left, then animation, and we will open up the traps underscore animation subfolder by double clicking on it, and we have to name this animation clip. So this one will be the fire trap, so I'm gonna call it fire underscore trap, something like that, and let's hit enter or click on that save button in order to save your animation. And if we select our fire underscore trap, then move over to animation tab and then click on this play button, we can notice it's shooting out our fire. But what I want to shoot out the fire basically a little bit away, far away, something like every after 2 seconds or 1 second. I just want to fire up. So that's why what we need to do for that, we need to select our fire underscore trap game object in the hierarchy, then move over to your animation tab and then click on this red button to capture your animation or record your animation. So make sure you just do that. So we shooting out the fire some over here. So what we can do, we can select this frame individual sprite and we can just move it a little bit far away, and you can scroll your mouse to zoom in or zoom out, and we're gonna move it something over here. And if we click on this play button, by now we can see after something like 1 second it just firing, as you can see. So basically it's working fine, and this amount of time we need to basically our player game object need to pass, or else if our player game object just trigger with that fire, then we need to destroy our player game object. So as you can see, and you can play around with this value, so make sure you just select like this in this way, and you can just move it a little bit away, something like 1 to 2 seconds. So I just move it over to 2, as basically 120 frames, as you can notice, which is according to our 2 seconds. And now this seems pretty much fine. And once you are satisfied, that you can click on this red button to capture the animation. So it's gonna capture it, and we can just play the animation clip. And now let's add up our basically the box collider 2D for triggering collision or checking trigger. So to do that, firstly I'm gonna move over to something over here, because we need to make the box collider size as the size of our sprite. So that's why. So we're gonna select our fire trap once again. Let's click on this add component, and we're gonna attach a box collider 2D, and we need to adjust the collider as the size of our sprite. Firstly I'm gonna move over to something like 120 frames, something like over here. And now let's click on this edit collider inside our box collider 2D in the inspector, and let's edit the collider as the size of our fire trap, something like this. And also make sure you check this one is triggered to true, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it as we have done with the show game object. Basically we're doing the same thing. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we need to do, we basically need to disable this box collider 2D once it's not gonna play the fire sprites. But once it's gonna fire the sprites, then we just want to enable our box collider 2D. So by default what we want to disable this box collider 2D. So we will select our fire underscore trap, then go over to inspector, then box collider 2D, and uncheck it, basically disabling, so it's not gonna trigger with our player game object. But let's suppose the it's playing the fire animation clip. So in that moment what we need to do now, we need to enable this box collider 2D. So we can just take it, but before we check it, we do know that we need to record the animation. So that's why we basically need to move over to our animation tab and then click on this red button to capture your animation or to record your animation. So in this amount of time, we want to enable our box collider 2D. So that's why we will select our fire underscore trap in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector box collider 2D component and check this, basically enable this. And make sure you click on that red button inside your animation tab in order to record your animation. So make sure you just do that. So I'm gonna enable, so I'm gonna check this, and now we need to make the size of our basically this fire. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our sprite. And once it's over here, so if we move one more frame, so the size now we need to increase in the y-axis or vertically. So make sure you click on that edit collider, and we're gonna edit something like this much. And now we're gonna move it one more frame, and this seems pretty much fine, and we can just move it a little bit far away. And now at this moment we need to disable, as you can see, because this is the access, and if we trigger with the access, then we don't want to destroy our player game object with fire access. So that's why what we will do, we will go over to box collider 2D, and we're gonna uncheck, basically disable, because we don't want to destroy our player game object if it's triggered with this basically if it's just overlapping with this access fire access. So that's why. And now this is fine. And if we click on this play button inside our animation tab, we can see the box collider 2D getting enabled over here, something like 90 frames I guess, or in 1 second, and just it's resizing itself as the size of our sprite of fire. And once you are satisfied, then you can just go ahead and then click on this red button to capture your animation, or once you are satisfied. And now we can check that out. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my project tab or this animation tab. Let's just do that, and let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with that fire, then we will able to notice our player game object just gonna destroy itself right away. Why? Because we assigned it this fire trap as a trap tag, and we do know that if we trigger with a fire trap tag, then we destroying or calling the die function inside our player game object. And now let's have a look. So by now it's working and we can able to pass through it, but once the fire is playing, we can see by now it's just destroyed right away. And we can notice that this enemy game object is playing the chasing animation clip over again and again instead of playing idle. Basically you can just ignore this for now. We're gonna get out of play mode. Basically we need to take our enemy game object, and we need to move it a little bit farther away from my player game object. So I'm gonna select my this enemy. So let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's click on this enemy. Basically we need to select this enemy. So I'm gonna move over to my enemies, and let's find out which one this is. Or what we can do, we can check with another position I guess, or let's leave that, just leave it as it is. So basically I hope you get the idea of this, that how you can do it. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna basically drag my player game object somewhere around here. Sorry, we have many enemies, so I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. And let's take our player and let's move it to that position, because I just want to test over there, so that's why. So I'm gonna move it somewhere around here, and this position seems pretty much fine, as you can see. So this seems pretty much cool, and so that's why I just drag it over here. And also I'm gonna select my fire game object, basically fire underscore trap in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that position. And make sure you select the move tool in order to select that, and let's move it over to that position. So now we're gonna move this over here, and this seems pretty much fine, and I'm gonna drag it here. Let's drag it here as well, we can do, and we need to move it a little bit down, so it's gonna work fine. And we can notice that this fire trap game object seems in front of our this ground, and we also want this fire trap behind of my ground, these grasses. So that's why what we're gonna do, we basically need to choose the sorting layer which is behind of my grass and ground. To do that, we basically need to select our fire underscore trap in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer, then sorting layer, and we can see the ground sorting layer is over here. So we need to choose the water with the water one or with the player, because we can see the ground is in front of our water and the player. So that's why I'm gonna choose the player one instead of that water. And now as you can see, as soon as we have chosen, this seems our fire underscore trap is now behind of our ground game object, as well as it's behind from these grasses. And I'm gonna move it in the y-axis to see that. And now we can see that, and we can click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. So we're gonna have a little moment in order to pass through it. And once we're gonna collide with that, basically once that box collided 2D box collided 2D component gets enabled inside that fire game object, you will able to notice that it's our player game object just gonna destroy itself. So we have a little moment to pass through it. So we have that, as you can see, we just able to pass. But once we're gonna trigger, and as you can see, as soon as this box collider 2D component inside this fire game object gets enabled, and the player game object just trigger with that, our as soon as it's triggered with that box collider 2D component, our player game object just died right away, because we do know that we calling the die function once we triggering with our trap game object. And we can do the same thing with the toxic trap by now. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do the same thing with the toxic trap. But before I do, I'm gonna show you some errors we're gonna get. So if I select my saw, and if I press down F on my keyboard in order to focus on it, and I also want to drag this saw game object to that position in order to check it, and we're gonna get some errors. So that's why I'm gonna drag it to that position where our player currently is. So I'm gonna drag it, sorry, and I'm gonna drag it over here. Let's drag it here, and if we move it down, it seems pretty much fine. And also we need to assign this saw game object with a sorting layer that is behind of our grass as well as the ground. So for that, we can see already we assign it with player. So if I select my saw game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, sprite renderer component, then we can notice sorting layer we have chosen player, and we do know that this player is behind of our grasses, this ground, and in front of this these pots and these trees. So basically it's working fine. And also we need to move those points. So basically we need to move over to our moving underscore points game object in the hierarchy, and we will select the first point and the second point by holding down control, and we're going to select the move tool in order to move it, and we're going to press down F in order to focus on it. So we need to move this first and the second position as well there. So we're going to drag it there, so it's gonna work fine. Basically for testing purposes we're doing, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here because the saw game object is here. So now this seems pretty much fine, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice that. And let's suppose you want to select this enemy, then you not able to doing it because the canvas is enabled. So that's why. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna disable our canvas for it. So its enemy is chasing, so I'm gonna get further away. And as you can see, the saw game object as well the fire just spinning the fire animation clip, basically playing the fire animation clip after some period of time, and then the box collider 2D just gets getting disabled. So we need to make this fire underscore trap into a prefab, so we will have the copy of it and we can drag it anywhere in the scene view we can. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So let's make this fire underscore trap into a prefab. Let's turn it into a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy of it. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my fire underscore trap, and let's drag it over to our prefabs folder. Let's drag it inside our prefab folder. Sorry, we need to drag it inside our traps underscore prefab. Basically we created a subfolder inside our prefabs folder. So I'm gonna take my fire underscore trap, and let's drag it inside that folder, because to keep all of the things in organized way. So that's why. And now we need to make the toxic trap, but before I do that, let's suppose you want to select this enemy. So if I click on it, we're not able to select that, because the canvas is enabled. So if you want to select that, then you can just move over to your hierarchy, then canvas, select your canvas, then go over to inspector and uncheck it, basically disable. And now if I click on this enemy, I am able to select that, as you can see. And I'm gonna move it a little bit farther away, so that is the thing that I want. So that's why. And make sure you also enable your canvas after doing that, so it's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna select my canvas. Let's go over to inspector and I'm gonna check it. Basically we're just enabling that, and now this is fine, and we can create the toxic trap by now. So let's create that. To do that, I'm going to move over to my project tab, assets, and then the sprites folder, and then we will head over to our traps folder, then toxic. And let's select the third one, or the level 3, that is sprite sheet. Let's go over to inspector, then pip sprite mode to choose multiple, and pixel per unit we can go ahead with 16. And also make sure you choose filter mode to 0.0 filter, and after doing that, click on this apply button in the bottom right, and let's click on this open sprite editor, and we can see by now. So what we need to do, we need to slice grid by cell count instead of slicing automatic. So when I click on the slice in the top left, select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we can see 4, 8, 12, 12, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 19, 20, 21, 22. So we have 22 columns and one row. Sorry, not 22. I guess we have done mistake. I guess it should be 21. Then make sure you click on slice, and then click on this apply button in the top right in your sprite editor tab. So now we have 21 columns, so that's why we put 21 columns and one row. And after doing that, I'm gonna select my game view once again, and let's go over to that spreadsheet, and then click on this arrow to see the individual. So I'm gonna select the first one, and let's drag it over to the scene view or into hierarchy. I'm gonna drag it over to my scene view. So now as you can see, and let's drag it in the top of our hierarchy, so we can see all the time. And let's call it a toxic trap instead of calling toxic trap and then level 3. So I'm gonna call it toxic, sorry, this should be toxic underscore trap. And we also need to assign this toxic trap as a trap tag, so I'm gonna assign with trap. And now this seems pretty much fine, and I guess we need to make it a little bit small, or I guess it's basically fine. We can make the dash we do know, so basically it's fine. And we need to assign with the sorting layer, so we will assign with our player sorting layer, which gonna be behind from these grasses and the ground. So we can move over to inspector, sprite renderer, and sorting layer we're gonna choose player. Now this is fine. And what we need to do now, we need to make the animation. But before I make the animation, I'm gonna add some components. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a rigid body 2D. And what we will do, we will set the body type to kinematic, and collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate. And now let's make the animation. And to make the animation, we will select all of the individual sprite of this toxic trap by holding down shift, and then drag it top of this game object toxic underscore trap in the hierarchy. So it's gonna make the animation right away. So we will go to assets in the top left, then animation, then traps underscore animation, and this one will be the toxic one. So we're gonna call this one toxic, sorry, this will be toxic underscore trap, basically naming the animation clip, and then hit enter or click on that save button. And now if we select our toxic underscore trap, then move over to my animation tab and then click on this play button, we can see it's playing the animation clip. So basically it's seems pretty much fine. So what we basically want to do, we want to add a circle collider 2D for collision detection. And if if our player game object trigger with that, and we do not, we just want to destroy our player game object, so we're gonna add that. So let's add that. So we're gonna select our toxic trap, let's go over to inspector, click on add component, and for this one we're gonna add a circle collider 2D instead of the box collider 2D, because it's gonna work like as a circle, so that's why. Basically we can add both of them. We can add the box collider 2D for this sprite size, and we can also add the circle collider 2D, and it's gonna be fine, I guess. So let's do that. Firstly I'm gonna add a box collider 2D. So let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D, and make sure you just make the size as the size of your spreadsheet. So let's click on this edit collider, and we're gonna edit the collider as the size of our toxic trap, something like this much. And also make sure you basically move over to box collider 2D component and check this one is triggered to check, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it, so that's why. And now we can just go ahead and we can add the circle collider 2D. But in order to add that, let's click on this add component, and now we're gonna find circle collider 2D and let's attach that. And now what we have to do, we need to make the size as the size of our basically a range of this toxic trap. But before we do that, what we want to do, we just want it something like this much. So what we can do, we can just move these frames a little bit farther away, so the toxic trap right over here it's exploding. So from this it's basically working fine. So we can select this frame, basically the left frames, and we can just drag it a little bit away. So our player game object just gonna have the time of it basically to pass through it or to jump over top of our toxic trap. So basically that is the thing. So what we will do, for that, make sure you click on this red button in your animation tab to record your animation. So the toxic trap is exploding right over here. So from this we're gonna select all of our frames, and let's scroll our mouse to zoom out, and let's move it a little bit further away, something like this much. And now if we click on this play button, it's gonna work fine. So it's exploding. And what we need to do, we basically we're gonna copy these frames or this individual sprite, and we can simply press down Ctrl C to copy, and let's paste it over here by Ctrl V. And we can just move this over here, and we can paste it over here as well. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this frame, and let's press down Ctrl C to copy, and let's paste it over here by Ctrl V. And let's move it here, and this seems pretty much fine by now. And we can do one more time. So I'm gonna select these three frames, and let's press down Ctrl C, and let's paste it over here by Ctrl V. And let's move it over here. And now I'm gonna select this frame where it's exploding, and let's move it over here. Now we have the time of it. So now if I go ahead and then click on this play button, we can see the toxic trap, it's playing the exploding one a little bit something like after some period of time. So now what we need to do, we basically need to enable our box collider to this circle collider 2D. So once you are satisfied, make sure you click on this red button to capture your animation. And by default we don't want this circle collider 2D to be enabled. On also we need to make sure that we go over to circle collider 2D and then check this one is trigger. And I'm gonna make the radius in the start of the game a little bit less, something around 1. And I don't want to enable, so what I'm gonna do, but before I do, I'm gonna choose a less number, basically the radius. by default. So I'm going to choose something like 0.5 or zero point 0.5, and over here, so we will go to our animation tab and make sure you click on this red button to record your animation, and we're going to move it over here. So over here it's getting enable. So now we're going to move one more frame, so it's fine. So now what we need to do, we need to enable, sorry, I guess so we're gonna click on this. Basically by default we want to disable, so we're gonna uncheck this circle collider 2D, basically which is just disabling that. But once we move it over here, then we need to enable our circle collider 2D. But make sure you just go over to animation tab and then click on this red button to record your animation, and now we need to enable the circle collider 2D. So let's go over to inspector, circle collider 2D, and let's enable that. And now we're gonna move it one more frame, and we need to increase the radius, as you can see, so it's gonna cover up this area. So I'm gonna increase my radius a little bit up, sorry, I guess this much, something like 0.7. And now we're gonna move one more frame, and we need to make the radius a little bit more by now. So we're gonna make it something like 0.8. 0.8, it seems less number, so we're gonna go ahead with 0.9. Still it seems less, so we're gonna choose 1. And now we're gonna move it one more frame, and now we need to make the radius a little bit more. So we're gonna choose the radius and let's make it 2. And now 2 seems pretty much fine. And now we need to make the radius in the x, basically horizontally a little bit up. So we can just click on this edit collider inside our circle collider 2D, and we can just drag it this up something like this much. And we can do the same thing in the left direction, and in the y we can just move it a little bit down, I guess. And we can play around with the offset. So in the y I'm gonna move it a little bit down. So for that, what we can do, we can just move over to our circle collider 2D component and then offset, and in the y I'm gonna move it a little bit down something like this. And by now I'm gonna increase it, basically the size. And I guess this seems pretty much fine. And now we're going to move it one more frame, and we need to make the radius. So let's make the radius a little bit up, something like this much. And in the y offset we can just drag it down, I guess. Let's move over to y, and now we're gonna increase the size of it. I guess we basically need to play around with the offset. I'm gonna make the radius size a little bit less, and let's move it somewhere around here, and let's increase the radius. Now this seems pretty much fine, and let's move it one more frame. And now over here, as you can see, it's get disabled. So what we can do, we can just move over to our inspector, then circle collider 2D, and we're gonna uncheck, basically we're gonna disable, because the animation over here of that toxic trap is basically exploding, and over here it's just vanishing right away. So that's why we also basically disabled our circle collider 2D. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top, in our animation tab, we can see the circle collider just getting resized as the size of our exploding of this toxic trap. And once it's over, then we can see the circle collider just disabling itself. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do that, and you can basically do the same thing. So what we can do, we also want to disable our this box collider 2D that we attach inside our toxic trap toxic trap, because we don't want our player game object, basically we want our player game object to pass through it. So that's why by default also we're gonna set the you can simply say the box collider 2D as enable, sorry, disable. So we're gonna click on this red button first in our animation tab to capture the animation or to record our animation. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my toxic underscore trap, then go over to inspector and box collider 2D, and we're gonna uncheck by default, basically we're disabling. And now we're gonna move over to our animation tab. So over here we need to enable our box collider 2D, because as you can see the exploding basically happening here. So that's why we need to enable that. So now to enable that, make sure you go over to your animation tab, then click on this red button to record your animation. Then go over to inspector, check this box collider 2D, basically enabling, and we're gonna move it somewhere over here. And now we need to disable our box collider 2D. So let's go over to inspector, box collider 2D, and let's uncheck, basically disable. Now it's gonna work fine, and we can click on this play button in order to check it out. And indeed we can see it's basically working fine. And once it's done, we can just go ahead and then click on this red button to capture our animation, and now it's gonna work fine. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my fire trap, and for now I'm gonna move it a little bit farther away from my player game object. So I'm gonna select my fire underscore trap, and let's move it a little bit further away from our player game object to check it. And now if we go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice that the toxic trap just gonna play the animation clip right away, basically perfectly. And once we're gonna have a little moment to pass through it, and if the exploding is happening, then we're gonna die right away. So we just gonna have a little moment. Now as you can see, we are able to pass through it, but once it exploding, and if we close enough, we can see our player game object get destroyed right away. And we can check it one more time. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and before we do that, let's turn this toxic underscore trap into a prefab as well. So we're gonna have the copy of it. So for that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, then I'm gonna head over to my assets folder, then prefabs folder, and then traps underscore prefabs folder. And let's select the toxic underscore trap in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to that subfolder in order to turn it into a prefab. Now we just turn it into a prefab, and we can click on this play button in the top in order to check it twice. So let's take it one more time, and let's take a look on this, and it's gonna be fine. So let's have a look on this. So now we should able to see. So let's get closer to this. We can able to see we able to pass through this toxic trap, but once it's gonna play the exploding, and if we over here, we can see the player game object just destroyed right away. Why? Because we triggering with that circle collider 2D, basically to this trap game object. So that's why. So I hope you get the idea that how you can make this trap, and how you can make your game much more cool and amazing with this trap, and over challenging. You can just and now what we need to do, we basically need to place these traps inside our level. We need to place them. So I hope you get the idea. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and now I'm gonna press down Ctrl S on my keyboard in order to save my project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. gonna do the same thing as we have done with this green collectibles. So I'm gonna select that and I'm gonna move it little bit further away from my player game object. So let's move it somewhere around here. So I'm gonna create a coin game object by now, a coin collectibles. But before we do, we're gonna create an empty parent game object first. So for that, we're gonna move over to hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon and let's create an empty parent game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like coin. So let's call it coin, and I'm gonna select the move tool in the scene view and let's move it somewhere around here. And I'm gonna take my fire, basically this game object. So we're not able to choose that because we need to disable the canvas for now, for temporarily. So I'm going to select my canvas underneath my staff game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and uncheck, basically we're disabling. Now if we click on this fire, we can select that, and I'm going to move it somewhere around here. Let's move it over here. Now it's fine. And once we done, we can just enable the canvas one more time. So I'm gonna select my canvas underneath my staff game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector and check it. Basically we just enabling that one more time. And now select the that game object, which is coin, and I'm gonna move this one over here. Let's move it over here, and I'm gonna choose and gizmos for it. So let's go over to inspector, let's click over here, and I'm gonna choose this yellow one. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select the coin sprite. So let's move over to project tab, and then we're gonna move over to our assets folder, then sprites folder, and we will move over to our collectibles folder, and we can see the coin over here. So I'm gonna select the first sprite, and make sure you just drag it top of this coin game object in the hierarchy in order to make this one child of this coin game object. And now I'm gonna select the animated underscore items underscore zero sprite, basically the coin sprite. Then go over to inspector, transform, right click, and then reset. So it's gonna reset the position as the position of our coin game object. And I want to choose a different gizmos for that. So I'm gonna select my game object one more time. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna choose a different gizmos, so in order to make it noticeable. And I'm gonna select the sprite, basically the coin sprite, and let's call it something like coin icon instead of calling animated underscore items underscore zero. So I'm gonna call this one coin image, or let's call it coin icon. So coin underscore icon, something like that. And now we're gonna select the parent one, and we will attach a rigid body 2D component, and we're gonna set the body type to kinematic, so it's not gonna fall down. So let's click on this add component, and let's add a rigid body 2D, and let's set the body type to kinematic and collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate. And we're gonna add a second component, which will be a circle collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on this add component, and let's circle collider 2D, and let's attach that. And we need to increase the radius of this. So let's go over to circle collider 2D, then radius, and we're gonna make it something around 0.6, I guess seems pretty much fine. And also make sure you just check this is trigger to as check, so it's not gonna register our player to pass through it. And we can just go ahead and we can make the animation. But before we make the animation, I want to assign this coin game object as a coin tag. So how we can do that, we basically need to select our coin game object. Make sure you select the parent in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, click on untag, then add tag, and let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna create a new tag for this coin. So I'm gonna call this one coin, and save it. And make sure you select the coin game object one more time, then go over to inspector and untag, choose coin. And now we assigned this coin game object as a coin tag. So what we will have, so we will have two animation clip. One will be the spinning one, and another one will be the collected one, as we have done with the green collected game object. So we're gonna do the same thing. and we need to make the animation to the child game object instead of the parent. So that's why we created a parent game object first, and then we just made the coin sprite child of that game object, so the animation not gonna be weird. And if you do inside this coin sprite, then it's gonna do weird things. So that's why we need to create a empty parent game object first, and then we need to make the coin sprite child of that game object to just prevent that thing. And now we are ready to make the animation. To do so, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then sprites folder, then collectibles folder, and I'm gonna select all of these individual sprite of these coins. So by holding down shift, and then drag it top of this coin underscore icon game object in the hierarchy underneath my coin game object, and we need to place it. So we will go to top left, assets, animation, collectible animation subfolder, and let's create another subfolder for this coin animation. So I'm gonna right click, then new in the bottom, then folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like coin underscore animation. So let's call it coin underscore animation, and let's open up this subfolder as well by double clicking on it. And now we have to make name the animation. So this will be the spinning one, so I'm gonna call this one coin underscore spinning, spinning, something like that. I guess spelling is correct or not, I don't know. I really apologize for this one as well. So I'm gonna call it coin underscore spinning. Let's click on this save button in the bottom right, and now if we select coin underscore icon, then move over to my animation tab, and then click on this play button, we can see coin indeed is spinning over again and again. And now we need to create another animation clip, which will be the collected one, we can simply say. So let's create that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my coin underscore icon, then go over to animation tab, and then click over here, and then click on this create new clip, and this will be the coin collected. So I'm gonna call this coin underscore collected, like as we have done with the green game object collected, green collected game object. And so I'm gonna call this one coin underscore collected, and let's click on that save button one more time. And now we need to make the animation. So make sure you select your coin. I really apologize for the noises coming out from the background. I really apologize for it. So now we're gonna select our coin underscore icon, move over to animation tab, and then click on this red button to record your animation, and we're gonna move it over to 60 frame or 1 second. And now we're gonna take our coin underscore icon, basically the child one, not the parent, make sure you do that, and we're gonna drag it in the y-axis up, and over time we just want to fade out. So for that we're gonna move over to inspector, sprite renderer, then color, and in the A we can see 255. So we're gonna make this 10, or you can just drag it all the way to the left side. Now it's fading out, and if we click on this play button, we can see it's going up, and over time it's just fading out. So now the animation is perfect, and once we satisfied, we can just click on that red button to capture our animation. And as always, I don't want this animation clip to be looped, so to stop that, we're gonna move over to our project tab, then assets animation folder, then collectibles animation subfolder, then coin underscore animation subfolder. And I'm gonna select the coin underscore collected one, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time. And now it's fine, as you can see, and we can turn this into a prefab. So I'm going to select my coin game object in the hierarchy. Let's move to project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and let's select this coin game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this collectibles prefabs folder, into this collectibles subfolder inside our prefabs folder. Now we just turn it into a prefab. Now what we need to do, we do know that we're going to create a script in order to collect that, and we already have a script called player underscore collectibles. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, then player underscore collectible script in the bottom, and I'm going to open that up by double clicking on it. And we're going to create a new variable to just keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So we're going to make a private that will be int, and we can call this one current coins, something like that I'm gonna call it, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we're gonna move over to start function. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set current coins equal to 0. Why? Because in the start of the game we're gonna have 0 coins, so that's why. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we need to do, we're going to use this on trigger into 2D function, as we have done with the collectibles. So we're going to do the same thing. So this function get called when we trigger with something. And if I move over to Unity editor and then select this coin game object in the hierarchy, then move over to inspector circle collided 2D, we can see we just take is trigger as checked. So that's why we're going to use on trigger into 2D function. So let's move over to our script, and over here we're gonna check. So let's make if condition first bracket and sub curly brackets. And what we want to check over here, we basically want to check the game object that we triggered it with, if that game object has a tag called a coin. If that is the case, then we gonna collect that. So we will go to collision. Basically we're gonna use this collision parameter in order to get that the game object that we triggered. So we're gonna type collision dot game object dot tag. We basically accessing the tag, and we're gonna check it if it's equals to coin. If that is the case, means we just triggering with that coin game object. So collision dot game object, we do know it's basically means the game object that we triggered it with. Let's suppose this player game object trigger with this coin game object. So collision dot game object there basically means this coin game object. And then what we doing, we just accessing the tag of it, and we checking if the tag is equals to coin, as you can see. So if that is the case, basically means we triggering with this coin game object. So now what we need to do, we need to collect that. To collect that, we basically need to increase our current coins that we created the variable over here to just keep track of how many coins we collected so far. So what we will do, on top of our current coin, we're just gonna add 1 unit. So plus equal 1, or we can simply use this plus plus and then close that up with semicolon. It's basically means the same thing that we adding 1. And after doing that, what we want to do, we just want to disable the circle collider 2D. As soon as we're gonna collect the coin, we just want to disable the circle collider 2D. So we just gonna collect only 1 coin. If we trigger with multiple times, then our current coin just gonna keep increasing by 1 unit, which we really don't want at 1 coin. So that's why. So after increasing that, we just want to disable the circle collider 2D inside that coin game object. So we will go to collision dot game object, means the coin game object over here, and then we're gonna get the component. So we're gonna use dot get component, make these arrows, and inside these arrows we basically need to pass the component name. So the component we're looking for is a circle collider 2D, and we're gonna make these brackets. And basically we just going over to circle collider 2D, and now we're gonna use this dot enable, and we will set equal to false. Basically we disabling that. What we doing, firstly we going over to this coin game object, then we going over to this circle collider 2D component of this coin game object, and we just set that dot enable to false. Basically means we just disabling this circle collider 2D right away. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we need to do, we also need to play the animation clip, which is the collected one. It's going up and over time it's fading out, and we do know the component is sitting inside this tile game object, not inside our parent. So we basically need to go over to child game object of this coin game object, then we're gonna move over to this animator, and then we just gonna so we forgot to make the transition between these animation clips, so we need to do that first. So now it's gonna be fine. So I hope you get the idea. Let's make the animation transition. So I'm gonna select my coin underscore icon, not the parent one. Make sure you select the child one, then go over to animator tab. So let's make transition to our coin collected. So let's right click on this coin spinning, and let's make to coin collected, and let's select the transition. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, and we need to choose a condition. So we're going to create a collected parameter, or collect parameter, or condition to choose it. So let's go over to animator, let's click on this plus icon, then we're going to choose a trigger, and we're going to call this trigger or this parameter collect, something like that. and now we're going to choose that uh, parameter or condition. So let's click on this plus icon in the inspector, and we're going to choose this collect. And now let's move over to our script, and over here what we need to do, firstly we need to go over to that game object, child game object of our coin. So we're gonna use the collision dot game object, means our coin game object. Now we're gonna move over to transform of our coin game object, and we're gonna use dot get child function to get the child, and the child that we're looking for is coin underscore icon, and that is the first child, and the first child index gonna be 0. So we're gonna pass 0. 0 basically means we're just going over to that going over to this coin underscore icon game object, because the animator component we can notice in the inspector is sitting inside this coin underscore icon game object, or the first child of this coin game object. So now what we need to do, now we basically need to get the animator component. So we're gonna type this dot get component, get component, and the component we're looking for is animator. So inside these arrows we're gonna pass the component name, which is animator, then make this first packet. And now we're gonna use the set trigger function. So we're gonna use dot set trigger, and this function in brackets inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name. And if we move over to Unity editor, then move over to animator component, we can see the parameter name is collect. So we need to pass the parameter name. So we're gonna inside quotation we need to do that, which is collect, and let's close that up with semicolon, and make sure you spell it correct. And also we need to destroy our coin game object after 1 second, because after 1 second we completing the collected animation clip. Basically we doing the same things as we have done with the green collected game object, and we doing the same thing with our coin game object. So we're gonna destroy that, and to destroy we do know we need to use this destroy function. And destroy function as a first argument, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we're gonna pass this collision dot game object, basically means the coin game object, and comma, second thing was we need to specify the time. So after 1 second I want to destroy, so I'm gonna put 1f, means 1 second, and then close that up with semicolon. And now we're gonna press down Control S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna trigger with this coin game object, it's gonna play the coin collected animation clip, and also current coin just gonna increase by 1 unit, and after 1 second this coin game object just gonna destroy itself. So just wait a moment and I'm gonna show you. And firstly we need to move over to our debug mode, since we made that current coins parameter as a private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player underscore collectible script. So I'm gonna select my player game object in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, player collectible scripts. In the bottom we can notice we're not able to see that current coins parameters. So to do that, let's go over to top right. Let's click on this three dot, and we're gonna choose debug. And as soon as we have chosen debug, underneath our player collectible scripts in the bottom we can see current coins, and it's 0. And now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and as soon as we're gonna trigger or this collect this coin game object, you will able to notice this current coin just gonna increase by 1 unit, and after 1 second this coin game object just gonna destroy itself, and also it's gonna play the coin collected animation clip. So now if I trigger with this, as you can see, indeed it's current coins becoming 1, but we get a problem. It's not playing that animation clip. So if I get out of play mode and move over to my console tab, as you can see parameter collect does not exist. Basically we just misspelled our collect parameter. So if I move over to animator tab and then select this coin underscore icon game object in the hierarchy underneath my coin game object, then move over to animator tab, and parameter name we can see collect, and the C is capitalized, a capital letter, C is capital letter over here. And if I move over to my script over here, as you can see we just pass a small c instead of passing the capital C. So that's the wrong thing. So basically we need to pass the uh, capital C instead of small c later. So make sure you spell it correct. So that's why we're getting the error. It's not playing the collected animation clip. So I'm gonna press down Control S on one more time on my keyboard to save my script, and then move over to Unity editor. So by now it should play the coin collected animation clip once we're gonna trigger with this coin game object, and the current coin just getting increasing by 1 unit. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and we're doing the same thing as we have done with green collected game object. So now if I select my player game object in the hierarchy, move over to my player underscore collectible scripts in the bottom of my inspector, we can see current coins by default is 0. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's collect this coin. And once we're gonna collect this, it's gonna play that animation clip, which is the coin collected animation clip. And also this current coin just gonna increase by 1 unit right away, and also the circle collider 2D of this coin game object just gonna disable right away once we're gonna trigger with it. So let's take it. So if I trigger, so as you can see, it's played the coin underscore collected animation clip, and after 1 second it just gets destroy itself. And if we move over to player underscore collectible script, we can see the current coin is 1. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode, and I want to go back in inspector mode instead of debug, basically normal mode. To do that, we do know that we basically need to move over to top right, and then click on this three dot, and then click on this normal in order to go back in normal mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can create the coin game object, as like we have created this green collected game object. So we basically done the same thing inside this coin game object. We need to show up how many coins we collected and how many green collectibles we have collected so far in the UI, instead of showing underneath our player collectible script. And we do know we just made it private, so that's why we are not able to see those parameters underneath our player underscore collectible script, as you can see in the inspector. So to show that up in the UI, what we need to do, we basically need to select our canvas, and we need to create tags. So for that, we're gonna move over to hierarchy, then as stuffs, and I'm gonna select my canvas in the underneath my stuffs game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. So we're gonna create it. So let's do that. So for that, we're gonna move over we're gonna create another game object for our UI. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my canvas. Let's right click on it. Let's create an empty parent game object first, and I'm gonna call this game object to something like UI, like as we have done with this health underscore UI. So I'm gonna select my UI. Let's go over to inspector, rect transform, then click over here, and we're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard, and we will select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, as you can notice, it gets resized as the size of our canvas, and now we are ready to just put our text. But before that, I'm gonna put my icon, or let's create the icon first. So let's select the UI game object underneath my canvas. Let's right click on it. Let's go to UI, then image, click on this image component, and we can call this image to something like coin icon. So I'm gonna call it something like coin underscore icon, something like that I'm gonna call it. And now what I want to do, we need to move over to this image component, and we need to drag the coin sprite right over here inside our source image field. As you can see, it says none sprite, so we need to drag it there. To do that, we're going to move over to our project tab, assets, and then we will head over to our sprites folder, then collectibles folder, and we can see the sprite. So we're going to click on it, and we can see individual sprite. So I'm going to select the first coin, or you can select any of them. I'm going to select this one. So let's select that. Make sure you select your coin underscore icon underneath your UI game object in the hierarchy, and I'm going to select the first one, or this one. Let's drag it over to this source image field inside our image component. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my coin underscore icon, and let's select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it somewhere around here. As you can see, it seems lot more small, so we need to make it a little bit bigger. To do that, you go over to inspector, then image component, and then click on the set native size. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see by now it seems lot more bigger. And what we want to do, we just want to put it in the top left side. To do that, make sure you select your coin underscore icon, then go over to inspector, rect transform, and then click over here, hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top left corner one, and I'm gonna move it a little bit down somewhere around here. And what I want to do, I just want to choose the width and the height a little bit low, or we can simply hold down shift on our keyboard and we can choose the rect tool in the scene view, and we can hold down shift on our keyboard, so it's gonna resize in the width and in the height perfectly with same aspect ratio. So I'm gonna make it something like this much, and let's put it somewhere around here. I'm gonna put it to the right side. From the right side, I'm gonna put it 90. So we will go to rect transform, then you can just move over here and position X you can put in the X 90, and in the Y I'm gonna put something like minus 200, and minus 200, let's put it a little bit down, so I'm gonna choose minus 210. And now this seems pretty much fine. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna create the tags. So let's select our UI game object, not the coin underscore icon. Basically select the UI that you created underneath your canvas, then right click on it, then go to UI legacy in the bottom, and then we're gonna choose this text, and we're gonna call this text to something like current coin text. So I'm gonna rename this to current coin underscore text, something like that I'm gonna call it. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our current coin underscore text, and let's press down F in order to focus on it, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. So let's so what you can do, you can just move over to inspector, rect transform, then click here, and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna hold down alt on our keyboard and we will choose this top left one, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here. As you can notice, we barely able to notice our text, so we need to increase the size of it. To do that, we basically need to move over to inspector, then text component, and then font size we're gonna make it something around 100. But before we do, make sure you select the alt select the rect tool in the scene view, and you can hold down alt on your keyboard and you can just resize, sorry, you can select, and it's gonna resize from the center, as you can notice. Now we need to increase the font size. To do that, let's go over to font size, and we're gonna make it something around 80, and I want to put it in the as so we need to make it bigger. Basically in the X I'm gonna drag it something this much, and let's move it somewhere around here. And I'm gonna choose a different color in order to notice, or in order to see that. So I'm gonna move over to my text component, then color, and we're gonna choose a different color, something like this. And make sure you just go to alignment and select this alignment. I'm gonna select this one, which is the text I want to start from the right side, so that's why I have chosen alignment to this, not the middle. So that's why I'm going to choose this one, and I'm going to choose middle as the second alignment. And now it's going to start from the left side. So basically that is the thing. And font style, I'm going to choose bold. And if you have another font, then you can just click on this font slot in the right side and you can choose the font. Or what else you can do, you can just move over to your project tab, assets, and you can move over to your fonts folder, or you can, wherever you have the font, you can just drag it over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my fonts folder and I'm gonna select the first one, and let's drag it over to that slot. And as soon as we drag it, we can see it's changed the font, and we need to make it a little bit bigger. So font size, I'm gonna choose something around 1 to 5, and now this seems pretty much cool. And let's put it in the middle, and I guess this seems pretty much fine to me. And make sure in the right side you basically choose the rect tool in the scene view and just move it to the right side, so we're gonna have the space. And what we're gonna do now, instead of saying new text, I'm gonna set it to 0, because we're gonna have 0 coins. and we still need to make the font size a little bit bigger. It seems small. Firstly, I'm gonna resize it. So we're gonna hold down Alt on our keyboard, and we're gonna resize from center like this, and we're gonna make the font size something around 150. Still it seems small, so we're gonna choose 180, and 180 we can see pretty much fine number, so we're gonna go with 180. And we want to put a x something over here, so what we can simply do, we can select our current coin underscore text, and we can press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and the duplicate one I'm gonna move it over here. And what I want to do, I just want to go over to inspector, and instead of calling current coin underscore text one, we're gonna call it x simply. And what I want to this one to be start from the middle, and instead of setting it to 0, we're gonna set it to x. Basically go over to text field, and then put it x, and font size I'm gonna make it small, and alignment both of them I'm gonna choose middle center. So now this seems pretty much fine, and let's move it over here. And also in the x I want to put it small, so something like this, and this seems pretty much fine as you can see. And I'm gonna select my current coin underscore text, and I'm gonna move it a little bit right to the right direction. Sorry, now this seems pretty much fine, and we need to arrange them. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now what we can do, we can duplicate these things to create for our green collectibles, so we can do that thing as well. So I'm going to select my current coin underscore icon underneath my UI game object, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it down. And this will be the green collectibles icon. So I'm going to call this one, instead of calling coin underscore icon one, I'm going to call this one coin sorry, not coin, green icon. So I'm going to call it green underscore icon. And also we're going to duplicate this x as well as this text. So let's choose the x, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and I'm going to move it down. And we need to replace this green icon, green underscore icon, with our green that emerald that we created. So basically we need to replace the sprite. Instead of icon, we gonna choose the green one. So for that, we're gonna move over to project tab one more time, then assets, then sprites folder, and then we're gonna move over to collectibles folder, and we have it over here as you can see. So I'm gonna select my green underscore icon underneath my UI game object in the hierarchy, and let's select that first sprite, and let's drag it over to this slot, basically source image. And as soon as we drag it, now it's changed, and we can increase the size of it by going over to width, and in the width we can choose something around 170, and in the height we're gonna choose something around 165. So let's choose 165. And if you get some weird, then you can just move over to image component, and then click on this set native size. And as soon as we have chosen native size, and the native size seems perfect as you can notice. And I think we need to make it smaller, basically this coin sprite and all of these things. So I'm gonna select my coin underscore icon, and I'm gonna move over to inspector. And then what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose the width something around 100, and in the height I'm gonna choose 100. And 100, I think 100 seems a lot more small, so we're gonna go with 125 in the width, and we're gonna do the same thing in the height, 125. And now 125 seems pretty much great, and we're gonna choose the current coin text, and we're gonna make the font size small. So let's make it something around 100. 100 seems a lot more small, so let's put it 125. And now 125, I guess it's fine, or we can just make it a little bit bigger, 130. And I'm gonna choose the x, and I'm gonna make the font size of it small, something like this much. And now we're gonna drag it close to our coin underscore icon, to close to our coin underscore icon game object, or the UI game object. And I'm gonna select my current coin underscore text, and let's move it somewhere around here. Let's move it up, and now this seems pretty much cool. And let's select the X and let's move it somewhere around here, and this seems pretty much fine. And we're gonna do the same thing with our this emerald. So I'm gonna choose our green underscore icon in my hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, and in the width we're gonna make it something around 1 to 5. Sorry, 1 to 5 seems so small, so we're gonna choose 150 in the width and 150 in the height. And let's move it up a little bit, something like this much. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the same font size as we have done with this X. So which we can notice, which is our 89. So I'm gonna choose 90 instead, and let's select this X and we're gonna choose the font size 90, and let's move it over here. And let's move it over here. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna select our current coin underscore text, and let's duplicate this one. But before I duplicate, I'm gonna move it a little bit far away from the right side, and I'm gonna choose the X one. Let's move it somewhere around here, and I'm gonna do the same thing with this one. And let's select our current coin underscore text, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it down somewhere around here. And instead of calling this one current coin underscore text one, we're gonna call it green coin or green current green underscore text. So let's call it current current green green underscore text, because this will be the text current green text. And now this is pretty much fine, as you can notice. And once we are done, we can simply select our UI game object, and we can just make that one prefab. So we're gonna have the copy of it, and we don't need to work from scratch. But before I do, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this X1, and let's call it instead X2. And now this seems pretty much fine. And if we try to scale down our screen or scale up, we can see this coin icon and this screen icon just getting resized as the size of our screen size, and it's always living in the top left side, as you can see, no matter how much we shrink down our screen. So it's just getting resized. So that's why we have chosen basically what you need to do, you basically need to move over to inspector, then rig transform, then click over here and hold down alt on your keyboard, and you can select any anchor and it will always be there. So basically that is the logic. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna turn this UI into a prefab. So we're gonna have the copy of it, and we don't need to work from scratch. So we're gonna select our UI game object underneath my canvas in the hierarchy, and let's move over to this prefabs folder. And I already created a folder called UI inside my prefabs folder. I already created a UI subfolder, as you can see. So I'm gonna select my UI underneath my canvas, and let's drag it over to that folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now if I select my UI game object underneath my canvas and delete, as you can see, it's gone. But we do know that we have the prefab one, basically the copy of it. So we can just move over to that folder, and we can move over to our UI folder, and we can select UI game object from that folder, and we can just drag it top of this canvas game object in the hierarchy. And as soon as we drag it, we can see our coin icon and this green icon. And we basically need to what we need to do now, we need to link this up. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And if I just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, you will able to notice even though we're gonna collect our coin or the green collectible game object, we're not updating in the UI. Player not gonna able to see that how many coins we collected so far and how many green game objects we collected so far. So if I trigger with this, as you can see, we need to show it in the UI, and it's basically working fine. And I can damage this enemy, it's died, and we can see we collected that green as well. So I hope you get the idea. And we have two traps, we have the fire and the toxic one, and we're gonna take a look on this in the next lecture or next chapter. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and make sure you press down Control S on your keyboard to save your project. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and make sure you just make that one prefab. So that's why I just created an empty parent game object first, and I just name it to UI. And make sure you go over to inspector, click over here, and then hold down on and select this bottom right one, so it's gonna stretch as the size of your canvas. And after that, make sure you just place your coin icon, then green icon, and all of the text. So you can just make that one prefab and you will have the copy of it. We need to show up how many coins and this green collectibles game object we collected so far. So if I move over to my hierarchy, then I stuff basically select my canvas and then go over to my UI game object and press down F in order to focus on it, and then select my current coin underscore text. As you can see, we have it over here. And if we go to inspector text component, and we can change the text over here we can set it to 1, we can set it to 2, we can set it to 3, we can set it to 4, we can set it to 5. So what we basically need, we need a reference to this text component, then we can access this text and we can set the number equal to how many current coins we collected so far. So if I select my player game object, then go over to inspector and move over to my debug mode and move over to my player underscore collectibles script. As you can see, current coins we have 0, and the current green collectibles game object we have 0 by default. So we need to show this up in UI as well. Basically we need to link this. So what we need, so firstly I'm gonna go back to my normal mode. So let's click on this three dot in the top right and let's click on this normal to go back. And now we're gonna open up our player collectible script by double clicking on it. So we just updating over here as you can see. So what we need, if we select our current coin underscore text, we need a reference of this text component, as well as we need a reference to this current green text, basically this text. So we need both of this reference. To get that, what we need to do, we basically need to go over to top of our class and we need to include this namespace using unity engine dot UI. So make sure you include this namespace whenever you're working with UI. So make sure you just go to top of your class and include this namespace called using unity engine dot UI. And now we need to get the reference. To get the reference, so let's make it over here. So we're gonna make a public, and the component that we're looking for is a text type. So we're gonna call it text, and we can call, or we just need to name the variable. So I'm gonna call it something like current coin underscore text, something like that. And also we need a reference of that green text as well. So we're gonna make a another public, and the component we're looking for is text, and we're gonna call this one current green underscore text. And now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and make sure you press down Control S to save your code and move over to Unity editor, because we need to assign those variable one by one. And now if I select my player game object, then go over to inspector player underscore collectible script, I can see these two will appear. So first thing appear current coin underscore text, and the second thing we can notice current green underscore text. So now what we need to do, we need to select our current coin underscore text underneath our UI game object inside this canvas game object in the hierarchy, and drag it over to this current coin underscore text. And we're gonna select our current green underscore text. Let's drag it over to this current green underscore text. So basically what we're doing, we just going over, we have the text component inside or sitting on this current coin underscore text. So that's why we need to drag this game object there, because if we select our current coin underscore text, go over to inspector, we can notice that a text component is attached to this current coin underscore text game object. So that's why we need to drag it there. Now we basically have this text component of this current coin underscore text, as well as we have this text component which is current green underscore text component. Now we have both of the reference and we can set it to so let's move over to our script. And over here, as you can see, we just increasing our current green text by 1 unit, and we increasing the coin over here. So let's start with the coin. We increasing by 1 unit, as you can see. Plus plus basically means adding one. So after adding one, we need to update in the UI. So what we will do, we will go to current coin underscore text, then we're gonna access the text and we will set equal to our current coins, and let's close that up with semicolon. But the problem is that this current coins right over here is a string value, sorry, integer value, and this over here is a string value. As you can see, we can notice that in the top of our class current coins, this is an int variable, but this current coin underscore text dot text is a string value. So we need to convert these current coins to a string. So how we can do that? To convert that, we basically need to type dot to string and then make this first bracket. So basically what we're doing, firstly we just going over to current coin underscore text and accessing the text, and we setting equal to current coins. So let's suppose current coin is something like 2, then this current coin underscore text dot text will be 2 because directly we setting. So what we're doing, we simply going over to this current coin underscore text game object, then going then accessing this text component, as you can see in the inspector, and we setting this text over equal to our current coins, and we assume it 2. So this one over here will be 2, means this one over here gonna be 2. So the this will be update in the UI as well. As you can see, as soon as we put 2, it's became 2. So I'm gonna set back to 0 and let me show you. So let's have a look. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top, but before you do, make sure you press down Ctrl S on your keyboard to save your script and then move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna collect the first coin, basically this coin, we will able to notice our current coin text will be 1 because we're gonna collect, and as soon as we're gonna collect, it's gonna play that animation clip, which is the collected animation clip, and over time it's gonna fade out, and after 1 second it's gonna destroy itself. So just wait a moment, and now if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will able to notice that. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and we're gonna have a look on it. So just wait a moment, and as you can see, current coin in the start of the game is 0, but as soon as we're gonna collect this one, basically the first one, so if I collect that one, as you can see, indeed the current coin underscore text current coin underscore text became 1. So if I select my current coin underscore text underneath my UI game object inside my canvas in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector text component, as you can see it's became 1. So I'm gonna get out of play mode and I'm gonna duplicate this coin couple of times. So I'm gonna select my coin game object in the hierarchy, and let's press down F in order to focus on it, and we're gonna select the move tool in the scene view, and let's move it a little bit down, and I'm gonna duplicate some amount. So basically I'm gonna duplicate this coin. So let's select our coin game object in the hierarchy. Let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it over here, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D one more time to duplicate one more time, and let's move it here, and we're gonna press down Ctrl D one more time, and let's paste it over here. Sorry, not paste it, basically drag it over here. So as you can notice, we have 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4, so four coins we have, and if we collect all of them, then this text current coin underscore text in the UI, basically this text we can see in the game view in the top left side is 0, it will be 4 as soon as we're gonna collect all of them. And let me show you. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, and let's take a look on this. So as soon as we're gonna collect all of them, then this text over here in the top left, it's just gonna be 4 because we have 4 coin in the scene view or in the game. So let's collect the first one. Now we can see it's became 1, and if we collect the second one, it becomes 2, and if we collect the third one, it's became 3, and if we collect the fourth one, we can see it's became 4, and we just collected all of them. So I'm gonna kill this enemy. So I hope you get the idea, and now we need to do the same thing with this green collectible game object. If we collect it, we're not updating in the UI, as you can see. So we can see in the top left side in our game view, it's always becoming 0. So we need to do the same thing as we have done with our current coin underscore text. So let's get out of play mode, and we do know that we do have the reference of that as well. Basically, if I select my current green underscore text and then press down F in order to focus on it, so we can see the text is sitting inside this current green underscore text game object, and we do know that we have the reference. So if I select my player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, then player collectible script, we can see we have the current green underscore text component as well, basically that text or that reference. And now we're gonna do the same thing, but before I do, I'm gonna select all of this coin and I'm going to drag it for now little bit further away from my player game object. So let's select the first coin in the hierarchy, and we will press down F in order to focus on it, and let's select all of the coin by holding down shift or holding down control by selecting one by one, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here for now. And let's select the green one and let's drag it over here, and I'm going to duplicate this couple of times. So I'm going to select the green collectible game object and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's press down one more time. So and let's move it somewhere around here. Now we have three green collectible game object. So if we collect all of them, then we need to update in the UI as well. So let's open up our player collectible script one more time by double clicking on it, and we have the reference. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to this if condition, because as you can see we increasing our current green collectibles by 1 unit over here. So after collecting that, what we need to do, we need to update in the UI. So we will go to current green underscore text game object, then gonna access the text component, and we will set equal to our current green collectibles. And we do know this is an integer value, so we need to convert into string value, because this current green underscore text dot text is a string value. So that's why we need to convert this one into a string, and to convert that we basically need to use this dot to string function, then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. Let's suppose the current green collectibles is something like 5, then this current green underscore text dot text right over here gonna be 5. Why? Because we directly setting it, as you can see, as soon as we're gonna collect our green collectibles. So I hope you get the idea. Basically we doing the same thing, we just moving over to this current green underscore text game object and then accessing this text in the inspector, as you can notice, and we're setting equal to our current green collectibles, as you can see. And if it's true, then it's all this over here also gonna be true, because we just setting directly of this text. Basically we just accessing this text and we're setting equal to our current green collectibles. And now we need to save our script, so we will press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor and let's look on that. So as soon as we're gonna collect all of them, then our green collectibles will be 3. If we collect the first one, then it's gonna be 1. If we collect the second one, then it's gonna be 2. If we collect the third one, then it's gonna be 3. Basically we will able to notice in the UI. So player just gonna know that how many green player collected so far, and it will be update in the UI. So now let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on this. So I hope you get the idea that how you can link that up in the UI. So just wait a moment, and now if we collect the first one, so let's collect the first one, we can see the current green UI, basically this text. So if I select my current green underscore text in the hierarchy underneath my UI game object inside my canvas, and let's press down F in order to focus on it. So as you can see it's became 1, and if we move over to inspector text component, we can see it's 1, and if we collect the second one, then we can see it's became 2, and if we collect the third one, then we can see it's became 3. But the problem is that we're gonna get some error. So let me show you. If we die, so we can see it's okay. So basically means it's working fine. And if I move over to my console tab, it's saying player died, means it's working fine. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game one more time, and we're gonna take a look on this. So I'm gonna collect all of these green collectible game objects. So it will be three, and we have 4 coins in the game for now, and we're gonna collect all of them. So I'm gonna show you how it's gonna work. So let's collect the first one, second, and then third, and I'm gonna kill this enemy. Sorry, now it's died. And if we collect four of this, so collect the first one. Let's give it a moment. Now I'm gonna collect. So as you can see, the coin in the UI, we can notice it's became 4, and we can take a look in the scene view as well. In the top left side inside our canvas game object, we can see that current coin underscore text is 4, and the current green underscore text is 3. So I hope you get the idea that how you can link your current coins and the current green with your current coin underscore text and current green underscore text. Basically how you can communicate with the UI of in Unity game engine. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And make sure if you change anything, then select the parent one, then go over to inspector overrides and then apply all. If you change it anything inside your child game object and you turn it your game object into a prefab, then you can do that. And I'm gonna press down Control S on my keyboard to save my project. And to keep our hierarchy clean, we can just simply create empty parent game object, and we can just drag collectibles inside that game object. But I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in the next lecture or in the next chapter. Create our game over UI. So how we can do that? For it, we're gonna bring up the sprites. So I will head over to my project tab, assets, then sprites folder. Let's head over to our UI folder, and we have some sprite inside this UI folder, as you can see. So to create the game over UI, what we need to move over to hierarchy, and let's find out our canvas in hierarchy. So I will move over to my stuffs, and over here I have the canvas. So I'm gonna select my canvas. Let's press down F in order to focus on it, and let's create an empty parent game object first before we create our game over UI. To keep our project clean, we do know we have done already with our health underscore UI game object, as you can see, and this UI game object. So we're gonna do the same thing. Let's select our canvas, let's right click on it, let's go to UI, then we will select panel. So basically what you need to do, you need to select the canvas, right click on it, then go to UI, then select this panel. Or we're gonna create the game object first, empty parent game object. So let's select the canvas first, let's right click on it, let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like over game over UI. So let's call it game over UI, and we need to make the size this game object as the size of our canvas. To do that, what we need to do, we need to select that game object first underneath our canvas game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, click over here in rect transform, and we're gonna hold down and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see this game object gets resized as the size of our canvas like we have done already. And now we are ready to do those things. Basically, what we're gonna do, we're gonna create a panel first. So let's select the game over UI game object first. Let's right click on it, then go to UI, then select this panel and select the rake tool in the scene view, and we can hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center like this, as you can see. And what I want to do, I want to replace the image, basically the source image of this panel game object. So if we move over to inspector image component, we can see source image and it says background. So I want to replace that with a UI sprite. So I will head over to my sprites folder, basically UI folder. Then I'm gonna select this one. So let's select our panel in the hierarchy underneath our game over UI game object, and let's select that game object and drag it over to this source image fill in image component in the inspector, and it seems transparent. To get rid of that, we can just go over to image component color, and in the A we can make this all the way to the right direction. Basically select that and make it to 5, or you can just simply drag it to the right direction, basically the bottom one, which is A. And now the transparency is gone, and we can hold down alt on our keyboard to resize from center, as you can see. And now this seems pretty much cool. And what we want to do, we just want to give it a header somewhere around here. So we basically need to make it a little bit small. So we're gonna hold down shift on our keyboard, then rake tool. So it's gonna resize from this it's gonna resize in the width and in the height with same ratio, as you can see. And we can hold down alt on our keyboard to resize from center like this. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I want to give it a header. Basically I just want to put a background something over here, and top of that I'm gonna say I'm gonna put a text something like game over or something like that. To do that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our panel. Let's right click on it, then go to UI and select this image component, and we're gonna move this up in the top direction. So that's why we're gonna select the image. Let's firstly rename it to something like banner. So I'm gonna call it banner instead of image. So let's call this one banner. Then go over to inspector rect transform, click here and hold down alt on your keyboard and select this top right one. So it's gonna stretch to the right direction, and if we try to not gonna stretch, basically it's gonna stretch in the top, as you can see. And if we try to scale down or scale up our screen size, we can see this header, or sorry, this banner game object just getting resized according to our panel size. So make sure you just do that. And I want to replace this with a sprite. To do that, I'm gonna move over to my UI folder one more time and select the banner underneath our panel game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector image component and source image, as you can see it says none sprite. So I'm gonna select our this one, let's drag it over to that slot. And as soon as we drag it, by now we can see, and we can just hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center, and we can just move it somewhere around here. So we need to move it in the middle, and we can just increase the size of it by holding down shift on our keyboard, or we can scale down something like this. I guess this would be pretty much fine. So in the width, I'm gonna choose something around from the right we can choose 190. So let's do 190, and from the height I'm gonna do 140, and from the bottom side I'm gonna do minus 55, or we can just drag it a little bit up something over here. And let's put a text right over here, but I can see it seems a lot more small. So what we will do, we're gonna simply select our panel and we're gonna make it a little bit bigger. So let's hold down alt on our keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center, and we're gonna make it something around this much. And now we're gonna select our banner, and let's hold down alt on our keyboard, and let's resize it, resize, so it's gonna resize from center like this much. And I guess by now it's pretty much fine. And what we want to do, we just want to put a text inside this banner, something like says game over or you lose, something like that. So that's why we're gonna select the banner, not don't select the panel. Basically select the panel because we want the text inside of this banner, so that's why we're gonna select our banner, then right click on it, then go over to UI and legacy in the bottom, and then choose this text, and we're gonna call this text to something like game over or you lose, something like that. We're gonna call it you lose. And we need to make the size as the size of our banner. To do so, we basically need to move over to inspector rect transform, then click over here, make sure you select the text, and then hold down alt on your keyboard and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen, now this text game object just gets as the size of our banner. And now we need to put it in the middle, and we barely able to notice our text, so basically we need to increase the font size of it. To do that, we're gonna move over to text component in the inspector, then font size, and we're gonna make it something around 70. And alignment, we're gonna choose both of this center, and font style we're gonna choose bold. And if you do have a font, then you can drag it over here, or we can simply click over here to choose the font. And I'm gonna choose this one, and instead of saying new text, I'm gonna say something like you lose, you lose or game over. So I'm gonna say something like you lose. And I guess we need to make the font size a little bit up, or we can choose all of the capitalize later. So we're gonna say you lose. Now it seems pretty much fine. And we can just choose any other font if we like. So this basically working great. And I'm gonna choose this font, which is pixel sans bold, I guess, pixeloid sans bold font. And I'm gonna make the font size a little bit down, something like this much. And now this seems pretty much cool, and we have done these things. And instead of calling this one panel right over here, we're gonna call this one background. So let's go over to inspector, and let's rename this to background. So let's call it background. And what we want inside this, we want two buttons. One will be a retry button, and the second button will be the menu button. So if we click on that retry button, then we want to play the game one more time. And if we click on that menu button, then we want to move over to our menu scene or menu. We don't have the menu for now, so we just gonna pretend it for now. So let's do that. So we want the button inside this background, so that's why we're gonna choose the background, not the banner. So we're gonna choose the background underneath our game over UI game object, underneath our canvas in the hierarchy. And then right click on it, then go to UI legacy in the bottom, and then choose this button. And we're gonna call this button to something like retry button. So let's call this one retry button. And now what we need to do, we need to increase the size of it. So I'm gonna hold down alt on my keyboard to resize it from center. And what I want to do, I want to replace the sprite of this. To replace that, if we move over to inspector, then image component, we do know that we need to drag the sprite over here. So we simply need to drag the sprite. So I'm gonna head over to my UI folder inside my project tab. So I have it over here, so I'm gonna select that, and let's drag it over to this source image component in source image component in the inspector. Make sure you choose the retry button. And we just want to increase the size of it. So I'm gonna hold down shift on my keyboard, and let's choose the rectangle in the scene view and resize it. Basically hold down shift key, so it's gonna resize in the height and in the width, in the with same ratio. and we barely able to notice our text one more time. We need to increase the size of it, and we need to choose a different color in order to make it noticeable. So we're gonna click over here retry button, and we will choose the text. Let's go over to inspector, then text component, and then color. I'm gonna choose a different color in order to see that. And the font size, it seems lot more small, so let's make the font size something around 50, or let's make it something around 80. And font style, I'm gonna choose bold, and font, I'm gonna choose something like monogram, and instead of saying button, I'm gonna say something like retry. So let's say something like retry. All of the letters, I'm gonna make it capital, to just make it even cool, or you can just go with smaller letter as well, it's up to you. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, and this seems pretty much fine. And we can increase the font size a little bit up, so I'm gonna do it something 100. Now this seems pretty much fine, and we can select our retry button. And what we're gonna do now, I want this retry button to start from the bottom section. So what we need to do that, for now we basically need to move over to inspector, rect transform, then click over here, hold down alt on your keyboard, and we're gonna select this bottom one over here. And now I'm gonna select my retry button, and let's drag it in the up direction somewhere over here. I guess somewhere over here. And so what we're gonna do now, if we try to scale down our screen size or scale up, we can see the retry button just getting resized according to our screen size. Basically that is the thing, and we can just duplicate this retry button to create our menu button. So we're gonna choose our retry button, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and let's move it down, and let's call this button to something like menu button. To do that, we're gonna move over to inspector, and instead of calling me a retry button 1, we're gonna call this one menu button. So let's call this one menu button. And also we need to change the text inside of this button. Instead of saying retry, we need to say something like menu. So let's click over here, and let's choose the text underneath our menu button, underneath our game over UI game object in the hierarchy. Then go over to inspector, text component, and instead of saying menu, retry, we're gonna say something like menu. Now this seems pretty much fine, and we can put something over here. Over here we can say something like game is over. So let's put a text something over here. We can say something like game is over, something like that. So let's do that, and we're gonna do it inside our background. Basically we want that text to be inside this background, so that's why we're gonna choose the background first. Then we're gonna right click on it, then we'll go to UI and legacy in the bottom, and then we're gonna choose this text. And what we're gonna do now, we're gonna move over to inspector, then rect transform, click over here, and we're gonna hold down alt and select this bottom right one. And as soon as we have chosen that game object, or basically the text, get resized as the size of our background. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move it down, and make sure that this text is not overlapping with this button. So make sure you select the rect tool from the scene view, and let's move it to the blank space, something over here. And we barely able to notice our text, and we do know in order to noticeable, we need to choose a different color. To do so, we will go over to inspector, text component, and then color, I'm gonna make it something else. And also we need to make the font size a little bit up, so I'm gonna choose something around 100. And now we are able to see, and from the right side I want to start from here, from the background. So that's why we're going to choose the text, and let's select the right side, and let's move it over here. And we're going to do the same thing from the left side, and make sure this text is not overlapping with this retry and this menu button, else you're not gonna able to click on this menu or retry button. And in this new text, we're gonna choose alignment both of this center, because I want to start from this center. And what we want to do, we want to choose a different font. So we will go to font slot, and we're gonna choose a different font, something like this one. This one seems perfect to me. And I'm gonna say something like game is game is over, something like that. Game is over, we can say. And now this seems pretty much cool, and I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And now what we need to do, we need to make this one a prefab, so we will have the copy of it. But before I do that, I want to just I want to make it in the width a little bit less, and I just want to remain the height. So what basically I don't want to play around the height, but I want to make the width of this background a little bit less. To do that, we're going to choose our background underneath our game over UI game object, and we're going to select like this, and we're going to hold down alt on our keyboard to resize it from center like this. And also we need to increase the banner size, so I'm going to choose the banner underneath my background game object, and let's hold down alt, so it's going to resize from center. And we're going to make it something around in the width, let's make it 155 in the right direction, 155. And in the height we're going to choose 160, and from the left side we're going to choose 155, and in the height we're going to choose -40. So let's live with -40. Now as you can see, this seems pretty much cool. On we can make it a little bit more less, I guess. We can just go around with it, and this just gonna be perfect. And make sure you just put it in the middle, and I guess it's too much less, so I'm gonna choose my background. Let's make the width a little bit up, something like this much. And just play around with the value and you're gonna get it. And make sure you select the text, and this text should not overlap with this retry and this menu button. So I'm gonna select my menu button, and I'm gonna drag it a little bit down. And make sure you select your menu button and then retry button, then go over to inspector rect transform, then click over here and then hold down on and select this bottom or the center one. And make sure you just drag it a little bit up. So I'm going to choose my retry button, let's move it a little bit down, and now this seems pretty much cool. And now if we just go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and try to click on this button will do nothing currently, nothing, it's not gonna do nothing at all. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So if we click on this retry button, then we want to play our game. And if we click on this menu button, then we want to move over to our menu scene or in a menu. Basically if I just go ahead and then click on this retry button, as you can see this button, it's not doing at all. Basically it's doing nothing, as well as this menu button. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. To do that, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we need to make this game over UI into a prefab. So we will have the copy, and we don't need to make it from scratch. Basically we don't need to make this retry button one more time, and this menu button and this background and this banner and all of these things. So that's why we just created an empty parent game object first inside our canvas in the hierarchy, and after that we have done all of those things. And make sure you make the game over UI game object as the size of your game canvas by going over to inspector break transform, then clicking over here, and you can hold down alt on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize. So sorry, just hold on your keyboard, alt on your keyboard, so so you can just stretch your game over UI game object as the size of your canvas. So now I'm gonna take my game over UI game object underneath my canvas, and I'm gonna make that one into make that prefab. So I'm gonna have the copy of it. So for that, I'm gonna move over to my project tab, assets, and then prefabs folder, and I will head over to UI subfolder inside my prefabs folder, and let's select the game over UI game object in the hierarchy, and let's drag it over to this UI folder in order to turn it into a prefab. And now if I select my game over UI underneath my canvas and delete it from the hierarchy, as you can see it's gone. But we do know that we turn it into a prefab, basically means we have the copy of it. So we can simply select our game over UI from that subfolder. So in our case UI prefab subfolder, and we can simply select that, and we can just place it top of this canvas game object in the hierarchy. And as soon as we have done it, we can see our game over UI with game is over text, you lose, and all of this retry and the menu button. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. and how you can make this game over UI. By default, we don't want this game over UI to be over here, as you can see. So once our player game object just gonna die totally, then we want to bring up this game over UI. So for that, we're gonna create a script. For now, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take down this background. So basically, we need to move over to our hierarchy, then canvas. So I have it underneath my staff game object, as you can see, and then I will head over to my game over UI game object, and inside this game object I have created the background. So make sure you select the background, not the parent one, because inside this background we have done all of the things like placing this text, this banner, these buttons, and all of these things. So that's why we're gonna take our background, then select the move tool in the scene view, and then move it down. So I'm gonna move it down. So from the top I'm gonna move it something around 1500, something like that. And now that seems pretty much cool, and we will create a script for that, and that script just gonna keep track of if this player game object is active or not. Basically means if this player game object is tied totally, then what we want to do, we want to bring up our background because the game is over. And if not, then we don't want our background to bring up, we don't want to bring up our background because our player game object is still alive. So that's why. So we're going to create a script for that, and we're going to create a game manager script. To do that, move over to your project tab, assets, then head over to your script folder, then right click in the right click, go to top in the create, then click on this mono behavior script, and you can name that script to something like game manager. I already created a script called game manager, and you can notice right over here. So now what we need to do, we basically need to attach this script to any game object in our hierarchy, or we can create a separate game object for this game manager. So I'm gonna create a separate script for this game manager. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my hierarchy. Let's right click or hit this plus icon. Let's create an empty game object, and we're gonna call this game object to something like game manager as the script name that I created. Then I will move over to my inspector transform. Let's right click on it, and let's click on this reset. So it's gonna reset the position, and I'm gonna select an icon for that. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna select our game manager script, and make sure you select the game manager game object in the hierarchy, and then select the script and drag it over to this add component section in the inspector. So now we're gonna open up our game manager script by double clicking on it, and I will remove this start function. I don't need, and we need a reference of that background that we want to bring up. So just wait, it's taking a little bit time. I really apologize. Now we're gonna remove our update function. So what we need, if we move over to Unity editor, we need a reference of that game over UI game object. A game over UI game object, sorry, not game over UI. Basically, if I move over to my hierarchy, then go over to my canvas game object, then this game over UI, and we have the background. So we need a reference to this background, not the game over UI game object. So we need this background reference, then we can bring that up. So to do that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to top of my class, and let's create an empty game object, because that background itself a whole game object. So we're gonna type public, and that will be game object, because that background itself a whole game object. And we can call this one game over background. So let's call it game over BG, or let's call it background simply. So I'm gonna call it background, sorry, background. This should be background, something like that. And now we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and I hope you get the idea. And we need to make a function to trigger that. For now we're gonna leave that, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our skip. And now let's move over to Unity editor, and also we're gonna make that one singleton pattern. And if you didn't use singleton pattern ever, then you can just move over to my singleton pattern lecture or the chapter. You can check that out, you're gonna get it. So underneath our game manager's game object, and then game manager, underneath our game manager script, we will able to notice that parameter, which will be our game over UI background. So if I select my game manager game object in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector game manager script, as you can see game over background and it says not game object. So we basically need to drag our background, the background that we want to bring up. So in my case this background, which will be our game over UI background. So for that I'm gonna move over to my hierarchy, then I will head over to my steps, basically canvas, then we're gonna select this background and let's select the game manager and let's select this background and then drag it over to that slot. Now we have the background reference and we are ready to bring this up. And to bring it up, we're gonna open up our script by double clicking on it, and for that we're gonna use the start function for now, and let's make a function for that to trigger our you can simply say to trigger to bring up our game over UI background. And we're gonna make it over here and we will make this function public. Why? Because we wanna call this function later on from another class or another script. So that's why we're gonna make this function as public, or we're gonna mark this function as public. So we're gonna make it public void for function, and we're gonna call this function to something like trigger. So let's call it trigger game over background, something like that. I'm gonna call it trigger game over background. Then make first bracket and some curly brackets for function, and inside this function what we can do, we can set the position of this background. So for that we're gonna use lean twin. Basically in the start of the game, what we want to do, we just want to set the position of this background in the bottom in the y axis. So what we can simply do, we do know that we have the game over UI background reference, as you can see underneath our game manager script in the inspector. So we can see we have the background reference. So we will go to start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in this start of the game, I'm gonna set the position of this background over here, because we don't want this background to be over here once the game started. But once our player game object dies totally, then we want to bring up our game over UI or this background. So that's why in the start of the game, I'm gonna move over to game over background, basically that background, and then I'm gonna access the transform. Then we're gonna access the local position, local position. Then we're gonna set it equal to a new vector 3, because this local position gonna have x, y and the z axis. That's why we need to set equal to a new vector 3, which also gonna have x comma y comma z axis, and then close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, we just going over to this background game object. So in our case this background, then we just going over to transform of this background, and then we accessing the local position of this background. So in the y, what we want to set in the start of the game something something in the y minus 1500, as you can see. So we want to set, so in the y what we're gonna do, we're gonna put minus 1500 f, and we don't want to play around with the z axis, so we're gonna put 0 f, and in the x axis we're gonna do the same thing. But let's suppose we call this trigger game over background, basically means game is over. Then we want to bring this in the y axis to 0, so our game over background, or the background just gonna be over here, just gonna be over here. So in that moment what we need to do, we basically need to set the y back to 0, so it's gonna be somewhere over here. To set that position, for that what we need to do, we need to use this game over background. Basically we just going over to background, and then we're gonna use this dot lean move local y. So we're gonna use this lean move local y, and this as a first argument, it's gonna take the position where we want to move. So in the y we want to move, and we want to move it 0 f, because if we set the position of this background to 0, so it's gonna be somewhere over here. So that's why in the y we're gonna set it to 0 f. And the second thing, it's gonna take the time, after how much amount of time you just to you want to move your background over there. So I'm gonna choose something like 0.8 f, less than a 1 second, or you can put 1 second as well, basically 1 f. And the dot, we can use a animation for it, basically to smoothly bring up. So let's suppose you just want to smoothly bring up. So as a normal position, it's gonna bring up, and over here I just want to bring up a more quickly right over here once it reaches. So with a animation, or with an set is or set out, you can simply say. So we're gonna use that to make it even cool. So for that I'm gonna use this set is out. Set is out back. I'm gonna use set is out back, and then make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon. So we created this function. Basically we just going over to that background game object, then we using this len move local y, and this len move local y as a first argument, it's going to take the position where you want to move. So since we want to move in the middle, so in the y we just set it to 0, and the second thing, it's going to take the time, so we just put 0.8f less than 1 second, and we use this set is out back, so it's going to make a nice animation. Now if we press down Ctrl S to save our script and then move over to Unity editor, it's not gonna happen at all. But in the start of the game, the position of that background will be in the Y, something like minus 1500, and you will able to notice, and I'm gonna show you. Even though we're gonna move our background somewhere in the middle of our canvas, in the start of the game itself just gonna set in the bottom, in the Y it's gonna be minus 1500. So now if I bring it over here, something like over here, and then if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will able to notice this background just gonna set itself the local position of it in the Y, just gonna be something like minus 1500. And we will able to notice, as you can see, indeed as soon as our game started, we can see the background in the Y, the position of it gets minus 1500, basically more than that. So now we need to bring this up. So for what we want to bring this up once our player game object dies. For checking purposes, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use the start function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and by default I'm gonna bring this game over UI, basically the background. I'm gonna move it down somewhere around here, and let's move over to script. So we basically need to call this function in order to this line of code, basically execute this line of code. We're just gonna bring up our background to a center position in the Y with a nice animation. So basically we need to call this function. So I'm gonna call the function in the start of the game. So I'm gonna call the function over here, which is trigger game over background. Let's make first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script and then move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna start our game, you will able to notice this background just gonna move towards just gonna be in the center in the start of the game with a nice animation. It's gonna move to the Y position, which is 0, because we use the time as a second argument, which is 0.8, and thus animation we have chosen set is out back. So now if I click on this play button in the top, as soon as our game just gonna start, you will see the nice animation. You can choose the time as a second argument, you can increase the time as well, but I prefer you choose a number less than 1 second. And we can indeed notice, as soon as our game started, it just bring it in the Y, it's move it with 0.8 second with a nice animation. But I don't want to bring this background in the start of the game. Instead I want to bring that once our player game object dies. So for that we're gonna get out of play mode, and what we will do, we will go over to our script, and I'm gonna remove the function from here, because basically calling in the start of the game, we're gonna call it inside our basically you can simply say our player game object. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make this one instant. So what we have to do, we basically need to go over to top of our game manager script, then we're gonna make this one public, and we're gonna create a static so we can directly access the function. So we're using a singleton, and if you don't know how to use singleton pattern in C Sharp, then of course you need to check the lecture which is singleton, or you can just move over to that chapter where I already explained what is singleton and how you can use that. So we need to type the script name. The script name is in game manager, and then we need to create the variable as the name of our script. So I'm gonna call it instance, something like that. And now we're gonna move over to this start function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So in the start of the game, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check firstly if they are one instance, if they are already a instance or not. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we're gonna check if instance if instance is equals to null. Basically means that we have only one game manager script. We don't have any game manager script or this game manager game object or this instance. That means we need to set this instance. So we will set instance equal to this. But let's suppose they are already a script call let's suppose they are already a script available called game manager, or already a instant of this. Then we need to destroy that if there is a already instant of this. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna use this else. If there is a already an instant of this class, then we need to destroy that. To destroy, we're gonna use destroy function, and destroy function, it's gonna take the game object that we want to destroy. So we're gonna destroy this instant itself or the game object itself. So that is the thing. Now we're gonna close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, we just storing all of the information of this game manager C# class inside this instant parameter. As you can see, instant equal to null basically means if there is no, and if there is an not any game manager script, then we just setting instant equal to this. But if already there is a instant or the game manager script, then we just destroying it, as you can see. So I hope you get the idea. And now what we can do, we can call this trigger game over background function inside our player game object when player game object tying. So we can simply press down Ctrl S to save our script, and we can just move over to Unity editor to check that. And we're gonna open up our player script where our player game object is tying. So we need to call the trigger game over background there. So that function just gonna do that thing, which is just gonna bring up our background in the middle in the y axis, which we have done earlier inside our start function. So instead of doing a start function, we're gonna do once our player game object just gonna die. So we're gonna select our player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector, then player scape, and let's double click on it to open that up. And let's move over to die function where we're destroying our player. So let's move over to die function, we're destroying over here, as you can see. So we need to call the trigger game over background function over here. To call that, we already created the singleton pattern inside our game manager script. So if I move over to my game manager script, as you can see, we created the singleton pattern, which is public static game manager. So by this instant, we can simply call the function directly. That's why we just type static. If you type static, that means you can access any parameter or any function from this class by directly typing this instant. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to our player scape, and over here what we're gonna do, we firstly need to move over to our game manager script where we created that function. So we will go to game manager script, then we're gonna type dot, and then we're gonna access the instant. And by this instant, we're gonna call the function, which is trigger game over background. So we're gonna type dot trigger game over background, and then make this first bracket, and then close that up with semicolon. So what we simply doing, we just going over to this game manager script, as you can see. And by this instant, we just calling this function, which is trigger game over background. And what this function is doing, it's basically bringing up our game over background, or the background in the y to 0. So it's gonna bring that up. And now we're gonna press down Ctrl S to save our script. So we will move over to our player script, and let's press down Ctrl S to save our script. And now let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as our player game object just gonna loses all of his health, you will able to notice that a background, which is game over background, just gonna pop up right away with a nice animation, and we can check it. So I'm gonna make the max health of my player game object something around 2 in order to check it. So let's do that. So I'm going to select my player in the hierarchy. Let's go over to inspector player skip, and the max health I'm going to choose 2. And as well as we need to move over to our player collectible script, and current health I'm going to choose 2 as the max health of our player. Let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's take damage from our enemy game object. So it should work fine. So as soon as we're gonna loses all of our health, that function just gonna trigger. Basically we calling that function, and that function basically bringing up our background. So let's get close enough to our enemy game object, and let's take damage. 1 2. As you can see, as soon as we loses all of our health, this game over UI or this game over background just gets pop up with nice animation. I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose you just want a little bit bounciness, then you can just move over to your script, then go over to your game manager script, and instead of using this dot set is out back, you can use different function. You can use this set is out bounce as well, and make this first bracket and then close that up with semicolon, and press down Ctrl S to save your script. And if you little bit confused about the singleton pattern, then make sure my singleton pattern chapter or the lecture, and it's gonna be fine. And we're gonna press down Ctrl S one more time to save our script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna loses all of our health, you will able to notice that background, basically game over UI background, just gonna pop up underneath our game over UI, we can notice. So it's gonna pop up right away as soon as our player game object just gonna loses all of his health. And even if we just trigger with the deadline, basically if we collide with water, or basically we fall down from this ground, then we will able to notice that background also gonna pop up, because we calling that function inside our die function inside our player scape. So let's take a look on it. So I'm gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play my game one more time, and let's have a look on this. So I'm gonna jump from this background. So let's take a look on it. So make sure you click on that play button in the top to play your game. And if I jump over here, as you can see, as soon as I jump it over here, we can see the max health is 0, and this game over UI background just gets pop up as soon as we die. But the problem is that if we click on this retry button and then this menu button, this button doing nothing currently. So what we need to do, if we click on this retry button, then we just want to load the game one more time, basically want to play the game one more time. And if we click on this menu button, then we just want to move over to our menu scene, or we want to move over to menu. So basically that is the thing. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and I'm gonna check it one more time. So let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and let's have a look on it. So as soon as we're gonna loses all of our player health, then that background, which is game over UI background, just gonna pop up right away. So let's take damage from our enemy game object. So 1 2, and as soon as we died, we can see this background, which is game over UI background, just pop up, and it seems pretty much fine. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm gonna click on this play button in order in the top in order to get out of play mode. Now what we need to do, we need to hook this button with some certain function. If I go ahead and then click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and try to click on that retry and that menu button, those button will do nothing currently. So we need to hook those button with some certain function. So let me show you first before we do that. So let's have a look on it. So we're gonna play our game, and if I jump over here or over here, basically die. As you can see, this retry but this game over UI or this background just gets pop up. And if I try to click on this retry and this menu button, as you can see, this button doing nothing currently. If I click on this retry button, then I want to reload the level once again. And if I click on this menu button, then I just want to move over to menu or menu scene. So we need to hook this button with some certain function. So I'm gonna get out of play mode, and for that, if we go over to our canvas in the hierarchy, then if I move over to my game over UI game object, then background, and select this retry or menu button, then go over to inspector image component and scroll down to my button component. As you can see in the bottom says on click, and we can call a function over here from a class, or from a script we can call a function, and inside that function we can do whatever we want to do. So if we click on this retry button, then for now I just want to print out a message something like retry. And if I click on this menu button, then I want to simply print out a message says something like menu. So we need to create a script for that, or you can do inside your game manager script, but I prefer to create a separate script to keep your project clean. So basically move over to your project tab, assets, then script folder, right click, create in the top, then mono behavior script, and you can name that script whatever you like. It's up to you. Name it something like game over UI or something like that. I already created a script called a game over UI, and as you can see I have it over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my game over UI game object in the hierarchy underneath my canvas, and I'm gonna select that and drag it over to this add component section. You can attach this script to any game object you like, but attach it to your canvas or create a separate game object for that, or you can simply attach the script to your game over UI game object as well underneath your canvas. And now we need to open up this game over UI script by double clicking on it. So let's open that up, and I'm gonna remove this start and update function. We don't need. Instead we're gonna create two function, one function for our retry button and another for our you can say menu one. So let's make a function for it. So let's make, and we need to mark this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call the function through on click. So if I move over to my Unity editor, then select this retry button, go over to inspector, scroll down to my button component, we just want to call the function over here. So that's why we need to mark those function as public, or else we're not able to gonna access or gonna call those function. So let's make a public, and for function we're gonna type void, and we have to name the function. So this function I'm gonna name for my retry button. So I'm gonna call this one retry game, or we can simply say retry level. So let's call it retry level. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and let's make one more function. So let's make a public void for function, and we're gonna call load menu. Sorry, this should be we're gonna call public void load load sorry load menu. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and then close curly brackets. Make sure you close that up with curly brackets, and now this seems pretty much fine. So for now I want to print out a message. So whenever I'm gonna call this retry function, basically whenever I'm gonna click on that retry button, I just want to print out a message something says like retry level. So for printing out message, I'm gonna type debug.log, debug.log, and we're gonna say something like retry level. So we're gonna say retry level, and let's close that up with semicolon. And if I call this load menu function, then I want to say something like load menu. So I'm gonna say something like debug.log, and we will say load menu, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we need to press down Ctrl S to save our script, and now we need to move over to Unity editor. As you can see, the compilation is done, and now we can just hook this retry button and this menu button. So firstly we're gonna choose our retry button, then go over to inspector, scroll down to your button component. So over here we need to call the function, and how we can call that function? Basically we need to call the function in function. Basically we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So if I select my game over UI game object underneath my canvas, then go over to, go over to inspector, we can notice the game over UI script is sitting on this game over UI game object. So that's why we need to drag the game object there. Basically what we need to do, we need to click on this plus icon, and over here we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is sitting on. So in our case that is game over UI, so we're going to select that game object and drag it over to that slot. And now as you can see it says no function. So just wait, I'm gonna drag my game over UI one more time there, and as you can see it says no function. So just click there, and what we will do, we will go to bottom, basically game over UI script or C# class, and there we created retry level function, as you can notice right over here. So we're gonna choose, and for this menu button, so let's select the menu, then go over to inspector, scroll down to button component, and then click on this plus icon. And we do know that we need to drag the game object in which game object the script is attached or sitting on. So in our case this game over UI, so let's drag it there, and it says no function. So let's click there, let's go over to game over UI C# class or script, and for this menu we're gonna choose this load menu function. So now we have hooked this button, this retry button with our retry level function, and this menu button we just hook our load menu function. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna click on this play button in the top in order to play our game, and make sure you select your console tab in order to see the messages. So whenever you gonna click on those button, the message just gonna pop up. So we need to select our console, then click on this play button in the top to play your game. But I want to do inside my console, basically inside play mode. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select my console tab, and now if I die, so let me die over here. So as you can see, as soon as we died, this game over UI just pop up with this basically the background. And now if I just try to click on this retry button, as you can see, as soon as we clicking on that retry button, if we move over to our console tab, we can see a message just getting pop up says retry level, because as soon as we clicking on this button, we simply going over to this game over US C# class, as you can see, and then calling this function. And what this function is really doing, it's basically printing out the message in our console tab says retry level, as you can see. And now if we click on this menu button, we can see as soon as we clicked on this menu button, if we move over to our console tab, we can see the messages getting pop up says load menu. And if we click on this retry button, then we can see retry level. And if we click on this menu button, then we can see load menu just getting pop up, basically the messages. So instead of printing out message, what we really want to do, we just want to reload the level once we're gonna click on this retry button. So for that we're gonna get out of play mode, and let's double click on this message in our console tab in order to move over to that line of code. Or you can simply move over to your game over UI script, and instead of printing out message, we want to reload the level. And whenever we working with level, we need to include a namespace called using unity engine scene management. So basically what you need to do, you basically need to move over to top of your class, and you need to include this namespace. It's called using unity engine dot scene management. So you need to include this namespace called using unity engine dot scene management, and make sure you just do that, because whenever you working with scene, then you need to include this namespace called using unity engine dot scene management. And now what we want to do inside this function, we just want to load the level in which level we are currently in. So we need to use this function, it's called scene manager dot load scene function. And this function get called when this function in brackets, it's gonna take the name of the scene or the build index of it. So how you can see the name of the scene and the build index of it, for that you need to move over to unity editor, And you can see if you just go to hierarchy and then scroll up, you can see the name of the scene is sample scene, but we cannot see the build index of it. To see that, what we need to do, we basically need to move over to top left file, then click on this build profiles, and you will see the name of the scene. So Windows, and we can see the scene list over here, and we can click on this open scene list, and as soon as we clicked on it, we can see the name of the scene is sample scene, and the right we can see the build index of it, which is 0. So we can simply pass the 0, the basically the build index of the scene, or we can simply pass the name of the scene, which is sample scene, and inside quotation we need to pass the name of the scene. And if you pass the build index of it, then you don't need to put any quotation. So we have seen the sample scene, and you just want to go back, then you can click on this Windows in the left side, and it says active, and you can choose this scene list in the left bar. You can see inside your build profile tabs, and once we done, we can just click on this cut tab in order to cut, and we can just move over to our script. So we can simply pass the name of the scene, so inside quotation, which is sample scene. Or let's suppose you don't want to pass the name of the scene, then you can simply pass the build index of it, which is 0, and we can close that up with semicolon. Without quotation, you can pass the build index of it, but we don't want to do this. Basically, instead of using this, we're gonna use this scene manager, scene manager sorry scene manager dot get active scene, active scene, then make this first bracket. So basically we're gonna use this function, and dot we're gonna pass build index. So what basically this mean, scene manager dot get active scene basically means the scene which we are currently in. So if I move over to my Unity editor, as you can see in the hierarchy, we are in currently sample scene. As you can see, if you scroll up in the hierarchy tab, you can see the name of the scene. So the name of the scene is sample scene, and we do know the sample scene build index we have seen is 0. So over here dot build index we accessing, and we do know the sample scene build index is 0. Basically means we just reloading the scene which we are currently in. So make sure you just do this instead of passing 0 or name of the scene inside quotation whenever you just trying your game one more time or retrying, then you can simply pass this. Scene manager dot get active scene basically means the scene which we are currently in. So we are currently in sample scene, then what we doing, we just accessing the build index of it, and we have seen the build index of the current scene, or which scene we are currently in is 0. Basically the sample scene build index is 0. So this scene manager dot load scene function is just gonna load the scene which we are currently in. So we for now we are in, you can simply say sample scene, means we just reloading the level one more time. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna press down Ctrl S to save my script, and let's move over to Unity editor. So as soon as we're gonna click on that retry button, we're just gonna load the scene which we are currently in. So now, so just wait a moment, and if I click on this play button in the top in order to play my game, you will able to notice as soon as we're gonna loses all of our health, this game over UI, basically the background just gonna pop up, and as soon as we're gonna click on that retry button, we're just gonna reload the level which we are currently in. uh, so current insight in, so let's get closer to our enemy game object, and it's sorry for it's little bit lagging. And now as you can see, as soon as our player game object loses all of his health, this background just gets pop up, which is back game over UI. And if we try to click on this retry button by now, retry, as you can see, as soon as we click retry button, we just reload the scene one more time, and we can notice in the hierarchy. So if I move over to my hierarchy, we can see the name of the scene in the top, which is sample scene, and we can do it multiple times. If I die over here and then click on this retry button one more time, and as soon as we just clicked on it, we can able to notice that we just reloading the level which we are currently in. And that seems pretty much cool. But the problem is that if we die, so let me die, try to click on this menu button. As you can see, this button doing nothing currently. If we click on it and then move over to our console tab, we can see the message just getting pop up as soon as we click on it, says load menu. So we need to create the menu scene, and we're gonna create it later. For now, we just gonna leave the message. We just gonna leave it like this. So whenever we're gonna click on it, we're just gonna print out message, and later on, instead of printing out message, we just want to load up the menu, and we need to create that before we just load up. So I hope you get the idea, and I'm gonna get out of play mode by clicking on that play button in the top. We are ready to build our game. To do that, make sure you need to move over to top left file. But before we do that, we need to do some settings. Firstly, make sure you are in the menu scene. Basically, move over to your project tab, assets, and then scenes folder, where you created your menu scene. So just move over to that folder. So in my case, I have created inside my scenes folder. So I'm gonna move over to that folder, and let's double click on it, this menu. So in order to move over to that menu scene, and also make sure you just go to top left file, then build profiles in the bottom, and in the left side you can see scene list. Make sure your all of the scenes over here called scene list. Make sure the menu one in the top and the sample scene or the level in the bottom. And also make sure that if you created another scene, then don't forget to drag it over here, else else you're not gonna move over to that scene or that level. So that's why it's the setting is important. So we can simply cut this step, and we can just move over to top left file once again, and then click on this build profiles. I just explain it, you can just simply do the same thing basically for explanation. That's why I just cut the tab, I really apologize. So we're gonna select, make sure you select your windows, and it should be active in the right section, you can notice. And if you want to make from for any other sites, basically if you want to make the game to play in website, then you need to select this web, and then you need to click on this switch platform. In the top right you can see inside your build profile tabs. But I'm gonna make for my windows, so I'm gonna select the simply windows. And what we need to do, we need to click on this player settings in the top, you can notice. So just click there, and we need to do some settings over here. So firstly, company name, name it to something else, don't leave it to default company. Name it to your name, name it to with your studio or whatever, but don't leave it to default company. So I'm gonna call it a bad code as my YouTube channel. I'm gonna name it bad code, sorry, bad code, bad code. And also make sure you name the product something else, don't leave it to don't leave it to something like Udemy, Unity 6, or once you when you created earlier your project and you just name the project, and you save the into your specific location. So when you name it, so the name just gonna be pop up over here. So we're gonna remove that, instead we're gonna call it something else. So I'm gonna call this one 2D 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 Batcode platformer. So I'm gonna call this one 2D Batcode platformer. And if you do have an icon, then you can drag it over here, or you can select game, click on the select, and you can choose the icon that you want to go with, or you can simply move over to your project tab, assets, and then a sprites folder, and you can select any sprite and then drag it over here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my assets folder, and I'm gonna select my logo, drag it over to that slot. Now we have done it. And if we move over to resolution and presentation, it's gonna be full screen window, so you can just leave that full screen window, and you can uncheck the resizable window. So I'm gonna choose window in the bottom, and I'm gonna leave it default screen width to 1920 and default screen height to 1080. And also I'm gonna check this resizable window as check, because I want to resize my window. And you can skip this part, you don't need to do any settings right over here. So we can move over to splash image section. And what we can do over here, we can click on this preview to see the preview. As you can see, I just drag it my logo. You're not gonna have any logo, so it will be like this. And you can choose the color. It's gonna be dark gray, something like this. And let me show you. So if we click on this preview button by now, we can see made with Unity, and Unity logo just pop up. And let's suppose you don't want negative Unity logo to pop up once you starting your game, then you can uncheck this show Unity logo. And if you do have a custom logo, then you can click on this plus icon inside your logos tab, and over here you can drag the logo that you want to show up in your game once our player game object open up the game. So that's logo just gonna pop up. So in my case, I'm gonna drag the same logo, and if we click on this preview by now, we can see the Unity logo in the top, my logo in the top and Unity logo in the bottom. Let's suppose you want this in sequel, then what you can do, you can just move over to draw mode, and you can click on this all in sequences, something like that. I guess I really apologize if I'm mispronouncing this. And now if we click on this preview, we can see Unity logo, and after that our logo. So as you can see, all in sequel. So now what I want to do, I don't want in sequel, so I'm gonna basically just gonna go with Unity logo below. And also I don't want to show up my Unity logo, instead I want to show up my own logo, which is Fire Up Roy. So I'm gonna uncheck the show Unity logo, and if we click on this preview, we can see our logo. But the thing is that the background is not matching, so we need to make dark as my Unity logo. To that, you basically need to move over to this background color, then click there, and then click on this pick tool in the in your color tab. You can see in the top left side, so just click there and you can choose the color. So I'm going to choose this, and if I cut this tab and then click on this preview one more time, we can see my logo just pops up and it seems pretty much fine. And once we satisfied, then we can just move over to other settings. So let's move over to other settings, and we don't have to do anything over here, as since we're making for PC, it's basically fine, and we don't need to change anything right over here. So we can simply just go ahead and we can make the build. So I'm going to cut this tab by now because we have done all of the setting. And now what we can do, we can simply click on this build and run in the top right section. You can see in your Windows, make sure you select Windows in the left side in your build profile tabs, then go over to your top right in your build profiles tab, then click on this build and run. And make sure you create a build folder. Basically right click, then new in the folder, new in the bottom, then folder, and name that folder to something like build. I already created a folder called build, so I'm gonna select that one. Firstly, I'm gonna delete all of this, or we can simply select the folder. So in my case build, I'm gonna select that, and let's click on the select folder in the bottom right. And as soon as we're gonna click on it, our build just gonna be ready, and it's gonna take up to 4 to 5 minutes depending upon on your system. And if you made a build already of it, then it's gonna take few seconds. And so in my case, it's gonna take few seconds since I already made multiple builds, so that's why. And if you do have a fast system, then in your case it's gonna take less than 1 minute. It's basically depends upon your system. So in my case, my system is slow, so that's why it's taking longer time than as usual. But in your case, it's gonna take less than 1 minute, depending upon how much heavy your project is. And also some assignment gonna be to you. So let's suppose you want to make this game for mobile devices, then I have a tutorial or a chapter or a lecture in previously, so you can go and check it. I will have the link in the description, you can go and check that out. But if you watching in Udemy, then check out the previous lectures or chapters where I have explained it that how you can make the game for mobile devices, and how you can make the game for website. And I'm gonna turn down my volume. So I'm gonna turn down my volume, something like this. And if we click on this play button, we can simply moving over to playing our game, as you can see. And this works really fine. And we can take damage from this fire, as you can see. And if we die, this game over background just pops up. And if we click on this menu button, we just moving over to menu. And if we click on this about button, then we just moving over to about menu. And if we click on this back button, then we moving over to main menu UI. And now if we go ahead and then click on this exit button, we should able to see our game just gonna quit right away. So if I click on this exit button, then we can notice that as soon as we click on that exit button, by now our games completely quits or exit out. So once you make the build, it's gonna quit your application right away. So if you want to make the game for mobile devices, then I will have a link in the description. And if you're watching this tutorial or this video in Udemy, then check out my previous lectures. I guess it would be around, basically move over to that chapter or that lecture, where I have explained that how you can make the game for mobile devices, how you can make the game for website. I have the section, so you can just find out, and you gonna have it previously. Basically check out the previous section, where I just name it as how you can make basically mobile build for mobile devices and build for website. So I hope you get the idea. And this will be a little bit task, your task for you to do that. I'm not gonna explain it one more time. So you this will be a little task for you to do that, how you can make the game for mobile devices, how you can include touch inputs, how you can include all of those things. So I hope you get the idea and enjoy this complete tutorial or this complete course. I hope you get the idea. And if you have any question, then you can DM me on Insta, or you can send me a message on Udemy, as well as you can leave a comment on YouTube, or whatever you can do. I have all of the things, so you can just reach out to me whenever you get a problem, and I will be happy to assist you. So I hope you enjoyed this complete tutorial or this complete course, that how you can make a 2D game in Unity 6 with the help of C# programming. And so bye for now, and I will see you in the next tutorial or in the next full course.